Chasing the Dream, City Shifters The Pride, Volume 5. Written by Layla Nash. Narrated by Beth Rogue. Chapter 1. Time had no meaning in the dark. I tried to count how frequently I slept to gauge whether time passed, but I had no idea how many days, maybe weeks, I'd been in the dark. They didn't bring me food with any discernible pattern, and what they brought was total crap. Hunger clawed at my stomach constantly until I couldn't even sleep on the thin futon mattress they'd thrown on the floor. My strength slowly faded until it became a chore to do my 100 crunches and push-ups and lunges, until I could barely shove to my feet when the door creaked open. They shone a light in my face and my eyes watered as I shielded my eyes. The pack alpha, a hard-eyed man without a hint of empathy in his soul, stood in the doorway of the cell. Behind him stood at least 3 other men, maybe more, all the ones who'd offered to mate me, who'd sneered at the challenge of taming a lone wolf. My lip curled away from my teeth in disgust, wanting to charge through the alpha to show them I wasn't just a wolf. And they'd clearly never tangled with a wolverine, or they wouldn't be standing there so nonchalantly. The alpha folded his arms over his chest. "This is your last chance, girl. Cooperate, mate with one of my betas, and join the pack. That's all you've got to do." "And if I refuse?" I staggered to my feet, even though my knees wobbled and my head swam from lack of food and sleep. Of course I would refuse. They had to know it. From the moment they'd cornered me a few weeks earlier, I'd fought to stay a lone wolf. "There's an auction in the near future. You'll be put up for sale, and any shifter in the region can buy you." No emotion crossed his face as he said it, so casual about modern-day slavery that my skin crawled. The alpha raised an eyebrow. "So you can see that the only feasible choice is clear. Better the evil you know than the evil you don't, girl." He didn't know anything about evil. I bared my teeth more at the memories of true evil. The first time I'd been caged. The experiments. The punishments. The deaths. The walls started to close in around me. Panic bubbled up in my chest. Not only caged, but sold. To someone depraved enough to want a woman against her will. 1 shot. I had 1 shot. I pushed away from the wall and wobbled forward a few steps, trying to see the hall behind the alpha's broad shoulders. If I could get past him, I had a shot. The beta males standing behind him would be easily scattered in the confusion. Maybe. I clenched my hands behind my back. "I need to think about it. About which one. Can I get something to eat? I can't think in here." The alpha made a face and glanced back. "It doesn't matter which one. Pick one and then you can eat. We'll move you to better quarters." "The tallest one, then." I took another step. "Fine." The alpha looked bored more than anything as he waved a hand. I bolted, rammed my shoulder into him and tried to bull my way through to the hall. I made it out of the cell as the alpha staggered back, growling in irritation, and I slammed into one of the betas. He tried to grab my shoulders, tried to pin me to the wall, but I kneed him in the gut and kept moving, even as my vision blurred and my balance tilted. God help me, I could almost see freedom. Something jabbed my lower back, and my brain shorted out. I blinked, and pain spiked through every muscle. Then I stared up at them from the floor as I twitched and clenched my teeth against a cry. One of the betas, the tall one, held a taser up for me to see. "Can't outrun electricity, shug." "Nice try." The alpha's expression, dark with fury, chilled me through the pain. "Good luck with the auction." "But..." I couldn't even finish before one of them jammed a needle in my hip, and I cried out. A second needle followed, and the world grew slow and distorted around me, like deep water. It took an eternity to blink. My tongue felt enormous against my teeth, and I struggled to lift my head as they dragged me back into the dank cell. "What did you give me?" My words slurred until even I couldn't understand what I tried to say. But the tall beta, looming over me as the world faded in and out, answered me anyway. "Tranquilizer so you'll behave yourself, and wolfsbane so you can't shift." He towed my side, and I groaned, rolling away as nausea gripped me. "Too bad. We could have had some fun, you and I. Maybe I'll fight for you anyway at the auction. Or maybe I'll let one of those bastards take you. Think about that. If you ask nicely, I'll fight." The cruelty in his smile didn't inspire any confidence that that would be a better deal than rolling the dice with the auction. I blinked back tears as the door creaked shut behind me, and the tranquilizer numbed my limbs until I couldn't have moved even if they offered me an open path to freedom. I'd been so close to finishing my list before those bastards caught me. So damn close to being done with the past so I could finally have a future. I tried to plan my next move, tried to imagine how I could free myself after whatever this auction was. But the sedative stole even that away, and the darkness closed over my head in a rush. Chapter 2. Edgar hated everything about the resort from the moment he and Kaiser drove onto the grounds. The rest of Edgar's brothers, and most of the council members and their fighters, waited on the resort grounds as the auction got underway. But he and Kaiser had been chosen to walk into the auction to determine the best time to act, or if they even needed to act. The main ballroom was filled with giddy girls, their fathers and brothers and friends, and the eligible bachelors looking for a mate. Everyone there seemed eager to fall in love. Edgar hated love, hated everything about the earnest flirting, the coy glances, the crowds and expectations. It made his skin crawl. Logan had been apologetic, at least, about asking Edgar to walk into his worst nightmare, but that didn't make it any easier to wade through the giggles and gruff boasting. He reached for another beer. Kaiser, looking almost presentable in jeans and a sport coat, raised an artful eyebrow as he scanned the crowd. "You need something stronger, Chase?" Edgar made a face and waved away a well-intentioned butler with a glass, preferring to drink from the bottle. "If anyone else tries to give me their phone number or introduce me to their father, I will. Being a good-looking dude must be quite a burden." Edgar shot the bear a sideways look, but couldn't quite tell if Kaiser was joking. The growler bear, half polar bear, half grizzly, looked entertained more than anything as another girl, nervous and dressed entirely in pink, sidled up and asked if he was looking for a mate. Kaiser chuckled and thanked the girl, but said he'd already found his mate, and then slapped Edgar on the shoulder with a wink for the girl. Her eyes went wide and she mouthed, "So sorry, you're very cute together," before fleeing back to her gaggle of friends. Edgar gave the bear a sideways look. "Really, man?" Kaiser's smile grew a touch as he shrugged, returning to his survey of the crowd. "You wanted to limit the girls hitting on you. Don't tell me you're uncomfortable. I'm fine with however far you want to take this, man, but you're not getting past second base, no matter how much I drink." Kaiser snorted and lifted his glass. "Right. So before we play a high-stakes game of flexible sexuality chicken, let's find the organizers and get to the real problem." "Great." Edgar tried not to scowl as he switched his empty beer bottle for a fresh one from a server's tray and strode through the crowd toward the men they'd identified as the ones who put the whole thing together. They came from somewhere on the West Coast, maybe California, although Edgar's favorite private investigator couldn't come up with much background on them. Even Bridger, one of the local loan sharks, could scarcely do more than provide grainy surveillance photos of the two men. His teeth set on edge as he drained the beer and pasted on a false smile as he stood in front of one of the organizers. "Hey, mate, this is all well and good out here, but we heard there might be something more intense available." The man raised his eyebrows and offered a queasy smile. "I don't know what you're talking about." Kaiser slid a folded $100 bill into the man's jacket pocket, deliberate in his action. "I'm sure you do, friend. We're serious." The organizer, a wolf, scanned the crowd behind them, then seemed to make up his mind. "Fine. Follow me." Edgar shared a look with Kaiser and wondered where the bear got that kind of cash to throw around, but they followed in silence as the man strode away from the main ballroom to one of the reception halls on the other side of the main resort. The halls emptied the farther they got from the main event, until only a few servants and armed guards noted their passing. The organizer spoke quietly into a radio, then turned the corner to face a pair of giant doors, guarded by a handful of men and wolves. He gestured at the doors. "You understand the rules?" "Of course." Kaiser's lip curled with disdain. The man eyed them both, then nodded to the guards, and one of the doors opened. Edgar strode in, fighting back revulsion as a wave of testosterone and anger and fear rolled over him, and immediately picked up another beer. Kaiser followed close on his heels, and the doors shut behind them. A crowd of about 100 men filled the reception hall, with a tall dais on the far end. A man with a microphone called out a few jokes as someone cleaned blood off the mats in front of the dais, and an unconscious challenger was dragged away by some of the guards. Edgar's stomach turned over. Kaiser frowned as they took up positions to observe from the wall near the dais, and Edgar studied the announcer, the bouncers, the guards, the escape routes, everything. The rest of the Pride waited for the radio call and would storm in to mete out justice when needed. All he had to do was make the call. The bear watched as one young man, goaded by his friends, shuffled to the front of the crowd, apparently convinced to take a swing at the next round of bidding. Edgar's lip curled in disgust, and he nearly called his brothers in, just to end things before he had to watch the kid get his ass kicked. Kaiser snorted, looking into his beer. Owen calls that a hold my beer moment. Something he got from the Corps, I guess. Oh? Edgar feigned interest as he continued to scan the crowd. Yeah, said that was the moment when he knew he needed to get his medical bag, or someone was going to jail, or something would end up on fire. After a couple of drinks, some kid would say, "Here, hold my beer," and then all hell would break loose. The bear gulped from his glass and set it on the tray of a passing waiter. Every now and then you can feel it, can't you? That second right before your whole world shifts, changes. Edgar took a breath, ready to tell Kaiser he was full of shit, when a commotion brewed on the dais. 2 bruisers dragged a girl up the steps. She looked partially drugged and certainly out of it, and probably starved as well. And pissed. Royally pissed. His entire world collapsed down onto her, the bared teeth and flashing gold eyes, a cold despair he recognized. Like part of her soul was missing, and she'd spent her entire life searching for it, hoping to find it again. Except he knew it wasn't possible. The announcer laughed into the microphone before waggling his eyebrows at the crowd. A bit of a wild one here. Young Ivy is a red wolf. No known defects or health issues. Breeding status unknown. 10,000 to start in the first round. An additional 10,000 for each subsequent round until only one fighter remains. Any takers? Edgar's heart climbed to his throat. She'd lost her mate. He knew it just by looking at her. Knew it to his bones. Her breeding status should have been grieving. Lost. lucky to be breathing at all. From his right, a surly older man with greasy hair raised his hand. "Aye, I'll stand a challenge." "I'm in." This from a younger male on the other side of the room, cruelty in the set of his jaw. There was only one type of man who went looking for the kind of trouble that girl promised, and Edgar hated every son of a bitch who stepped forward to enter the challenge. The girl's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the crowd. Then she lurched and threw off one of her captors. She almost freed herself from the second when the first jabbed a taser in her back and she went down in a boneless heap. The men laughed as they straightened, and Edgar started to growl. Kaiser looked at him, eyebrows raised. "Problem?" Edgar's eyes narrowed as he held his drink toward Kaiser. "Hold my beer." The bear sighed as he took it. "Man, are you—" Edgar didn't hear him, shedding his coat to toss over Kaiser's shoulder as he strode toward the dais. The girl deserved a chance to choose her own fate. She fought for herself when no one else would. Well, he'd damn well fight for her when she couldn't. Her mate would have been there if he lived, but Edgar would do his best to honor the man's memory and the girl's independence. His voice came out more roar than human, and the crowd recoiled as he bristled. "She's mine." One of the challengers, the one with the greasy hair, scowled. "Who the fuck do you think you are? You fight like the rest of us." Edgar pulled his dress shirt off over his head, not bothering to unbutton it. He flexed, tattoos jumping across his back and down his arms, and the lion wasn't far beneath the ink. "I'm Edgar fucking Chase, and you better remember my name. Back off or regret it the rest of your life." The man's eyes narrowed, but he stood his ground. Maybe he couldn't back down with so many witnesses. The young kid, on the other hand, and two of the other wolves who'd paid the 10 grand to fight for her, backed off, hands held up in surrender. That left 4 serious contenders. Edgar bared his teeth and cracked his knuckles. The price jumped 10 grand each round as soon as a competitor dropped out, until only one man remained. As long as he could pay the price, he walked away with the girl. Edgar glanced at the dais, where the girl remained still and silent in a heap on the floor, then bared his teeth at the 4 men who faced him in a line. They fought as a pack against the outsider, the lion, and would turn on each other as soon as he was knocked out of the fight. A cruel smile tugged at Edgar's mouth. They underestimated the lion, underestimated the rage and pain and fury that boiled inside. A decade of hating life, of hating everything in the world, would spill out and over, and those bastards would pay the price. He flexed his shoulders and braced for the rush as someone rang a bell and the wolves surged toward him. Chapter 3. The last thing I remembered was the red flash of pain from the taser as I tried to flee the dais. If I made it into a public space, I might find allies, someone who would help, or at least buy me enough time to recover from the damn tranquilizers. I felt like a zombie, slow-moving and stumbling and slurred, and it worsened as I forced my eyes open. I sat in a hard wooden chair in the corner of a strange room, 4 men around a table in the center of the room. I recognized the alpha who'd sold me and one of his betas, but the other 2 men were strangers. One looked like a bear in human form with dark shaggy hair and an impressive beard, with shoulders that tested the tensile strength of his fancy suit coat. The other one, he seemed familiar, though I was certain we'd never met. His dirty blonde hair was cut ruthlessly short enough that I thought I could see a hint of a tattoo under his hair near his ear, and the strong jaw balanced high cheekbones and a hell of a nose. His face swam as my eyes watered, and I tried to push myself upright. Whatever they talked about, I needed to be part of it. The blonde guy smiled as he looked at me, and something in my chest eased. Everything would be okay. His voice was deeper than I expected, but still gentle as he leaned back in his chair to speak to me. "Hello there." The alpha and his second glared at me from the table, mouthing a threat as I blinked and swayed. No doubt they wanted the deal to go off smoothly. Maybe the blonde was a cop. He couldn't have been one of the bastards fighting for a woman against her will. My heart sank. Except maybe he was. There was no other reason he'd be there negotiating if he hadn't fought. The bear shifted in his chair and smiled at me as well, though he presented a hell of an obstacle to the door. I fought to clear my thoughts as the blonde held out his hand. "I've got a question for you, darling, before we wrap things up." I braced my hands on my knees. Between the taser and the sedatives and the wolfsbane, nothing seemed to work right. I couldn't force a question past my lips, my mouth full of cotton. But it didn't matter. The alpha gripped the table, and his beta cracked his knuckles in a clear threat. They needed the money, and they needed me gone. The blonde and his checkbook would solve a lot of their problems in a few seconds. The blonde waved his hand in front of me, and I blinked, forcing my attention back to him, and the smile returned. "There we go. Just one question, and answer me honestly. Did you willingly join the auction? You wanted to find a mate through the fights?" His blue eyes mesmerized me. I couldn't look away. He was powerful, a strong leader, and he held me captive with just a look. The room swam around me, but he remained perfectly steady, perfectly clear. I hadn't felt that way about a man since... God help me. It took me a few tries to get my mouth to work, but I managed to whisper, "No, didn't want..." Before I could get another syllable out, the alpha lurched to his feet. "She's lying. That's bullshit. You already signed." The bear stood as well, massive shoulders straining his coat, and held his hands out. "Don't do anything you're going to regret, friend." "Fuck off," the beta said, and even without seeing the bear's face, I knew that was a bad move. The blonde squeezed my shoulder as he got up, then faced the two wolves. "You've broken the code and definitely the law. You'll face the Alpha's council, and they will determine your punishment." "Not likely." The Alpha shoved the table toward the two strangers and headed for the door. It swung in, and he shouted into the hall, "It's a trap!" And then chaos broke out everywhere. Shouting and growling and grunting reached me from the hallway, men shoving and fighting, and then someone took a swing at the blonde, and he lost it. The dress shirt he wore tore at the seams as he tackled the beta who'd threatened me, and I wobbled to my feet as a stray kick reduced my chair to splinters. I leaned on the wall, but the Alpha grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the hall. He muttered, "You'll pay for this one way or another," and I growled. The bear snarled and threw the beta into the hall, roaring for someone named Benedict to stop fucking around and fight. I blinked, struggling as much as I could with the Alpha gripping my arms, and desperately wished I could shift. The room was too small to fight as a wolf, but a wolverine would tear that place up. They'd never know what hit them. Except the strength drained from my limbs, and I nearly fell to the ground as someone body-checked the Alpha into the door. I looked up to see the blonde lean over the guy. Then I blinked up at a tall, skinny guy with a similar cast to his features. He smiled and said, "So you started all this trouble, I wanted to deny it, to tell him to go fuck himself, but the room tilted and I fell. He caught me before I hit the ground and helped me brace against the wall. Sound distorted as I watched his mouth move but couldn't understand anything he said. I couldn't breathe. Felt hot and cold all over. My hand shook as I tried to hold the doorframe, tried to hold myself up as a battle raged in the hallway. The sharp tang of blood stung my nose and I flinched, searching for the source. Shouting rang in my ears. I needed to sit down. If I sat down for just a moment, I would feel better and could get on with escaping. Everything turned a little gray, a little muddled, and I slid down the wall. The skinny guy said, "Edgar, over here," and the blonde froze as he looked up. At me, at the skinny dude, at the blood that streaked the door jamb and covered the skinny dude's hand where he tried to hold me. Even through the chaos in the hallway, his words landed like rocks around me. "She's hurt. He hurt her." Everything blurred, but a roar from inside the room rattled my brain and the walls around me. The skinny guy held me up, tried to hustle me out of the way of the brawling men, but something exploded out of the small room in a cloud of gold fur and dark claws. More blood coated the walls, and everyone started running. The skinny guy shouted something at me, patted at my back and shoulders and arms as if searching for something, but my mind fixated on the enormous lion raging down the narrow hall, leaving a wake of bodies and white-faced allies. I blinked again, and then the lion stood in front of me, face and chest stained red. He nosed my hip and thigh, a concerned grumble vibrating from his chest, and I frowned down at him as everything else grew dark. A lion. I reached to steady myself on him rather than the skinny guy, but pitched forward and kept falling into darkness. Chapter 4. Edgar had not intended to shift. He wanted to punch the smug bastards in the face, not claw them to pieces. It would have been far more satisfying to see the alpha who'd sold her standing in front of the council, answering for his crimes. But when Benedict said, "She's hurt," something broke loose in Edgar's head. The lion would not be denied. And though Edgar knew the girl wasn't his mate, she couldn't be his mate, it wasn't possible. The urge to protect and defend her overwhelmed him. And that pissed him off. He hadn't lost control like that since right after Anna died, when the idea of living was so painful he couldn't face himself in the mirror. He scowled as he stalked through the resort, Atticus at his side, and searched for additional perpetrators. Owen, the easygoing medic from Kaiser's Den of Bears, loitered after them as if on a Sunday stroll, though his combat experience in Iraq showed through as he methodically cleared room after room with only a pistol. Edgar liked Owen well enough, but that didn't mean he wanted non-family around when he felt like he was fraying around the edges. The rest of the Pride and most of the O'Shea pack helped sort through the willing and unwilling outside. Most were shocked to learn that there was a seedier side of the auction, but the alphas of the Blood Moon pack were jaded enough to question the veracity of even the most wide-eyed innocent, including the pink princess who still thought he and Kaiser were a couple. Edgar snorted, shaking his head, then waved away Atticus's raised eyebrow question. The bears had strange senses of humor. Edgar's teeth ground as he caught the scent of more wolves, a few cats, and turned toward the southern end of the resort. As soon as the rest of the Pride arrived, Logan took one look at Edgar and recommended he spend time in the emptier parts of the resort, the lions still too close to the surface to deal with the general shifter public. And Logan certainly didn't trust Edgar to guard the organizers, isolated in 2 separate rooms until the rest of the council arrived, or the surviving members of the pack that had sold Ivy. So Edgar hunted through the back rooms and bowels of the resort, searching for the holding area where other unwilling girls might be hidden. The 4 or 5 he'd seen couldn't have been enough for the crowd of men wanting to bid. There had to be more. Somewhere. They'd already interrupted the escape of the men who'd successfully fought and purchased the first 3 girls in the auction, and handed the girls over to Carter to calm down and check over. Atticus didn't speak, only followed as Edgar stormed through the empty halls. A maid in a pastel uniform jumped out of their way as Edgar nearly overturned her cart, dodging at the last minute to avoid it, and Atticus grumbled instructions for the woman to return to the break room and wait there until the management arrived. Edgar kept going, trying to concentrate on the myriad smells and emotions in the still air of the hotel as the hint of nervous wolf faded. He had to find the girls. Had to find them. They might be hurt, like... His fists clenched and he lurched to a stop as the lion flexed, snarled, wanted to return immediately to the room he'd rented at the resort, where Ivy lay unconscious. Edgar struggled, for the first time in a very long time, to control his lion. The beast had been quiet over the years after his mate died, as if resigned to living without passion, living without anything except anger and grief. And then that girl fought so desperately to save herself, and the bastards hurt her. The growl increased. Atticus cleared his throat, standing back and not making eye contact. She's as safe as she can be right now, man. Eloise is with her, guarding her, and you know no one is getting past Crazy Eyes. Edgar gritted his teeth, staring down the hall ahead of him as he wrestled with the lion. Logan only put her there because he doesn't trust Eloise to guard the sons of bitches who tried to buy the girls without turning them all to stone. She is a little trigger-happy. Atticus took a deep breath. But you know she won't let anyone past without zapping them. So the faster we clear this giant hotel, the faster you can get back to your girl. She's not mine. She's just hurt. It was a lame way to finish that sentence, and they both knew it. But Edgar couldn't think of anything else to add with Owen standing behind them, staring at the ceiling and humming tunelessly. She couldn't be his. He'd already lost his shot at happiness. His mate was dead. This girl just reminded him a little of his Anna, that was all. That was the only explanation for why his lion killed to avenge her pain. Let's go. Atticus followed in silence as Edgar searched, chafing against his youngest brother's judgment and the pants he borrowed after shifting shredded his favorite jeans. Yet another reason to hate the guys who sold Ivy. It would take him forever to break in another pair of jeans like that. They'd been perfect. He pushed away thoughts of whether someone might be able to save the jeans as a whiff of fear and rage drifted from a southward corridor. Atticus sensed it too, tensing next to him, and Edgar glanced down the long hall. 2 armed men guarded a pair of doors, scanning the hall for any threats. Atticus reached for a pistol from the back of his jeans, but Edgar waved him off. Even silver bullets didn't always stop shifters, and he didn't want the bastards to have enough time to duck into the room and hurt the girls. Edgar started to strip, using hand gestures to communicate his plan to Atticus and Owen so there was no chance the wolves would overhear, and when Atticus nodded, his expression one of long-suffering exasperation, Edgar shifted. He felt freer as a lion, if burdened by a sense of grief greater than even in human form. Somehow the lion felt Anna's loss more keenly. Edgar hadn't been able to shift for years after her death. The first time he tried, he nearly got stuck in lion form and walked into the woods to die. Only Logan pulled him back. Edgar shook off the thought and paced down a parallel hall to sneak up behind the guards. When he paused in a side corridor only a few feet beyond the guards, he stepped on the radio he'd carried. The click signaled Atticus, who was supposed to cause a distraction. The distraction turned out to be Owen, who stepped into the hall and called to the guards, "We're ready for the next 3. Edgar would have cursed if his lion mouth could have managed it. Stupid bear and his death wish. But it worked. The guards faced him, weapons ready, and one frowned. "Who the fuck are you?" "Jones sent me," Owen said cheerfully as Edgar snuck up behind the guards, placing each paw carefully so he barely disturbed the air. "Didn't you get the call?" Just as one of the guards raised his pistol to aim at Owen's head, Edgar leapt. His front paws collided with both guards, knocking them face down on the carpet of the hall, and he snarled, dug his claws into the men as they tried to maneuver their weapons. Atticus strolled up and dropped Edgar's clothes next to the prone men. "Change back, brother. We've got this." Edgar hesitated, for a wild moment wanting to shred the guards as well. They had to know where the girls would end up. Any real man would have helped them, not imprisoned them. The lion growled. Owen retrieved the shotgun and pistols the men carried, leaning under Edgar's bulk to search for additional weapons, then straightened and jerked his chin down the hall. "We can take a walk if you have business to take care of, Edgar." "He's not going to—" Atticus started, but Owen held up his hand to cut off the younger man, expression difficult to decipher. The bear's voice was so quiet even Edgar's lion hearing almost missed his words. "Sometimes justice comes quietly and alone. Maybe we need to take a walk." One of the men under his claws gurgled and struggled, and Edgar leaned more heavily on him to cut off the man's air. Atticus started to look alarmed when Edgar didn't immediately move. "Brother, you can't." He could. Edgar knew he could. It would be so easy. The rage of seeing Ivy collapse, covered in blood and smelling only like fear and pain, sustained him. He could rip the men to shreds and not regret it for a moment. The lion wanted to, ached to feel them come apart in his claws. And that made him pause. That way lay madness and zero control. Owen waited, the appropriated shotgun turned back on the guards, and shrugged when Edgar backed away. Edgar shifted back to human, breathing hard and not meeting Atticus's gaze, and dressed as quickly as possible. Owen trussed the guards up like Christmas turkeys, then radioed back to the rest of the group for extra help to guard them. The bear glanced at Atticus and said, "Keep an eye on them, big guy?" but didn't wait for an answer. He looked at Edgar with a critical eye, then nodded at the double doors. "I'll be the first in the door, brother." "I can—" "If their pal is on the inside and takes a shot, I'd rather it get me than you. You've got to worry about that lovely young lady waiting on the other side of the hotel. All I've got is bad memories and shrapnel." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes, and Edgar wanted to give the kid a beer. Maybe something stronger. Owen sighed, turning his attention to the doors. "Besides, you still look like you want to murder someone, and I'd rather the ladies see my pretty face than your ugly mug first off." Edgar bent to retrieve another pistol. "Fine, but for the record, your friend Kaiser thinks I'm a good-looking dude." Atticus snorted. Owen grinned, then kicked in one of the double doors and launched into the dark room. Edgar followed close behind, struggling to see and aim in the pitch black, and braced himself for a barrage of bullets or a machete or something. Nothing happened. Then Owen made a startled "woof" noise, and the sound of ripe melon hitting the ground sent Edgar's adrenaline surging. He managed to find the light switch just in time to duck as a chair sailed at his head. Edgar frowned, lowering his pistol as he scanned the room. Half a dozen women, in various stages between terrified and pissed as hell, stared at him. One pinned Owen to the ground. Edgar took a breath to order her to release the bear, but paused as Owen looked up at the girl, a dazzled expression on his face. The bear grinned, looking a little breathless. "Hi, I'm Owen. Nice to meet you." The girl kept an arm bar across his throat, clearly less enchanted than the kid. "We're walking out of here, and you're not going to stop us." "Wouldn't dream of it." Owen remained sprawled underneath her, arms over his head and shotgun forgotten, and managed to look like he'd planned the whole thing. "I've got a car if you want it. There's only half a tank of gas, and one of the tires needs air, but it should get you to where—" "Jesus, Owen." Edgar pinched the bridge of his nose and holstered the pistol. Have some pride, man. It's not every day an angel falls from heaven and lands on me, Edgar. Owen lifted his head enough to shoot Edgar a dirty look. So give us some privacy, will you? Edgar sighed, rubbing his temples, and held up his hands to get the attention of the rest of the women, most of whom carried makeshift weapons or guarded those who couldn't defend themselves. We're here to help you. You're free. We can help ourselves, the girl sitting on Owen said, leaning to retrieve his shotgun, and the bear made a grumbly, pleased noise as she expertly checked that it was loaded. She gave the bear a dark look, a deep southern accent making her words drip like honey. And we're all leaving. Alone. Absolutely. No one will stop you. Edgar clicked his radio and listened for a response from the rest of the team. Atticus spoke to someone in the hall, so reinforcements had arrived. We've shut down the auction. We would like to take statements from you all, then you're free to go wherever you want. We'll make sure you've got whatever you need before you head out. The girl shoved off Owen, kneeing him in the side, though the bear never stopped smiling, and scowled at Edgar. She had beautiful dark eyes. And who the hell are you? Before he could say anything, Owen went up on one elbow to watch her, for all the world lounging around on the floor because he wanted to and not because he'd been tackled. He's Edgar fucking Chase, darling, and I'm Owen. It's lovely to meet you. Edgar scowled, so apparently Kaiser couldn't keep his mouth shut. The girl snorted, for the first time relaxing her grip on the shotgun as she eyed Edgar but tilted her head at the bear on the floor. Is he always like this? Fortunately, no. Edgar glanced into the hall, then nodded to the other women. You're safe. The men responsible have all been captured. If there are others you want to implicate in what happened to you, we'll take those names and investigate. The women helped each other, some of the terrified ones barely able to walk without assistance, and filtered into the hall. Owen's girl aimed a sharp kick to the junk of one of the guards, pausing for a moment with the shotgun barrel pressed against the man's throat, and the bears and lions and wolves in the hall watched her in silence. Neither Edgar nor Owen, nor any of them, would stop her. One of the other women, with long dark hair and a tangled cascade down her back, caught the girl's arm. It's not worth it, Sita. The southern girl didn't move for a long time, then scowled and handed the shotgun to Owen. Fine. The bear followed on her heels, already in love, and Edgar stood back to supervise as the O'Shea pack roughed up the guards and frog-marched them back towards the holding area. Because the guards and most of the perpetrators were wolves, it fell to the O'Sheas and the other wolf pack in the city to administer justice. Edgar had no doubts about what that would look like, but for once it was nice to stand back as someone else did the work. Kaiser, frowning as he watched Owen trip over himself to guide the girls back towards the main part of the resort, shuffled up to lean on the wall next to Edgar. What the hell is wrong with that kid? An angel fell from heaven and landed on him. Edgar shook his head and checked his watch. It was well after midnight, and there was still plenty more to do before he could turn in for the night. Jesus Christ! Kaiser sighed and rubbed his hair until it stood up in spiky tufts, his beard in disarray. He's a mess without being in love. I might have to chain him up in the basement at this rate. Serves you right. I can't believe you told him what I said before the fight. Edgar picked up his radio and began the long trek back to the main lobby and ballroom, Kaiser lumbering next to him. Fight Club is Fight Club, man. You have to admit, roaring I'm Edgar fucking Chase is pretty memorable. I couldn't let that one go. The bear chuckled, but composed himself into silence when Edgar's scowl deepened. Sorry. Next time you go all kamikaze on me, I'll keep it to myself. I wasn't going to lose. One guy against 4 wolves? I had my doubts. You shouldn't have. Edgar glared at a subordinate wolf who paid a little too much attention to one of the women Owen led ahead of them. Kaiser slapped him on the back as they reached a main corridor, then shooed Edgar towards where their rooms waited. "Go take care of your girl. We've got this covered." "She's not my—" "Bullshit." Kaiser raised an eyebrow. "You don't charge into a fight like that unless there's a mate involved." "My mate is dead." Edgar felt a familiar shell harden around his heart as he stared down the empty hall, toward where Ivy hopefully slept peacefully and Eloise guarded her rest. "I just felt bad for this girl. That's it." "Well, I hope if I'm ever in trouble, you feel bad for me, too." The bear gave him a shove down the hall. "And you look like hell. Go rest. If I can pry Owen away from his angel, I'll send him to check on your girl's wounds. He can stitch her up if she hasn't healed." Edgar wanted to ignore Kaiser, wanted to storm into the mess of prisoners and start rendering justice. But the bear was right. Edgar was tired. To his bones. Exhaustion crept in until his muscles ached, and he turned toward the long hall without another word. He'd make sure Ivy was okay, then find himself a comfortable couch for the night. Maybe Logan would open up the mansion to the women who didn't have anywhere to go. The lion hoped with a quiet desperation that Ivy would come home with them, at least for a little while. Edgar didn't allow himself to hope. Chapter 5. I woke up again in a strange room, this one softly lit by a lamp in the corner, but I lay in a comfortable bed instead of sitting on a hard chair. Everything hurt. My back burned with an unhealthy fire, and my muscles ached all the way to my bones. Memories came back to me in a blur of faces and sounds and smells, but panic didn't follow. I vaguely remembered a girl with wild dark hair sitting in the chair next to the door, though it seemed I was alone when I woke. Trying to sit up only created spikes of pain in my back, and I bit back a cry. When I tried to roll to my feet, I nearly fell. Before I could try again, the door cracked open and light flooded the room. I braced for more bad news, more fighting, someone dangerous. But instead, the big blonde guy from before, the lion, eased into the room. He turned on another lamp so I could see better but wasn't blinded, and smiled. "You're awake. How do you feel?" "Terrible," I said, but it came out more of a croak. And I wore someone else's clothes. His clothes. The entire room smelled like him. I was in his bedroom, in his bed. My thoughts clicked a little too slowly. I started to move again, needing to get space, but the pain in my back erupted and I froze, not wanting to cry out. He took a deep breath, but didn't move. "My name is Edgar. I don't know how much you remember, but you're free. The guys who sold you are dead. We found a bag with your name on it in their rooms. I figured that was yours." I managed to nod, still watching him warily. "Good. There weren't many clothes in it, though." He shifted his feet, almost nervous, and I held my breath. Edgar gestured around the room. "You were hurt during the fight, so we put you in here to make sure you could rest. The clothes you wore were ruined for the most part, so my brother's mate put you in some of mine." "Brother's mate? The girl with the weird eyes?" A smile made him look younger, less hardened. "Yes, that's Eloise. She's a Gorgon, part Medusa. She paralyzes people, on purpose and on accident, so we had her guard you. Plus, she was madder than a wet hen, and we didn't want her to misfire." "Great," I said a little weakly. A Medusa? Who the hell were these people? "Who are you?" "I'm Edgar. Edgar Chase." He cleared his throat, then pointed at the side table next to the bed. "There are some painkillers in the bottle over there. You haven't healed much, though, so our medic might need to bandage your back again." "Painkillers." I glanced at the small bottle, then shook my head and steeled myself. I'd been through worse. I'd been in far more pain and managed to fight through it. I couldn't let this guy see me so weak and afraid. Weakness would get me killed. It didn't matter that his scent, the way he moved in the room, reassured me rather than making me panic. He didn't worry me, didn't make me nervous. I braced myself for the pain and gritted my teeth, forcing myself to sit up so I could face him a little more like an equal. I should have been worried that he didn't worry me more. "No pills," I said, and my voice came out like gravel. I still felt disoriented from whatever that damn Alpha gave me, and the room blurred around the edges even with the extra light. But deep down, part of the disorientation also felt like relief. I felt safe, for the first time in a very long time, even if the rational part of my brain knew there was no good reason to feel that way. The wolf part of me wanted to curl up with him in bed, but the Wolverine part of me didn't trust his motives. I cleared my throat and held up my hands to fend him off, even though he hadn't moved from where he stood near the door. "Just explain what happened, please." "Okay. May I sit?" He didn't move until I nodded, which made me eternally grateful. He settled into the chair near the door, and I wondered where the crazy-eyed girl went. She might be a good friend to have, all things considered. But Edgar Chase, with the short blonde hair and the shadow of a tattoo behind his ear, looked like a good friend to the wolf. I tried to listen as he started talking, slow and easy, but something about his eyes kept distracting me. "They put you in the auction, then knocked you out when you tried to escape. I fought for you and won, and we were in the back room to complete payment when you woke up. You said you hadn't gone willingly, and when the Alpha tried to escape, we fought. My brothers and I, and our allies, were here to stop the auction, or at least the part where women were sold against their will. So we fought them, and the organizers, and the rest of the men who wanted to buy girls." My throat closed. The others. I vaguely remembered a dark room with other women, crying and whispering and plotting. I blinked to clear the memories and the sudden disorientation, as that memory felt more real than the soft warmth and comfort of sitting in a room with him. "There are more, locked up, waiting." "We found them," he said gently. So careful and calm, even though his knee bounced with barely controlled energy. "They're fine. It's late, so we're staying here until tomorrow morning. They're in some of the suites down the hall, if you'd rather stay there." The knee bouncing grew a touch wilder, and he gripped his other leg as if it might fly off completely. I considered the safer option, staying among the women, even if I knew that wasn't really possible. Something about him calmed the wolf part of me, at least, and so far he'd been more respectful and careful of me than anyone I could remember since... I shoved away the thought and cleared my throat. "It's okay. If you don't mind me staying here, I'll stay here." Relief washed over his expression, and he relaxed a little in the chair. "I don't mind. At all. You're welcome to stay." He watched me closely for a few heartbeats, then took a deep breath. "We've cleared out all the people who were just here to meet someone, and we'll deal with the bad guys tomorrow. The Alpha's council will adjudicate what happens to them. Hopefully something distasteful, but we can talk more about that tomorrow. You need rest." "Why did you fight for me?" The question escaped before I thought how it would sound, but once it was said, I couldn't unsay it. Edgar looked thoughtful, at least, before he answered. His knee stopped jiggling when he thought. "Well, 2 reasons. You seemed familiar, and I wanted the chance to see if we knew each other from somewhere. And you were determined to make your own mind about where you went, particularly when you threw that guy over your shoulder. And I didn't like the idea of those guys telling you what would happen. So I figured I could convince them to stay out of your way." It all sounded good, but I still lay in his bed. He'd still bought me. Part of me rebelled against feeling anything for this man, even knowing my heart died with Jake years ago. Edgar might say all the right things and give me space, but that didn't make him any different from the other assholes in the crowd who wanted to buy a woman against her will. I moved slowly to shift my weight, desperate to ease the ache in my lower back, and he nearly jumped out of the chair. I squinted through the light and the pain, still wobbling, and began to reconsider the painkillers. It might be worth it just to sleep. They gave me wolfsbane, so I couldn't shift. The medic thought that was why you weren't healing. Edgar ran a hand over his short hair, and a tattoo peeked from his wrist as his shirt moved. It should wear off soon. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Do you want to shower or change? It was almost enough to make me smile. He seemed so desperate to help me, and for no reason that I could understand. I think I'm okay. For now. Good. He glanced over his shoulder at the door, and I wondered who waited outside. More of his brothers, maybe, or girls with crazy eyes. Edgar eased to his feet. I'll be out there if you need anything. Just shout and I'll hear you. Are you... I stopped myself, flushing with embarrassment as he paused and looked back at me. I felt like an idiot, some child scared of the dark, but there was no hope for getting any rest if I lay there alone. Maybe I'd been able to sleep earlier because the girl sat in the room with me, and her breathing reminded me I wasn't alone. I chewed my lower lip and concentrated on tracing the stitching on the heavy down comforter. I don't like the dark. They kept me alone in the dark, and I can't... Would you mind, if you could stay for a little while, I wouldn't mind. Would appreciate it. Imagine asking a stranger to sleep in the same room with me just so I wouldn't scare myself with bad dreams. I rubbed my forehead, already so disconcerted I couldn't look at him as Edgar took a deep breath. Of course I'll stay. Of course. This couch looks more comfortable than the floor out there anyway. And he smiled. I flushed as I smiled back, then tried to compose myself. I couldn't let my guard down yet. Definitely not around him and his easy smile and soft voice. This one was more dangerous than any of those loud assholes. Thank you. You're very welcome. Edgar moved quickly, efficiently, to pull a couple of pillows and a spare blanket from the top of the closet, making a simple bed on the couch before kicking off his shoes. He surveyed the room once more, then froze as I groaned and tried to lay down once more. Do you need anything? New skin? I wheezed, but propped myself up on my side, leaning forward against a pillow to relieve the pressure on my back. He smiled, but hid it, turning off one of the lamps before fussing with his cell phone. I can't help with that, but the wolfsbane should wear off pretty soon, and you'll feel much better. I both hoped and feared he was right. When I closed my eyes, though, I wasn't in the hotel room. I was in a much darker, more dangerous place. It took a long time before I relaxed in the half-light, even with the rough cadence of Edgar's breathing. Chapter 6. Edgar almost jumped out of his skin with the need to comfort her, to ease her pain, to help her, but the girl looked a half step away from losing control completely. So he stayed back, even though the lion fought him every second, and gave her space, and then thanked every deity he'd ever heard of when she tentatively asked him to stay in the room with her. He wouldn't have slept a wink if he'd been in the living room of the suite, and even though the couch in the bedroom was hard enough to pass for concrete, he felt 1,000 times more comfortable just being able to hear her breathe. His heart thawed a little, despite a sense of guilt that he betrayed Anna somehow by caring about this girl. He couldn't understand how this girl affected him so much, after so many years and so many other women failed to even distract him. He'd never cared about anyone that much after Anna died, and the worry drove him crazy, threatened to drive the lion over the edge completely. She couldn't be his mate. Couldn't be. And she didn't feel like his mate the same way that Anna had. Edgar moved on the couch, trying to find a more comfortable position, and punched the pillow under his arm. The girl's breathing hitched, and he froze, waiting to see if he'd disturbed her. She murmured and moved uneasily, but didn't wake, and Edgar started breathing again. She definitely didn't feel like Anna had, like he'd found the missing part of his soul. He still felt as if this girl belonged with him, as if they were linked or connected or kindred, but he couldn't understand why. He'd never heard of people who'd lost their mates finding another, but he hadn't known very many who survived their mates for a decade. Maybe the universe wanted to make it up to him. He closed his eyes against the memories, but Anna's face stayed in his thoughts. She would have liked Ivy, he knew. Edgar dozed, not letting himself fall too deeply asleep in case Ivy needed something. He'd texted his brothers not to disturb him until it was time to leave for the mansion. Apparently, Carter and the love-struck Owen convinced most of the women to stay at the Chase mansion for a few days, until they could get their bearings and all the trials were sorted out, so a convoy of vehicles would truck back to the city as soon as the sun rose. He wanted Ivy to be in that convoy, in his truck, right next to him. He didn't know what time it was when she started having nightmares, but he woke as her breath hitched and a pained noise escaped. Rather than rolling or adjusting her position to alleviate the pain from her back, she just flinched, her feet moving under the sheets, and his heart sank. Definitely nightmares. Edgar eased upright, torn. He wanted to wake her, but there was no telling how she would feel about a strange man standing over her bed in the dark. That might not help much. Edgar cleared his throat and said softly, "Ivy, wake up." Nothing. Her expression tightened. A frown deepened across her forehead, and her lips parted. A cry escaped, desperate and afraid, and his heart broke a little, cracked around the edges. Edgar took a deep breath and moved around the bed to stand nearer, pitching his voice a little louder. "Wake up, Ivy. It's just a dream." Her breath came faster, shallower. Her feet moved more, jerky and uncontrolled. He held his breath and touched her arm. "Ivy." She woke with a start and a cry, lashing out, and Edgar backed away. "I'm sorry. You were dreaming. Do you want a light?" "No," she croaked after a long moment, and from the hiccup in her breathing, he thought she cried. She curled up around the pillow and hid her face, hands clenched near her head. "Is it time to go?" "Not yet." Edgar returned to the couch and sat, but couldn't quite make himself lay back. She looked miserable, even if the wounds in her back should have healed. "Want to talk about it?" He caught the movement as she shook her head. He understood. There wasn't enough money in the world to get him to talk about his nightmares. Edgar started to put his feet up, but froze as her soft voice, small and uneasy, reached him through the darkness. "I don't think I can sleep more. Do you mind? Could we talk for a while?" "Of course." He sat up, hesitating, then shoved to his feet and took the 2 steps to the bed. He sat down on the edge, far from her, and eased back to lay on the mattress, staring up at the ceiling. And he counted it a victory that she didn't immediately flee, even though she tensed. He chose not to notice, trying to count the cracks in the ceiling through the darkness. "What do you want to talk about?" She sounded half asleep still, particularly as the silence stretched and her breathing slowed. "I was trying to find someone when the pack captured me. I think he's in the city. Can you help me find him?" Looking for someone. Edgar's heart sank. Looking for a mate, maybe? A replacement? someone she followed from wherever she left. It figured that the first woman who made his lion feel alive already had someone. He frowned at the darkness. He needed to man the fuck up already. He barely knew this girl. She owed him nothing, and it was her choice where she went and who she looked for. Of course, I know a couple of private investigators. One of them will certainly be able to find whoever you're looking for. It won't be easy, she said with a sigh, relaxing more. She even rolled a little closer to his side. He won't want to be found. Really? Edgar made a mental note to contact Smith, the investigator who'd helped Atticus's mate find her long-lost family. Why would he want to hide from you? Because I want to kill him. She said it so easily he thought for a moment he'd misunderstood, between the soft warmth of her body next to his arm and the sleepy quality of her sighed words. The lion purred, pleased with her strength and intoxicated by her scent. Ivy nuzzled against his shoulder, eyes closed, and murmured something he didn't quite catch. Then she smiled. He's the last one. When he's gone, I can finally move on. So many questions filled his brain that Edgar didn't know where to start. Why she wanted to kill him, how many came before this dude, what she planned to do when she moved on. He shook his head in the darkness and just closed his eyes. I'll help you if you need it, Ivy. Thanks. Ivy yawned and snuggled closer, hugging his arm to her chest. That's not my name, you know. Oh? Edgar wanted to turn toward her, to hold her tightly to his chest and cover her with his scent, but didn't dare move. It sounded like she was in that half-awake, half-dreaming place where nothing hurt and everything would be okay. Then what's your name? Isabel Victoria, she murmured, and a hint of pain crossed her face. They're my initials, I.V. They shortened it to Ivy. They? Who's they? Edgar leaned close enough to kiss her forehead, inhaling from her hair. God help him, he might be lost. He might be in a great deal of trouble with this one. His lion and his heart didn't know how to deal with love anymore. He was too out of practice. The bad guys? The doctors? She looked pained again, then shook her head as if to banish the thought. He's the last one. Once he's gone, I can move on. Good. Edgar pulled the comforter up and over them both, wanting her to be snug and warm, and adjusted the pillows around them. He'll be gone soon. She smiled as her breathing deepened, and he knew she slept. Edgar didn't, staring up at the ceiling, and hoped with every ounce of his being that she wasn't talking about the same bad guys who'd hurt Atticus's mate, Sophia. Just the possibility that she'd been through something similar to Sophia, held against her will and experimented on, drove his lion into a frenzy, and it sounded like Ivy remembered it all. He closed his eyes and counted her breaths in the near silence. If there was only one bad guy left, she would have the entire Chase pride behind her to finish the bastard off. Chapter 7. I woke when the cotton-covered mountain beside me moved and cool air rushed under the sheets to prickle my skin. I froze, both panic and relief surging in my chest, as a man untangled himself from me, and the sheets, and my cheeks heated. The night before came back in pieces, being dozy with pain and exhaustion, finally feeling safe, talking in whispers in the darkness. At least my back didn't hurt anymore, even though my chest ached with embarrassment. Edgar sat on the edge of the mattress and yawned, rubbing his jaw, then smiled at me as he got to his feet. I'll order breakfast. Anything in particular you want? I shook my head, unable to speak through the mortification, Imagine asking him to stay and talk with me, then snuggling right up to him like I knew him, like he knew me and wanted me to paw all over him. Edgar yawned again and shuffled out of the room, shutting the door quietly behind him, and I covered my face with the sheets. Holy crap. And part of me knew the embarrassment was more from having never slept next to a man before, rather than asking this particular man to stay with me. Waking up with him had been nice, if surprising, and I wouldn't mind repeating it. I couldn't remember having nightmares other than the one before he climbed into the bed, and I wondered if maybe Edgar was the reason I could finally sleep. I shook it off and forced myself out of bed so I could use the facilities and check the wounds on my back. By the time I finished and washed my hands, assured that my back had scarred over and wouldn't bother me more, Edgar had returned to the room. He pressed a cup of hot coffee into my hands as he moved around the room, purpose in every line of his body. I accepted the mug and kept out of his way, standing at the wall next to the bathroom. Edgar gathered up a few things and tossed them towards a duffel bag near the door, then glanced up at me. "You feeling better? Sleep okay?" I nodded, using a sip of hot coffee to delay having to answer, and finally said, "Yes, thank you." I felt unbearably shy as the handsome man smiled and offered a clean t-shirt and jeans. "I borrowed these from Eloise for you, if you want to change. You're welcome to wear my shorts as long as you like, of course, but we'll be in the car and out and about more today. Eloise thought you'd want real clothes." "Thanks." I took the jeans and checked the size, relieved that apparently Eloise also had hips and an ass, and gestured at the bathroom. "I'll just change." "Take your time." Edgar nodded at the door. "I'll be out there. No rush, but we're supposed to leave for the city in about an hour." I frowned at the clothes, distracted, but looked up as he slid through the door. "Edgar?" "Yes?" And his smile broadened. Heat rose in my cheeks. It was the first time I'd said his name. "Thank you. Really." "You are most welcome." He even winked, and then the door closed and he disappeared. I fled to the shower and took the hottest shower of my life, standing under the stream and staring at the dingy tile as I tried to figure out what the hell I was going to do. I'd been close to figuring out where Marcus Keller hid, had chased him all the way to the city, until the pack found me and thought I was a lone wolf crossing their territory. I couldn't let Keller escape. He was the last of the bastards responsible for the medical experiments and my imprisonment for over 5 years. And Keller was the ringleader, the bankroll and the brains behind the whole scheme. He was the one who walked through the labs and the cells where they kept us. He was the one who cajoled the kids into cooperating or ordered the doctors to sedate us. He was the one who said when someone was more trouble than it was worth to keep feeding them. He brought in the new prisoners. I hated him. Hated his face. Hated everything about him. I'd collected newspaper clippings and online articles about him, scouring them for information on where he lived. After the way things ended at the facility, he became extremely private, or so they reported. And rightly so, since some of his experiments escaped. He was entirely human, and he'd tortured a load of shifter kids into near psychopathy. Then the kids escaped. He was right to be afraid. But no one else had found him. Not yet. Until me. Until 3 weeks earlier when I got the final clue, the headquarters address of his pharmaceutical company. I planned to haunt the headquarters and the parking garage and the restaurants nearby. I had plenty of time. I would find him and finish him, as long as Edgar Chase didn't distract me from Keller. I jolted back to reality as the water cooled, and rinsed my hair quickly before ducking out of the shower and drying off with some of the sandpaper towels. I'd wasted about 20 minutes in the bathroom, daydreaming about killing Keller, so I rolled my hair into a bun and got dressed as quickly as possible. And then I faced the door to the other room, where Edgar waited. The smell of food gave me enough courage to open the door and slide into the living room. My stomach rumbled and growled, and Edgar glanced up from a newspaper as I walked in. 4 massive trays of food covered a long coffee table, laden with every type of breakfast and brunch food imaginable. He frowned at the spread and gestured for me to take a seat on the couch next to the armchair he'd claimed. "Sid, more coffee?" I managed to nod, still feeling off balance at being the sole recipient of his attention, and stared at the spread of food. I felt almost lightheaded. Edgar handed me a fresh cup of coffee and a plate, and started to fill the plate with eggs and waffles and bacon as he spoke. "We're leaving in about 40 minutes, headed back to the city. Most of the women decided to stay for a few days, so we'll have a couple of the ladies in the car with us. When we get back to the mansion, we can plan the next steps for finding that guy you're looking for." The food tasted like ash in my mouth, and I almost choked on a forkful of eggs. "What?" "The bad guy you're after." He frowned as he dropped a couple of sausages onto his plate, rolling one up in a pancake before taking a bite. He raised his pale eyebrows at me. "I called my investigator. He's ready to meet tomorrow morning. He's a good guy, very capable. I need to catch up with him on a few other issues we're working on together, but there will be plenty of time for you to bring up anything you want him to work on." My heart caught in my throat. I didn't entirely remember telling him about Keller, or exactly what I'd said, but there wasn't any other way for him to know. I broke a piece of bacon into little bits, suddenly not that hungry. "Is he expensive?" "He's on retainer." Edgar said it casually, dismissively, as if money weren't a problem, as if he hadn't even considered it. "So no charge to you, because I pay him regardless." He smiled a bit, then picked up the paper once more. "I'll let you eat in peace, unless you've got questions." When I shook my head, he settled back in the armchair, reading the world news section and periodically making another pig in the blanket out of a pancake and sausage. The silence felt comfortable more than anything, and without the full force of his personality on me, I could focus on the plate in front of me. Even though my thoughts raced, trying to figure out what I could and couldn't tell him about Keller before I jeopardized my vengeance, I emptied and filled and emptied my plate again. When I finally sat back with a groan, stuffed with food up to my nose, Edgar smiled at the newspaper and handed me a section. "We've got a few minutes yet." He exuded calm, totally unrushed and unconcerned, at peace. His demeanor slowed my heart rate and the anxiety that gripped me, stilled the tremble in my hands. Edgar didn't seem in any hurry as his phone rang a few minutes later. He glanced at it, then answered without looking away from the paper. "Yeah, Benedict? Okay, we'll be out front." I braced myself for leaving the safety of the suite and his undivided attention, suddenly uncertain about whether I wanted to leave. He felt like an oasis of calm, and just outside that suite waited a maelstrom of anger and anxiety and complications, stress and obligations. I held my breath, staring at the food that still remained. It seemed a shame to leave it all. A knock at the door made me jump, and Edgar squeezed my shoulder as he went to answer it. The giant bear of a man seemed vaguely familiar. He grinned when he saw me and walked into the room after shaking Edgar's hand. "Good morning, Ivy. How are you feeling?" "Good, thanks." I wobbled to my feet, offering a hand as well. "I'm sorry, I don't remember your name." He pressed my fingers delicately, as if he feared breaking me, and winked. "I don't think I had time to introduce myself before Edgar went into beast mode and we got distracted. I'm Barrett Kaiser, but most everyone calls me Kaiser. It's nice to see you again." "Nice to meet you," I managed to say, for some reason blushing as he smiled. He took up a lot more space than Edgar did, even though Edgar was no shrinking violet, but managed to edge past me to study the coffee table. He raised his eyebrows and gestured at the food. "Are you finished eating? Want to take anything for the road?" "No, I'm stuffed. Thanks." I looked up as Edgar reappeared from the bedroom, carrying his duffel bag, and shoved my hands in my pockets. "Where did they leave my bag?" "Just over there," he said, and nodded at the closet near the door. "Dig in, Kaiser, we're done. Finish it off. We'll see you back at the house?" The big man waved him off, all his attention on the piles of food as he started mowing through a substantial quiche Lorraine, and Edgar smiled as he held out his arm to me. "Ready?" Relief at holding my own suitcase, filled with my files and research, gave me the courage to slip my hand into the crook of his elbow, and Edgar held his arm close to his side so my fingers stayed warm as we walked through the resort. In the lobby, I flushed at the stares of the men and women who greeted Edgar, including a few men who looked a great deal like him, and tried not to trip over my own feet. An enormous SUV idled in the drive, right next to the doors, and the skinny guy from the night before opened the passenger door for me. "Hey there, you've got shotgun." Edgar gave him a dark look. "If you ride with me, Benedict, you keep your mouth shut. Got it?" The skinny guy affected a wounded look, clearly offended. "Edgar, brother, I'm hurt. We have a lot to talk about." "No, we don't." Edgar smiled at me as he nodded at the truck. "Climb in, the heat's on. You'll get cold out here. We have a couple others riding with us, so it'll be just a minute." He continued to argue with his brother as they went to put the suitcases in the back, but I caught only snatches of the conversation. The result, at least, was clear. Skinny Benedict waited in the lobby with a sour look on his face as Edgar and a giant bruiser escorted 3 women through the lobby and out to the car. I recognized a few of them from the blurry memories of the holding area, and smiled tentatively as they loaded into the back of the SUV. Edgar got in the driver's seat and fiddled with the radio and heat controls. He picked up a handheld radio from the cup holder and adjusted the knobs, then clicked the button a few times. "Logan, how do you copy?" "Good copy," a voice crackled through the radio. "We're 10 minutes behind you." "Got it." Edgar put the radio down and smiled at me. "Ready?" I nodded, but sank a little lower in the seat as I felt a couple of the women staring at me, wondering, maybe, how I ended up in the front seat and why I hadn't stayed in the same rooms with them. Maybe wondering if I'd already shacked up with Edgar. I gnawed on my lower lip as I stared out the window and the SUV pulled away from the resort. I said a silent prayer that I would never see that place again, that maybe lightning would strike it and burn it to the ground that evening. Edgar didn't seem like the talkative type in general, but he had to sense the growing tension of the women in the car. Maybe no one told them what he told me. Maybe they'd been in the dark since being freed the day before. I debated starting that conversation, opening up the lines of communication, but that might mean establishing a relationship with the women. I didn't have time for that. I couldn't risk becoming a leader or responsible for them in any way. Obviously, Edgar and his friends had a sense of responsibility for caring for them, so there really wasn't any reason for me to get involved. I drew my legs up on the seat and hugged my knees to my chest, resting my chin on my knee as I pondered. Before I could decide what to do, Edgar cleared his throat and glanced in the rearview mirror. "I don't know how much they told you, but we're headed to my family's house outside the city. You're welcome to stay there as long as you like. We've got plenty of room. The council wants to speak with each of you about where you came from and where you'd like to go, but the decision is yours. You're welcome to join the existing packs or prides, or even start your own." "What council? What's being done with the ones who put us in the auction?" "The Alphas Council. It's all the Alphas from around the city. They got together several months ago to resolve common issues and threats to the shifters in the city. It's a good thing for the most part, once all the egos are set aside." One of the women, sitting in the far back, made a rude noise. "How do they all fit in the same room with all that ego?" I bit my lip to keep from smiling. Edgar managed to keep a straight face. "It's a large room, and they'll be meeting later this afternoon to figure out what to do with the auction organizers as well as the men who put you all into it. You'll be asked for a statement and recommendation. Since you all have a blood feud claim against whoever tried to sell you, you could demand their death and the council would execute it." Silence reigned. I swallowed a knot in my throat. Edgar had already executed the alpha and 2 betas who'd tried to sell me. The 3rd beta had apparently not been at the auction, had disappeared back into his pack as if innocent of any wrongdoing. I gritted my teeth and considered adding him to my list of things to do. I'd only just pared it down to the one name. It seemed like a step back to add someone new. I jumped when Edgar reached over and caught my hand, squeezing it, and I flushed. Or maybe I could just let this one go. The alpha was gone, the tall beta as well, and they were the ones who'd taken joy in imprisoning me, in selling me. One of the girls in the back, the youngest of them all and barely 18 if she was a day, played with her hair and fidgeted in her seat. "So we don't have to go back to the pack if we don't want to? And you won't tell them?" Edgar glanced at her in the mirror, and I held my breath. The girl sounded so young, so afraid. I remembered her as being inconsolable, shaking to the point she nearly vomited in the holding area, and none of the other women could comfort her. I hoped she found safety and comfort somewhere, whether with Edgar's family or another pack that would shelter her until she could stand on her own. I'd known a few girls like her, and still worried about what became of them. Edgar's hands flexed on the steering wheel, but his voice came out gentle and kind. "You don't have to go anywhere you don't want to, and you don't have to see anyone you don't want to. We won't say a word about you to anyone. If you want your old pack to think you disappeared after the auction, we're happy to let them think that. If you only want to contact a few people, we can help with that too." Some of the tension left her, and she leaned back in the seat. "Good," she sighed, and it seemed like only a moment before she slept. The rest of the ride was mostly silent, the quiet broken by the crackle of Edgar's radio as we grew closer to the city. His brothers drove SUVs behind us, and I wondered why Edgar led the convoy. He wasn't the alpha, although he probably could have been if he chose, but I sensed that family was more important to him than power, and that warmed my heart until I looked over at him and smiled, and didn't even realize it until he glanced at me and smiled back. I blushed so much I almost opened the window so the cold air could drive the heat from my cheeks. I needed to keep it together. I'd barely recovered my equilibrium by the time he pulled up to the massive wrought iron gate and a long, tree-lined drive. He typed a code into a small panel, and the gate slowly rattled open. I held my breath as we drove up to the largest house I'd ever seen in real life. It truly was a mansion. Edgar pulled into a giant circular drive and parked the car, but I couldn't move even after he killed the engine and got out. It had to be at least 4 stories tall and had multiple wings with a 2-level wraparound porch. My heart sank. I was in over my head with these guys. No wonder Edgar didn't bother to put a price to the investigator. Money didn't matter to him. I gulped for air as he opened my door and raised his eyebrows. "Are you okay?" "When you said mansion, I thought—" I shook my head, but took his hand as I slid out of the car, eyes still glued to the stately building behind him. Edgar laughed as he released my arm and opened the back door so the other girls could clamber out. "Well, it's a bit much for me, but Logan wanted enough room for all of us to live together with our families, so he went a little overboard." I hesitated before heading for the porch as Edgar carried both of the suitcases towards the door, uneasy with the idea of just walking into a house that size. Surely security would show up and question what I was doing there. Did I have to take my shoes off? Was I dressed up enough? Edgar glanced back, raising an eyebrow when he saw I hadn't followed, but he waited until I caught up. "But I'm glad he got a little overzealous with the architect, because now we have more than enough room to welcome new friends." He smiled at the other women, encouraging, and glanced up as a few more SUVs rumbled up the drive. I opened my mouth to ask whether there was a side entrance we could use, something less intimidating than the pillared double doors with massive wrought iron scrolling, but froze as the doors flung open and a smiling girl appeared. Her red hair hung in long ringlets around her. She shaded her eyes as she searched the driveway and the approaching cars. "Is Atticus coming, Edgar?" My heart stopped when I saw her. Sophia. It had to be her. I'd thought her dead or worse. My legs went numb and I lurched to a halt, unable to move. Bands compressed my chest. I managed to croak, "Soph?" She froze, all the color draining from her face, and she spun slowly to face me. Edgar looked between us, expression suddenly guarded. The girl blinked, and her throat jumped as she swallowed. She shook her head, her entire body trembling as she looked at me. Who are you? You don't remember me?" The cars pulled up behind us and doors started slamming, a lot more people surrounding me. I couldn't look away from her. I'd wondered about what happened to her every day for the last 10 years, and somehow she'd ended up with the Chase brothers, at home in their gigantic mansion. She shook her head, still trembling, then went rigid. Edgar cursed, calling out, "Atticus!" as he dropped the suitcases and got between the girl and everyone else. The women from our SUV backed up, looking for places to hide, but I remained where I was. Sophia shuddered and suddenly collapsed into a snow leopard. She yowled and her claws bit into the white wood of the porch, and I smiled. I hadn't seen her in a long time either. Chapter 8. Edgar swore as Sophia went into an uncontrolled shift for the first time in weeks and got between her and everyone else. Well, he got between her and Ivy, less concerned about the others. It seemed Ivy recognized her, and maybe Sophia remembered Ivy. Either way, his suspicions about the evil doctors looked confirmed. He prayed Atticus got there quickly, and a roar behind him made Edgar close his eyes. He needed Atticus in human form, not as a lion. But the lion paced past him without a second look or moment of hesitation and nuzzled the panicking snow leopard on the porch. Edgar exhaled, though he didn't look away from where Sophia stared at Ivy. "Okay, everyone inside. My office. Carter, if you would call Natalia and have her show the ladies to their rooms. Ivy, wait here with me for a moment." And he was glad he put his arm out to keep Ivy back, though she seemed inclined to go up and pet the snow leopard, as Sophia bolted for the vast grounds around the mansion. Atticus grumbled and chased after her, his tail lashing the air, and Edgar scowled as Benedict strode past and into the house, particularly since Benedict waggled his eyebrows at Ivy and nodded at where the snow leopard dodged Atticus's efforts to pin her down. Their idea of flirting. Cute, isn't it? Ivy frowned at where they ran, then sighed. "I'm glad she's okay." Edgar caught her elbow and tugged Ivy toward the house. "Before we get into how you know her, let's get out of the cold. Atticus will bring her in shortly, I'm sure, and we need to get Logan and the others involved in this conversation." Her expression went blank, and she withdrew a little. Her gaze went distant. "Very well." Edgar wanted to swear and hit something, but instead he only led the way through the mansion towards his office. Ivy hung back, hesitating near the door, then followed him, though every line in her body screamed her discomfort. He wondered what caused it. Him, Sophia, the house, his brothers. He pushed away the thought as he shoved open the door to his office. Ivy paused next to the large wrought iron cage up against one wall, frowning as she studied it and ran her fingers along the bars. "You have a cage in your office?" "It's for Sophia, mostly." He went behind his desk to check some of the security cameras, relieved to see that Atticus had his snow leopard by the nape of her neck and was dragging her through the house. The rest of his brothers filed into the office, and Edgar left the desk, gesturing for Logan to take the comfortable chair, before he nodded for Ivy to sit. She chose one end of the soft leather couch, her expression still distinctly lacking in emotion as she crossed her legs and watched him coolly. She opened her mouth to ask something, frowning, but paused as Atticus the lion strode in, Sophia yowling as he dragged her into the cage and pinned her there. Edgar shut the cage door and slid the bolt home, and Atticus harumphed a sigh as he lay down next to Sophia. Her snow leopard swatted him, but eventually curled into his side as well. Edgar glanced around to make sure all of his brothers were there when Carter walked in and quietly shut the door to the office. When he was satisfied they didn't need anyone else to witness the conversation, he turned to Ivy. "Okay, then. Can you explain?" She sat there, alone but looking unafraid, and folded her arms over her chest. "If she's Sophia Fraser, I know her. Used to know her. We were imprisoned together. Well, we were all held separately, but in the same facility." "The medical facility," Logan said slowly, his blue eyes locking on Edgar. Edgar's heart sank. More of the shifter kids stolen and experimented on. Ivy glanced at him, a cold mask settling over her. "Yes." Edgar studied the snow leopard in the cage, unnerved by the lack of emotion in Ivy. He didn't like seeing her so closed off. "Do you know what they did to her?" Ivy studied her nails, though her voice went quiet. "Mostly. They were testing something for controlling shifts, so they could flip a switch." She snapped her fingers before going on, "and have someone shift. They tried it on her, but after they did it, her shifts were completely uncontrollable. I got used to dealing with her as a snow leopard, since she spent most of her time in animal form toward the end." "The end?" Carter sank into one of the club chairs, dwarfing the chair with his bulk, but somehow looking less threatening, despite overwhelming the furniture. "Whose end?" Ivy got a faraway look, then scrubbed her hands over her face and sighed. "I owe her my life, you know. The doctors eventually got sick of tranquilizing her, and she was too dangerous to just let roam around, even as a 13-year-old. One of us overheard them talking about putting her down. They wanted to harvest some blood or something, so they put it off, and that gave us enough time to plan." Edgar was suddenly glad that Atticus was already in lion form. Otherwise, his brother might have gone through the roof with rage at hearing someone deliberately damaged Sophia and then planned to kill her to get rid of the problem. He waited for Ivy to go on, holding his breath. She frowned down at her borrowed jeans, picking at a loose thread. "I'd wanted to escape for a while, and since I was the oldest, everyone looked to me on how we could make it happen. So I led them out of there. We barely made it. Had to kill a couple of guards, and a few of us were badly injured when they started setting off booby traps and things to slow us down. But we made it out of there. By then, though, Sophia was so sick." She trailed off and watched the snow leopard in the cage as she pushed her paws into Atticus's face, both of them purring. Ivy took a deep breath, finally lifting her gaze to Edgar's in challenge. "She was so sick we couldn't help her. She had seizures. She threw up all over the place. She couldn't eat or drink, and she was dying. I knew she was dying. We took her to a hospital and left her at the emergency room so they could save her, get her better. I went back the next day to get her, but she disappeared. I tried to find records for her at the hospital, but no one remembered seeing her or treating her or knew anything about where she might be." Ivy looked away as her voice caught, and Edgar knew he didn't imagine the sheen of tears in her eyes. She wiped briefly under her eyes before going on. "I thought she'd died, or the bad guys found her, took her back. I wondered every day if she was okay, if she somehow made it to someplace safe and good like we used to talk about." "She did," Logan said, voice rough with emotion that never showed on his face. "It took a little while, but she did. She's fine." "I'm glad." Ivy nodded, folded her hands in her lap, and looked at Edgar, waiting for the next question. He didn't like her sitting alone, facing a line of his brothers as if she were on trial. He picked up one of the warm blankets he kept in the cool office and walked it over to her, easing onto the other end of the couch so he could be close to her. He frowned at where Benedict poked at some of his books, irritated at the lawyer's inability to keep his hands to himself, but Edgar faced Ivy as he spoke. "You were the oldest one there?" "Yes. I was there the longest, too, although I suppose someone could have been there longer after I left. I tried to get everyone out, but they kept us all in different dorms, so I don't really know how many were left behind." Her lips compressed to a knife slash, regret making her eyes darken. "So how did you survive there so long without them deciding to off you?" Benedict juggled a few trinkets from the bookshelf, raising his eyebrows in challenge. Ivy didn't take the bait, giving the lawyer a blank look, as if she couldn't figure out why he was there. "I was more valuable to them. Even when I acted up, they didn't threaten to kill me. They didn't try any of the really dangerous experiments on me. Just took samples." "Why were you more valuable?" Logan leaned on the desk, frowning as he studied her. "My mother was a wolf, and my father was a wolverine." Her head tilted as she looked around the office, unseeing. "I can turn into both." "That's impossible," Benedict said, shaking his head. Carter sighed. "Anything is possible." Ivy's expression hardened. "That's why they took me. Why they murdered my family. They knew I could turn into both, and they wanted to create more shifters who had multiple animals. The doctors wanted to figure out how to replicate me, maybe expand it into 3 or 4 or more animals. No one else could shift into different animals." Edgar's heart sank as he looked at her, even as he desperately wanted to see what she looked like as a wolf and a wolverine. But those few words, "They murdered my family," told him all he needed to know about her. Alone, captured, abused and tormented, experimented upon, and finally forced to escape to save a younger girl. He wanted to hold her, wanted to comfort her, and the lion fought to get closer, just to touch her, to show her she wasn't alone. But the silence stretched as the men struggled to comprehend what she said, what she meant. It was too horrible to really understand. Children taken from their families and... Edgar shook his head. It couldn't be true. Ivy looked around at them, then rubbed her temples with a short, pained laugh. "It was a breeding program, guys. They wanted to breed super shifters, not just multi-shifters, but the biggest and baddest hybrids. Combine the strength of a bear with the speed of a cheetah and the balance of a leopard, the pack mentality of the wolves and the determination of badgers. They wanted super shifters. Weapons." Logan shook his head in immediate rejection of the idea, lurching to his feet. That's not possible. It's not. It's unbelievable. That couldn't have been going on under our noses. It just isn't possible." Edgar wished he was right, but when Edgar watched Ivy, he knew she spoke the truth. And his heart ached to think of the price she paid, all the unknown pain she'd suffered through, as well as the mysteries in Sophia's past. He covered his eyes with a hand so he wouldn't see the snow leopard, asleep against Atticus's massive paws. Ivy sighed, sounding resigned. It was a breeding program, and it got a lot worse. Edgar wanted to stop her. He didn't know if he could hear anymore. Chapter 9. I waited for them to react or say something, or even just to blink, but no one moved. Even Edgar couldn't look at me. I wondered what went through their minds after I'd admitted what I'd been in, and part of me rebelled at the amount of detail I'd given. I barely knew these men, and certainly didn't know them well enough to start confessing Sophia's secrets as well as my own. I glanced at the snow leopard in the cage, uneasy with the way the lion watched me. It seemed like an eternity until the one behind the desk took a deep breath. "What did you do after you escaped? Sophia has been free for some time." 10 years, give or take. I ran my fingers over the buttery leather of the couch, wanting to curl up on the soft cushions with Edgar. My cheeks heated at the thought. There was no damn reason to think about snuggling with him. I cleared my throat and pushed away the memories, tried to believe I told a story about someone else or repeated the plot of a crappy B-grade movie. We tried to stay together as a group, but we were too damaged, I think. Some wanted to go find their families and packs again, and some of us didn't have anyone to return to. So we went our separate ways. The morning I parted from the last of them, when we looked at each other and knew we wouldn't see each other again, started my sinuses burning and a heaviness settled on my chest. I hadn't even liked her, really, but she was my last link to the program and I wasn't sure I could survive without someone else. I'd learned since then, but the memory still hit me like a brick in the face. I shook myself, a little surprised to see that Edgar had edged closer on the couch until he could touch my hand. I wouldn't admit it to him, but the comfort of his presence was all that let me continue. "I went back to the facility." "You went back?" Benedict leaned forward in disbelief. "Yes." I shrugged. I didn't have anything. I didn't know where to go. I couldn't go to college or even get a real job, since I didn't want the bad guys to find me. I had to stay off the grid. But I wanted to know what they'd done and why, so I went back. The facility was sort of abandoned, just minimally guarded, and it looked like some human cops were trying to get in. The medical guards held them off, and when they were busy arguing with each other, I snuck back in. "Now I know you're crazy," Benedict said under his breath, and Edgar shot him a dirty look. I ignored him. So lost in the past, I barely heard Edgar tell his brother to shut the hell up. I could still taste the smoke in the air around the facility as they incinerated records. What I hoped were records, but feared might be people. It had been winter, snow falling softly all around, and I shivered for days afterwards. I needed to know what happened and why. I had to know. I knew where they kept the records and the results of the experiments, so I managed to find my way there without being spotted. One of the interns was in there, shredding everything he could get his hands on. He flipped out when he saw me, tried to dart me, then to shoot me. Edgar's hand tightened on mine until my bones creaked. I glanced at him, struck by a sudden thought. A guy like that, with an office as fancy as that one, and living in a house that big. "I could use a drink, if you've got something handy." Edgar didn't move, but the calm brother, the one they called Carter and who believed anything was possible, retrieved a couple of glasses and a cut glass bottle from inside a giant globe. A globe? Weird. I waited until Carter splashed some whiskey into one of the glasses and offered it to me to go on, taking a sip to steel my courage. "I didn't kill him. I put him in one of the cages. He didn't like that, but that's no surprise, right? Nothing likes to be caged." I hesitated as I looked at the cage in Edgar's office, where his brother and sister-in-law dozed, and chewed my lip. "I mean, don't worry about it," the oldest brother, Logan, said from the desk. He was methodically tearing pieces of paper apart, though no hint of tension showed in his face. He seemed perfectly calm, apart from the growing pile of confetti in front of him. "We don't like it either, but it was safer for her at the time. We can talk more about that later, if you don't mind. Please go on." My eyebrows arched as I watched him, uneasy with the degree of control. He looked like he might go full-on beast mode at any moment. He could flip out regardless of what I said, and I was pretty sure from looking at the other guys that only Edgar stood a chance of putting him in a cage. I took a deep breath, but a gentle squeeze from Edgar convinced me to go on. I took as many files as I could. I wanted evidence, but I also wanted to know what they'd done to the others, in case there was a way to tell them, or their families, or to right a wrong. Eventually. And then I ran. I studied everything I could to figure out what they did and why, and I came up with a list of 9 guys who were responsible for everything that happened. All human. I had to throw back the rest of the drink to keep going, needing the warm rock in my stomach to thaw my extremities. I'd never told anyone this. I still couldn't believe I was telling them. Edgar refilled my glass and drew me closer against his side, his arm draping over my shoulders in a comforting weight. I didn't mean to, but I leaned against him, and flushed, because his brothers watched without expression and I had no idea what they thought. I looked down at where the glass rested on my thigh, where his leg touched mine. And since I had nothing else to do, nothing else to hold on to, I started searching for them. I searched for them, and I found them, and then I crossed them off the list. I was about to get the last one when that damn pack cornered me. I was sick. I didn't smell them coming, and then they told me I could either mate with one of the betas or they'd put me in the auction. I tried to escape, but I was still sick, still fighting something off. And then we were at the auction, and you know the rest of that story. I leaned my head against the back of the couch and closed my eyes as I finished the second drink. I didn't even care that it was barely past noon. I could be drunk before dinner if I wanted. Edgar leaned over to nuzzle against my hair, his voice quiet. The 8 individuals you found. Did you kill them? I took a deep breath, debating whether to tell them. But I only sighed and opened my eyes, looking at each of them in turn, daring them to judge me. They all had terrible car accidents, tragedies, terribly unfortunate. Benedict snorted, shaking his head, but it was Logan who spoke, hands braced on the desk, and looked at me evenly. I would have preferred to tear them apart with my own claws, just for the satisfaction, but to each their own. I imagine car accidents were more efficient, less likely to draw attention. Something in my chest eased. Maybe they weren't so bad. They certainly understood the draw of vengeance. As Edgar refilling my glass distracted me, there was a grunt and a flurry of activity from the cage. Sophia and Atticus were both in human form once more, and completely naked. But she trembled, staring at me like I was a ghost, and leaned against Atticus as if she couldn't sit up on her own. I felt terrible for her fear, but part of me rejoiced that I could see her again. I wanted to ask why they stayed in the cage, but before I dared ask, Sophia leaned forward. I know you, but I don't know from where. It's good to see you again, Soph. Really, really good. I wanted to smile, wanted to encourage her, but it felt like my face would crack or I would start crying and never stop. Do you remember anything? Nothing before the orphanage. Her wide eyes remained locked on me, disconcerting in their intensity. She tried to remember me through sheer force of will. And an ugly seed of jealousy planted itself in my heart. She didn't remember anything. She wasn't burdened by the memories. She didn't see their faces every moment she closed her eyes. She didn't remember the pain and fear and loneliness. I'd give almost anything to forget. I cleared my throat around a sudden knot, not able to meet her gaze any longer. It's better that way. It's a charity. When my voice broke, Edgar held me closer, wrapped his other arm around me until he nearly engulfed me. No one else spoke for a long time as I fought for control, and Sophia stared at me, desperate in her own way. As I tried to straighten and untangle myself from Edgar, the door to the office swung in and 2 women entered. One looked at least 4 or 5 months pregnant, a small basketball on her stomach, and the other looked like she'd bitten into a lemon. A wolf. An alpha wolf. Her eyes went straight to me, and she arched an eyebrow, maybe waiting for me to make obeisance. I bristled at the challenge, the requirement, and glared at her. The woman froze, eyes narrowing as she scowled at me, and even though Carter said something to her, she didn't move. My heart jumped, started to pound. I would have to fight her. I wouldn't duck my head or roll over to show my belly to her. I wasn't always a wolf, and I sure as hell wasn't going to subordinate myself to someone I'd never met. I'd fought for everything else. I would fight her if I had to. When she bared her teeth and Carter jumped up, I lurched to my feet. I'd meet her standing up at least. I wouldn't show weakness to any of them, regardless of how much of my tragic past I shared. I'd go down swinging, and then I would grab my files and get the hell out of there. If she was part of the family, I didn't need the drama. Edgar caught my arm as the wolf started to growl, and the pregnant woman blinked as she looked at her. "What the hell is wrong with you, Ruby?" But the wolf never looked away from me. Edgar, his arm around my waist, scowled. "Carter, get her out of here. We don't need a brawl in my office." "There won't be a brawl," the wolf, Ruby, said. "As long as the little wolf acknowledges who's in charge here." "I'm not a wolf." I didn't blink, even with Edgar's warmth against my side. I wanted his arms to tighten around me again, wanted to lean against his chest and lose myself in the scent of his skin. "You smell like one to me." Her eyes glittered in the dim light, and she leaned forward, despite how Carter blocked her progress. "So let's figure this out, sweetheart." "Don't you dare fight in my house," Logan said from the desk, deep voice rolling like thunder through the large room. The pregnant woman rolled her eyes, sighing in exasperation as she planted one hand on Ruby's chest and pointed the other at me. "Everyone calm the fuck down already." Carter and Edgar immediately tried to drag us apart farther as Logan launched up and around the desk, face red in fury. His voice went from relatively calm to a lion's roar before he was even all the way upright. "If any of you jackasses fight around my mate, I'll fucking kill all of you!" I couldn't breathe with his rage suffocating the room, driving away any sense of calm or peace. And even though I leaned against Edgar, I still felt like I might have to flee. The wolf and the wolverine were both very quiet in my head, acknowledging the massive predator who stalked toward us. The threat from Ruby paled in comparison. As everyone teetered on a knife's edge, and I prepared to fight if Ruby took a swing at me, a small voice came from the cage against the wall. Sophia leaned against Atticus and said, "This is the first time I've ever been glad to be in here." I didn't blame her one bit. Chapter 10. Edgar thought he had a handle on the situation until Natalia put herself between Ruby and Ivy, and then all hell broke loose. Logan's pregnant mate would get them killed by putting herself in danger right in front of Logan. Edgar shoved Ivy behind him and caught Natalia by the shoulders, steering her gently to the side as he said under his breath, "You're going to get us all killed, Nat. Walk away." She scowled at him but retreated a safe distance, letting Logan get a hand on her so he wasn't quite so panicked. Natalia folded her arms over her chest. "I'm here to show that poor girl to her room so she can rest and freshen up before dinner. I'm sure sitting in a car with you all morning wasn't much fun, and I'd like to get some good food in her before she settles in." Edgar kept his attention on Ruby. Ivy remained tense behind him, eyeing the other woman from around his shoulder. He didn't mind being a barrier between Ivy and anything else. "Ruby, take a breath. This is Ivy. She was one of the girls from the auction. She's not entirely a wolf, but she's a lone wolf as well. She's not a threat." Ruby's eyes narrowed and the spike in her ear flashed as she shook her head. "She's close enough." "No challenges will be uttered in this house," Logan said, voice deep with irritation as he held Nat close. "From anyone. Got it?" Ruby grudgingly agreed, scowling when Carter took her aside and started muttering something in her ear. Edgar waited for a long moment before facing Ivy, checking her over for any damage. She looked pale, a little shaky, but otherwise unharmed. Carter cleared his throat as he looped his arm around Ruby's waist and took a deep breath. "I think some of us need to do a little meditation. Atticus, Sophia, would you like to join us?" When Atticus grumbled something unintelligible, Carter unlocked the cage and shooed Ruby toward the door. The wolf stalked out, not looking back, and naked Atticus soon followed. Sophia, staring over her shoulder at Ivy the entire time, eventually followed, and Carter herded them all out with a long-suffering sigh. Edgar thanked the universe for his younger brother and his zen approach to life. Carter was usually the only peacemaker that the rest of the family would listen to. Without him, they'd be a complete mess. Carter paused in the doorway, glancing back at Ivy with a kind smile. "We do yoga in the garden every morning, starting at 6. You're welcome to join in if you need some meditation as well. And welcome to the house." He shut the door quietly behind himself, and everyone in the office took a deep breath. Natalia, leaning against Logan and rubbing her stomach in slow circles, frowned at the door. What happened with Sophia? She was doing so well with the shifts. "She knows Ivy. Sort of." Edgar ran a hand through his hair and nudged Ivy back toward the couch. "From her past. But Sophia doesn't remember that much, so she freaked out." "Oh." Natalia's eyes grew wide as she looked at Ivy. The other woman wouldn't meet anyone's gaze as she collapsed back on the couch, staring instead at the cage. Edgar held his breath as the silence stretched and Natalia's eyes grew shiny with tears. She cleared her throat and brushed at her cheeks, trying to laugh it off. "These pregnancy hormones, I swear, the silliest things make me cry, and then I just can't stop." She bustled over to catch Ivy's hands, squeezing them tightly in hers, and spoke very clearly. "Well, you are in a safe place now, dear Ivy, and you will stay here as long as you want to. You are always welcome here with us. Always." Ivy looked to Edgar, a little uncertain, and he nodded, so she tried to smile at Natalia, only partially successful. "Thank you." "Good." Natalia gave a more genuine laugh, dragging her to her feet. "So now I'm going to rescue you from these men, and we'll get you all set up in your rooms. Are you hungry? Want something else to drink? Where on earth are your clothes?" Ivy stuttered and stumbled in Natalia's wake, looking back only once in near desperation at Edgar, but he only smiled and called out that her suitcase waited in the foyer. Once the door closed behind them, he could exhale. Logan leaned back against the desk, expression dark as he folded his arms over his chest. "Well, now what the hell do we do? These men are a threat to every shifter in the country, in the world." Edgar shook his head, pouring himself a drink. "They stole shifter kids, kept them imprisoned, experimented on them, God knows what else. We can't let this continue." "We don't know if it's still going on." Benedict frowned as he got up to get his own drink, pouring one for Logan as well. "She escaped 10 years ago, and she even said the place looked abandoned when she went back. Maybe they were scared into closing down." "We can't risk it." Edgar started to pace, needing to move to dispel some of the adrenaline of Ruby's confrontation with Ivy. "What if they just decrease the size of the operation, but they're still snatching kids? Jesus, she said they took samples, that it was a breeding program. What if they're still trying to genetically engineer these kids?" Logan covered his face and groaned. "I don't even want to think about that, Edgar. I'll call the council together tomorrow night. You're meeting with Smith soon, I take it?" "Tomorrow morning." Edgar shook his head, staring into his drink when he reached the couch on the second lap around the office. She said she was close to finding the last guy on her list. If we find that guy, he might have the answers we need to unravel this whole thing. We have to chase it back to the beginning. Make sure we haven't overlooked anything. I won't be able to sleep at night unless we're sure." Logan stared without seeing across the office, and something tightened in the lines around his eyes. "I wonder how many kids they took. How many they killed." Edgar's chest hurt. He didn't want to think about it, especially with Natalia being pregnant with her and Logan's first child. No doubt the Alpha struggled to imagine what it would feel like to lose the baby. Edgar couldn't imagine. Even having lost his mate, even feeling as if he'd lost his soul already. The dream of a child with Anna, and then losing that child. He pushed away the thought before he broke down completely and the lion stalked into the woods to lay down and wait for death. He cleared his throat, but his voice still broke. "We'll find out. We'll find them. We'd better." Even Benedict sounded grim. "She's got files. Find them. Get them to Smith and whatever other investigators we need to hire. As soon as he's got something solid on the sons of bitches responsible, I'll start building a case. We'll take them down however we can." Edgar studied his bottle of whiskey, pondering how it got so low, then poured more into his glass anyway. He might never stop drinking if they couldn't figure out how to end whatever conspiracy stole kids away and experimented on them. Smith might have more on them already. He's still working on tracing the information we got from Sophia's parents and the shifters in the Midwest. If we can bring this information and Ivy's knowledge together, we stand a chance. "If Ruby can keep from fighting with the girl," Logan said under his breath, shoving to his feet. Benedict pointed at their eldest brother, eyebrows raised in challenge. "And you need to talk to your mate about trying to get me killed. She can't just get in the middle of fistfights anymore, dude." Logan scowled, but held up his hands to fend the lawyer off. "You think I haven't told her that 1,000 fucking times? She doesn't listen to anything I say. And if I argue with her, she cries." Edgar snorted, staring down into his whiskey glass, but just shook his head when Logan shot him a dirty look. Benedict wasn't nearly so controlled, practically chortling with glee as he readied some smart-ass remark, but his phone rang before he could follow through. Benedict frowned at the phone, then answered it. "Eloise, what's going on?" Edgar traded a look with Logan. Eloise never called with good news. Edgar pressed his fingers to his lips to contain a belly laugh as Benedict's expression darkened. He said nothing else until he hung up the phone, and Edgar thought wisps of steam escaped his brother's ears. Edgar raised an eyebrow. "Something the matter?" The lawyer took a deep, calming breath, probably something he learned from Carter, even though Benedict would never admit it, and put his phone away. He downed the rest of his drink, straightened his tie and suit coat, and gathered what remained of his dignity. "That was Eloise. She said she needs legal counsel." Logan laughed, a sharp bark, but pasted a falsely sympathetic look on his face. "Brother, you need more cash to make bail?" "I'm sure it's nothing that bad." But neither Edgar nor Logan believed him. Benedict didn't even believe himself, because he went to the safe in the wall by Edgar's desk and took out close to $50,000 in cash. The lawyer shook his head as he headed for the door. "That girl, I swear to God, sometimes I don't even know what the hell we—" His voice trailed off as he strode into the hallway and the door closed behind him, leaving Edgar to face his older brother. Logan limped over to the club chair across from the couch and pointed at the seat Ivy had vacated. "Talk to me, Edgar." Edgar sat, though he smiled tiredly and put his feet up. "Poor Ben. Serves him right for all the trouble he puts us through." Logan leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Edgar, come on. What's going on with this girl?" "She was in trouble. She needed help." Edgar dreaded having the conversation with Logan. He desperately wanted to avoid having to explain how he felt about Ivy when he didn't even really understand it himself. I don't know what else to say about it. Are you okay to help with all of this? Searching for whoever was in charge of these medical experiments? Helping her find what she's looking for? I'm fine, Logan, really. Edgar wouldn't have believed himself, and he didn't expect Logan to either. The Alpha's eyes narrowed as he studied Edgar, then shook his head. Something's different. About her, about you. I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, brother. You looked almost relaxed for a split second, and you didn't radiate despair. It's a nice change. Edgar shot him a dirty look. I'm not that bad anymore. You're not the same. Logan sighed and leaned back in the chair, though he didn't take his eyes off Edgar. I've missed you, man. I still miss you. For the first time in a very long time, brother, I thought I found you again. Just for a second. I don't know what changed. I don't know what makes it possible. But if the girl is the reason I get my brother back, I'll do whatever it takes to help her. To keep her here. Edgar cleared his throat, staring down at his hands. He missed his old self, too. I don't know what it is, Logan. I don't. Sometimes it feels right. Most of the time it feels like I'm cheating on Anna. Like I'm betraying her. You can't betray the dead, brother. Logan leaned forward again and slid his chair close enough to grip Edgar's shoulder. Anna is gone. She loved you, but she's gone. If you can love this girl, if she makes you happy, grab onto that. Don't let it go. Don't let her go. You hear me? There's a lot going on, Edgar said, concentrating on breathing. Sometimes he could barely remember how. Had to force himself to inhale, to exhale, to inhale again. The weeks after Anna died were like that, one breath at a time. He felt like he was drowning, staring at Logan but imagining his life without Anna or Ivy. Losing them both might kill him. He cleared his throat and waved away Logan's concern and his brother's attempt to hug him. I'm fine, man. I'm fine. But there's a lot of shit going on right now. Nat's pregnant. Sophia's still shifting when she shouldn't. Now Ivy and these doctors. We have a lot of shit to balance, and I can't lose focus right now. I can't. I can't do this without you, Ed. Logan didn't blink, though his eyes shone gold with withheld emotion. Don't try to do this all on your own. If you need help, tell me. Everything else we're doing, all the business bullshit, pales in comparison to getting this right. We have to end the experiments. For good. And make it clear that anyone who tries shit like that will face a very painful, very quick death. Edgar nodded, scrubbing at his face before shoving to his feet. We'll make sure of it, Logan. We will. Now, you better go find Natalia and make sure she's not drowning someone with her tears. I've got work to prep for Smith before tomorrow morning. I don't know what to do about the crying, Logan said, scowling as he stood. Seriously, she was watching a dog food commercial yesterday about rescue dogs helping veterans, and she cried for almost an hour. What the hell, Edgar? No idea. Edgar shook his head. Buy her chocolates and flowers every day for the next 5 months, and then for the next year after the baby's born. That's all I can say. Logan grumbled under his breath as he left in search of his wife, but Edgar knew the conversation about Ivy wasn't over. He sank into the chair behind his desk, trying to focus as he brought up the files Smith sent him a week ago. There might be clues in Smith's investigation of Sophia's past. If he could find enough information, they could deal with the perpetrators, and then he and Ivy would have the time and space to figure out what they were to each other. Or she would be ready for her fresh start, away from anything that reminded her of the past, and would run as far and as fast as she could. Chapter 11. I folded my arms around myself as we walked through the hall, not quite able to look at the pregnant woman beside me. She kept up a steady dialogue, going into detail about the layout of the mansion and where I could find the gym and the kitchen and the pool and the theater and anything else I could possibly want while I stayed there. My mind boggled to think that people actually had a movie theater in their house, but I nodded along and tried not to notice her bump. She seemed nice enough and was kind to the servants in the halls, and I had no real reason to be nervous around her. None except the baby. Logan's, clearly, and the two of them blissfully happy about it. I cleared my throat as she looked at me expectantly, and I tried to smile. "Sorry, I missed that. Did you ask me something?" "Are you hungry?" "A little." And right on cue, my stomach growled. She smiled and winked, turning down another hall. "Good. I feed people. That's what I do. Got a craving for anything in particular?" "Anything will do, thanks." I didn't want to like her. I really didn't want to like her. If I liked her, I'd want to stay more than I already did, and if I wanted to stay too much, it would distract me from my list. I might have to keep moving to finish the list, and if I let them tie me too closely to the house and their life and all the laughter and love, I would never be free of the past. I followed her into an enormous gourmet kitchen, like on a cooking show, and eased onto the stool she pointed at. "Do you need any help?" "Not a bit." She tied on an apron and started gathering supplies before brandishing a spatula at me. "Pasta with a white sauce, okay? I think we have venison sausage as well." Sure." I folded my hands on the smooth counter of the island, watching her expertise as she chopped onions and garlic and tossed them into a pan with crumbled sausage. Natalia filled a pot with hot water from the weird spigot next to the stove, frowning at me as she waited for the water to rise. "So you know Sophia? From before? From the bad stuff, I'm guessing?" I blinked, and she didn't have much of a filter. Before I could say anything, or maybe tell her to mind her own business, Natalia shut off the water and slung the pot onto the stove. She dumped a good amount of salt into the water before facing me across the island, leaning on her elbows as she stared me down. "I recognize other survivors, babe. I went through some rough times as a kid, and as a teenager, and as a young woman. Bad stuff, from people I knew and people I didn't. But I got through it. I survived. So did you. If you want to talk about anything, I'm here. And your secrets will stay with me. Those men tell each other everything as far as I can tell, so if you want something to stay a secret, don't tell them much. Even Edgar, bless his heart." My heart jumped to my throat until I nearly couldn't breathe. And she was right. When I looked at her, really looked at her, I could see it in her eyes. A toughness, a diamond hardness that challenged the world, that knew what it was to hurt, to struggle, and to survive. I cleared my throat, ducking my head. "Thanks. And yeah, it was from the bad stuff." She made a non-committal sound and eyed the sizzling onions, tossing in a handful of flour until it thickened and browned with a delicious, rich smell. My stomach growled more. Natalia concentrated on the food, though she pointed the spatula behind her at a couple of cabinets. "Bowls are up there, my dear. Forks in the drawer. And I don't know whether to say I'm sorry you remember it or sorry that Sophia doesn't." "I'm sorry I remember it," I said under my breath, getting up to retrieve a pair of bowls and forks. "It's better that she doesn't. Much better for her. She's a fighter." Natalia tested the water, then dumped a container of fresh pasta into the boiling pot. I'm sure she would prefer to know what she faced and fought and defeated. She didn't defeat it. Not yet. I sat back down, though in reality the whiskey made it hard to stay upright for too long, and exhaustion crept over me. Even sleeping next to Edgar, I hadn't gotten enough rest. I got her out of there before they could kill her. But it's almost over. We're almost done. Good. Then what? Pardon? I propped myself up on my elbows, trying to focus on just her face and not the way her hand rested lightly on her belly. I remembered, in a brief flash, the first flutter of a baby. The first sense that something grew inside, that a miracle had occurred. My eyes smarted, and I shoved away the thought. "What are you going to do after it's over and you're done with whatever it is you're doing? I'm guessing you're going after the bad guys, right? Good. I'm sure Logan will help you, and if he so much as hesitates, you let me know and I'll set him straight." I had zero doubt that she would, but her question nearly knocked me flat. What would I do after the list? "I'm not sure about what to do after it's all done. I've never gotten that far." "I recommend you start thinking about it, Ivy. These men are determined, and if Edgar said he'd help you finish off whatever it is you're doing, I'd bet all of Logan's money that it'll be wrapped up in a couple of weeks, maybe less knowing Edgar." She poked at the pasta, then nodded at the fridge. "Can you grab the heavy cream out of the door for me?" I retrieved the carton and handed it to her, pausing to study the way she flung ingredients together and somehow came up with a sauce that smelled divine. It was a hell of a talent. I usually survived on takeout and granola bars. Natalia concentrated on the pan as she stirred the sauce, her voice almost lost in the hiss and bubble of the pots. "There is something about me that bothers you, and I would hope that you would tell me what it is." I sucked in a breath and retreated, wanting to keep walking until the kitchen and that delicious pasta were only a distant memory, until I didn't feel like crying just at the sight of her. Thank the stars Natalia remained facing the stove, not pushing, so I could compose myself in the silence and debate how much to tell her. Somewhere between her standing between me and the angry wolf in the office, and her offering to feed me, I started to trust the woman. I exhaled and covered my face as I leaned on the island. My voice came out muffled, low and painful even after so many years. "Swear you won't tell them. Won't tell him." "I won't tell a soul." She faced me but didn't get any closer, though her expression grew pensive. "Whatever it is, I won't be offended." I still felt like scum as I pointed at her belly, and Natalia's eyebrows rose. She immediately touched her belly, spoon nearly forgotten in her hand, and then straightened. "Did you have your own?" I ground my teeth as tears threatened, and waited until I thought I might be able to say it without crying before I went on. "One of the experiments. Artificial insemination. It took for a while, a couple months, long enough to feel it. But I lost it." Her lips trembled, then her chin wobbled. Then she cursed with some of the vilest words I'd ever heard and faced the sauce, back rigid. I waited as she stirred the sauce and the pasta and flung the spatula about, all the while crying but trying to sound like she wasn't. She still hadn't turned when she said, voice high-pitched and wavering, "I'm very sorry to hear that, Ivy. That's terrible. Terrible. How old were you?" 15. I rubbed the back of my neck, uneasy with her grief when it paralleled my own, and traced a circle through some spilled salt. "You were just a baby, and they wanted you to have a baby?" She whirled, eyes red, and dug a colander out of one of the cupboards in the island. "Bastards, every one of them. Sons of bitches. I hope you killed them all." "Most of them." I eased off the stool to help her lift the pot of boiling water and pasta over the sink, draining it into the colander. "That's why I'm here. There's one left. Well, give me a crack at him. I have all kinds of things I want to do to the piece of shit before Edgar kills him." She scowled and hauled the pasta back to the stove, dumping the noodles into the sauce. I blinked, but she gave me a jaundiced look. "The only way to make pasta, dear. Don't pour the sauce over the noodles. Put the noodles in the sauce, and the sauce should be thick enough to coat the back of a spoon before you eat it. Remember that." Okay." I eased back as she fussed with the nearly overflowing pan, tossing salt and pepper and other spices into the mix. "I wouldn't mind some cooking lessons." Be careful what you ask for. She smiled, nodding for me to carry the bowls over. Logan's been trying to get the doctor to put me on bed rest so I'll stay off my feet, but the doc is more afraid of me than Logan. I'm not sure how much longer that will last, so I'll need a kitchen assistant to help out. Ruby is a disaster in the kitchen, and I don't trust Eloise around the food. Honestly, she's a lovely girl, and I know why Benedict loves her. But she could burn water. Even with a recipe, she couldn't make ice. And Sophia is still a little unsteady, so she focuses on control and exercise for the most part. I would love if you could help me in the kitchen a couple days each week. Sure, I'd be happy to. My stomach rumbled louder as she handed me a bowl filled to the brim with pasta and a creamy, garlicky sauce. But I don't know how long I'll be here. If we wrap things up in a week or so, that doesn't give much time for... You should stay longer, she said, too nonchalant for the comment to be completely innocent. Once things are all sorted out, you should just stay here. It sounds like you've done a lot of investigating on your own. I'm sure some of Edgar's people could use your help. You could work in security for the company, or start your own business, or just to hang around the house with me as I get too fat to fit through the door. I don't think I can. Do you want to stay with one of the packs? Edgar said you're only part wolf, but I'm sure Ruby or Miles or a new pack would be a good... I'm a lone wolf, I said, blowing on some of the noodles to try to cool them, then gave up on waiting and burned my mouth as I tried to inhale the scalding pasta. And a wolverine, so I don't fit in with a pack. Or anywhere, really. A wolverine? She blinked, then took a seat at the small table in the kitchen. I don't think I've ever met a wolverine before. What do you turn into, then? A wolf or a wolverine? Both. I can shift into both. Her eyes narrowed and she started to argue, but I held up a hand. I know. It's not supposed to be possible. Somehow I can do it. No one knows why. That's part of the reason why the bad guys took me. They wanted to find out why I was different. So I'm trying to stay away from as many people as I can until we get this thing finished. I don't want the bad guy hearing about me being here. He'll run, and then I'll never find him. Natalia got up to retrieve a carafe of fresh juice, pouring a couple of glasses before returning to the table. I eased into the chair across from her, concentrating on the pasta. I hadn't eaten anything that good in years. Ever, maybe. Is there nutmeg in this? Good job, she said, nodding. Just a hint of nutmeg. Maybe some cinnamon if I'm feeling froggy. Now, look, you. No one here will tell anyone outside the family about you. You're safe here. Edgar will make sure of it. Normally, I would have thought she offered platitudes only, but for a moment I thought of Edgar, and I did feel safe, protected, sheltered. I shook off the momentary dreaminess and caught Nat grinning at me. I flushed, but didn't know why. What? Edgar is a good man, Ivy. I'm sure he is. My cheeks heated more, almost giving me a headache as they smoked. But I don't think... He likes you. Natalia didn't even blink. And he doesn't like anyone, honey. Not like that. When he stood between you and Ruby, I knew he liked you. I knew you would be special if Edgar thought you were worth protecting. So don't push that away too easily, okay? I cleared my throat, embarrassed as I stirred the pasta with my fork. I won't. Good. She made a serious dent in her bowl before she went on. Edgar is quiet, but he'll talk if you give him the chance. Still waters run deep, you know. He likes hockey more than basketball and whiskey more than beer, but he'll eat just about anything you put in front of him without blinking an eye. When Eloise made scrambled eggs, Edgar was the only one who could stomach it. Natalia shook her head, laughing. He hardly blinked, just added more salt. Benedict tried, but he couldn't keep it down, then said he should have sued her for attempted murder. Poor Eloise. Anyway, Edgar is a good man, and he works very hard to keep everyone in the family safe, along with Logan's company, and he's everyone else's rock. I've never seen him confide in or lean on anyone. Ever. I held my breath, wanting to take notes so I could use it later to hold a normal conversation with Edgar. Hockey and whiskey. I cleared my throat. Why are you telling me all this? Because I like you, Ivy, and I think you would be good for Edgar, just like I think he'd be good for you. She smiled, then made a face. Okay, fine. I just want another normal woman around here. Is that too much to ask? She surprised a laugh out of me, though I shook my head. If I'm your idea of normal, lady, we both need help. We'll see about that. And since you look about ready to fall asleep into that bowl, I'm guessing you'd like to see your rooms? I pushed to my feet, hiding a yawn. Yes, thank you. It's delicious, but I can hardly keep my eyes open. I followed her through the halls once more, trying to figure out the maze of corridors and staircases, until finally she stopped in a quiet hall with only 3 doors. She pointed at one near the corner, to the right of where we stood. Those are Edgar's quarters. I shot her a sideways look. I'm staying right next to Edgar? Natalia widened her eyes in a ridiculous, almost innocent expression. Oh my, imagine that. The only rooms available in the entire house. I guess you'll just have to stay right here next to Edgar. I just shook my head as she opened the door and gave me a brief tour, although I breathed a sigh of relief to see my suitcase already in the bedroom. I towed it as Natalia pointed out the living area, the kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a spare room as well, then cleared my throat. I don't have any clothes, really. Those disappeared? Not a problem. She eyed me up and down, then nodded. I'll have someone raid Eloise's closet. You're about the same size. I'll send someone over with clothes just before dinner. Thanks. I managed a real smile for her, but when she was gone, I exhaled and looked around the rooms. They were clearly guest quarters, nicely decorated but still impersonal, just the way I liked it. I picked up my suitcase of records and started to sort through the files and paperwork. I needed to get my story straight before we met with the investigator the next morning. He might be able to find Keller within the week if I had the right information for him, and that meant I could extract myself from the Chase family while I still had the nerve to walk away. Between the pull of Edgar and Natalia, I wasn't sure I could hold out longer than a week. Chapter 12. The rest of the day disappeared before Edgar felt like he accomplished anything. He fielded emails from Logan's company as the security system malfunctioned and lost coverage on one of the underground garages, then spent an hour on the phone with Kaiser, trying to sort out whether there was anything they needed to do with Owen. Apparently, the young bear was in a lovesick fit since being tackled by the sweet Southern belle at the auction, and Kaiser was ready to throw him out of the house to live in the woods for a few weeks. As soon as Edgar hung up with the bears, he got a call from Rafe O'Shea about burgeoning trouble with a wolf pack outside the city. Ruby intended to talk to him about it, but Ivy's presence had disrupted that plan. He'd barely had a chance to call Todd Evershaw, the security chief for the other wolf pack, before one of the butlers knocked on his office door and said Natalia sent him. As much as Edgar wanted to ignore the summons to dinner, he didn't want the poor man to catch hell from Logan's mate. He called the Hyena Queen as he strode through the mansion, trying to outline what happened at the auction as well as what Logan planned to bring to the Alphas at the council meeting. The Hyenas had been in disarray for months as Lacey struggled to maintain her late mother's empire without the criminal components. After Val Sudoka's death, some of the Hyenas wanted to continue running their underground businesses, while Lacey wanted to return to the straight and narrow. Rumors of a pending split, and some of the Hyenas joining with the Coyotes, had circulated for weeks. So it took a little convincing for Lacey to agree to attend the council meeting, although it helped that he promised to bring Eloise, Lacey's best friend, for security. Edgar was still on the phone in the dining room, following up with one of Lacey's subordinates about possibly sponsoring one of the girls from the auction, when Ivy slid into the room and hesitated in the doorway. He stopped in the middle of a sentence, surprised by how much she affected him. His heart jumped and his pulse quickened, and it took a moment before he could gather his thoughts enough to wrap up the conversation with the hyena and hang up the phone. Natalia, grinning, shuffled around the table to give Ivy a hug, though she eyed Edgar to make it clear she'd caught his reaction. "You look much better, young lady. Feeling okay?" Ivy managed half a smile, though her gaze lingered on Nat's stomach for a touch too long. "Yes, thanks. The rooms are nice and quiet, thank you." "I thought they would be," Nat said, showing Ivy to a seat at the table next to Edgar. "Edgar's wing of the house is probably the quietest in the whole mansion. Refreshing, isn't it?" And she winked at Edgar. He held his breath. It was just like Natalia to put Ivy in his part of the house, and now he had to live with the temptation right next door. No doubt that was Nat's plan. Edgar smiled as he pulled Ivy's chair out. "That's how I like it. Peaceful." Ivy sank into the chair, pretending like she didn't notice as Atticus and Sophia walked in, and Sophia stared at her in silence. Atticus nodded, though his shoulders remained tense with Sophia's uneasiness, and before they sat, Natalia pointed them toward the opposite end of the table. Edgar took a breath to try and break the tension, but Benedict and Eloise shouldered past each other, nearly getting stuck in the door, and muttered insults back and forth as they sat down across from him. Edgar had never been so glad to see the lawyer or his mate, and picked up a bottle of wine to pour for himself and Ivy. "So, Eloise, I hear you ran into a spot of trouble?" Eloise made a face and slouched a little in her chair. "It was a misunderstanding." Edgar nodded to Logan as his brother entered, followed by Carter and Ruby, but raised his eyebrows at the Gorgon as her dark hair tangled into snakes around her head and poked at Benedict. "A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding?" "An expensive one," Benedict said under his breath, and when Eloise's expression darkened and she started to retort, the lawyer held up a finger to cut her off. "And now you've got to go see Geraldine about violating your parole. She could throw you in jail." "You're just worried she's going to call your mother," Eloise said under her breath, then pasted a bright smile on her face as she turned to Ruby with a not-too-subtle change of topic. "So, Ruby, I hear you and Rafe are about to go to war with another pack. Let's chat about that, Ruby gave her a sideways look. "Nice try, Crazy Eyes." Eloise scowled, but caught sight of Ivy, who'd been doing her best impression of a statue. The Gorgon leaned on the table to peer at her. "Hey there, good to see you again. How's your back?" Ivy blinked, glancing at Edgar and then Benedict before facing the other woman and reaching for her wine glass. "Better, thanks. Violated your parole, huh?" Eloise heaved a dramatic sigh and slouched lower. "It was just a misunderstanding, I swear. How is having a duffel bag full of steroids, shifter blood, and diamonds a misunderstanding?" Edgar snorted wine through his nose at Benedict's exasperated tone, then coughed to cover it up as both Eloise and Benedict gave him dirty looks. The argument continued between them in fierce whispers and threats, but Edgar turned his attention to Ivy. "They thrive on chaos, I think. Their version of flirting. How are you feeling?" "I'm good." She fidgeted with her fork, then glanced at him. "Why does everyone keep asking me that?" "Genuine curiosity?" He studied her expression, wondering at why she suddenly seemed shy and uncertain, then absently brushed a piece of lint from her sleeve. "Why does it bother you?" "Because someone asking how I feel was usually preceded by an injection or a procedure or something awful." Ivy pretended to pay attention as Natalia gave directions to the servers and announced the first course was ready. So Edgar gave her space and instead asked Ruby to explain the problems with the outside pack, letting the conversation ebb and flow around Ivy, including her but not requiring participation. He knew what it was like to be at a table full of people and not want to talk to anyone. They'd gone through the salad, the soup, something Natalia called an amuse-bouche but looked like a tiny quiche, the main course, and were just about to start dessert when Sophia couldn't take it anymore. She leaned forward on the table and stared down the full length of it at Ivy. "Do you know what they did to me?" Silence rocked the table. Benedict dropped his fork with a clatter, and Natalia choked on a sip of water. She coughed and sniffled, waving away Logan's concern. "Soph, honey, maybe we can wait until... I have to know." Sophia didn't seem to blink or breathe until Edgar wondered if she would just pass out and save them the painful conversation. "Do you know what they did to me?" Ivy sat back from the table and sighed, rubbing her forehead. After a long silence where no one moved, she looked up at Sophia without expression. "Most of it, I suppose. Not every single procedure or test, but the big stuff. Yeah, I know what they did to you." "What did they do? Everything. Tell me everything." Sophia shook and trembled, even with Atticus's arm around her shoulders to hold her close. Edgar counted each breath until Ivy folded her napkin on the table and tilted her head to consider the younger woman. Her voice was deceptively soft in the still room, as if Ivy talked about something innocuous and normal instead of something terrible. "They broke something in you, Soph. They wanted to implant a device in your brain so they could flip a switch and trigger your shift. The first kid they tried it on." Her expression grew distant, and Edgar knew she was somewhere far away from the safety of the dining room. For a moment, tears glimmered in her eyes. "His name was Douglas. He was 8. He liked anything with wheels on it, and he hated the dark. Hated it. He died. They did the surgery and flipped the switch, and he just died." Ivy looked up at Sophia, and her face returned to completely expressionless. "They changed something, I guess, or went back to the drawing board, because they did the same thing to you. But when they flipped the switch, something broke in your head. You survived, but they broke you. You started shifting all the time. They couldn't control you. They took the switch out, but it didn't help. You stayed broken." Ruby watched her, and Edgar feared the wolf might say something that pushed Ivy over the edge. But no one spoke until Sophia straightened her shoulders, tears running down her cheeks, and tapped the table near Ivy. "There's more, isn't there? What else is there? Before they broke me." Ivy took another deep breath. "You don't want to know. It won't make you feel any better." "It might." "It won't," Ivy said gently. "Believe me." Sophia gripped the edge of the table as she stared the other girl down. "How would you know? You remember everything." Edgar debated ending the conversation, taking Ivy away until everyone could get their emotions under control, and nearly did so when he looked down and spotted Ivy's hands under the table. Shaking. Her hand shook uncontrollably. For all she looked serene and in control on the surface, the memories hurt her more than she would admit to Sophia. Edgar quietly captured her hand in his, under the table where no one would see, and squeezed her fingers. He desperately wanted to carry her away, back to the quiet part of the house where he lived, and let her cry on his shoulder if she wanted. Ivy didn't blink when he touched her, but she squeezed his hand back. And she went on as if nothing had happened. "I remember everything, yes, but I didn't know why they did what they did until I stole my file, until I read why they wanted us. That's what I wish I didn't know." Sophia shook her head, vehement. "Knowing can't be worse than not knowing." Ivy played with her fork once more, arranging the place setting carefully even as she tried to crush Edgar's hand under the table. When the girls hit 14 or so, they gave them hormone shots, harvested eggs, did experiments with test tube babies, combining DNA, in vitro fertilization, implanted some of the girls with the fertilized eggs, gathered stem cells if the pregnancy failed. Would you feel better, knowing if that was you? That you might have children in the world, being experimented on, even though you escaped?" "Yes," Sophia said, but her voice cracked, broke. So did the dam holding back her tears, and Sophia's face crumpled. Atticus held her tightly, his scowl growing as he grumbled and mumbled to her, trying to comfort her. Sophia shook her head and spoke through the tears. "I need to know. I have to know." Something died in Ivy's eyes. Something faded away to nothing. Maybe it was that instinct to protect the younger girl, or whatever sustained Ivy against the memories of all that torment, because Edgar had a sneaking suspicion that all the things she listed were her own history. His heart ached. But Ivy only nodded, still giving half her attention to the arrangement of the fork and plate and wine glass. "Okay. Okay?" Ivy looked up, a hint of a smile on her face, though it held unfathomable sadness. "Okay. I have your file. You can read about every injection they gave you, every tissue sample they took, every psych assessment they did, MRIs, X-rays, lab work, bone marrow samples, DNA mapping." Atticus's voice interrupted, rough enough that Edgar tensed. "Enough!" Sophia buried her face against his shoulder, still crying, and Ivy shrugged, holding up her hands to indicate she wouldn't keep going. Edgar cleared his throat, spoke quietly so maybe Sophia wouldn't hear, or Natalia, tears running down her face at the far end of the table. "Where are the files? Can you get them easily?" "They're in a safe place." Ivy glanced up and around the table, then flushed and went back to her study of the place setting. "It might take a couple of days to get to them, though. I need to find the last guy on the list before I retrieve the files. They might be watching. They could track me or the files." Atticus, eyes narrowed, leaned forward on the table to eye her. "Are you holding those files hostage until we help you find and kill the guys on your list?" Edgar shook his head. "Don't be." But Ivy barely blinked. She pointed her fork at Atticus. "I'd be stupid not to think of that, right? But I didn't ask to be captured by that pack, and I sure as hell didn't ask to be auctioned off or purchased." She pulled her hand away, and Edgar's heart sank. Ivy didn't look at him. "I didn't ask for that any more than I asked to be imprisoned and experimented on. So the real question, asshole, is why I'm even bothering to help you at all, rather than running the fuck away as fast as my legs and your best car can carry me." And again, silence settled over the dining room. Atticus didn't blink. Then Ruby nodded, tossing her napkin onto the table. "You'll do fine. Get your shit together, show us whatever you've got on these guys, and you'll have the entire city helping you. At the end of it, you answer Sophia's questions. Everyone wins. Except the sons of bitches responsible," Carter added, and raised his wine glass, "to evening the score and settling debts." "Settling debts," Edgar said quietly as the rest of the table lifted their glasses. Ivy looked grim. He wondered what she really thought of him, about him being willing to purchase her. He hoped they had time to figure it out. Natalia jumped to her feet, wiping at her cheeks as she started gathering dishes. "Well, this was a fun dinner. I'm not making a chocolate torte for any of you miscreants ever again." Logan snorted and muttered to her, helping her with dishes as the rest of the family got up and filtered away from the table. Edgar remained where he was, frowning at the plate in front of him, lost in his own thoughts. Just when he thought he understood Ivy, when he had a handle on her and how she would fit in his life, something happened and he saw a different, more dangerous facet of her personality. He glanced up as Natalia paused next to his chair and said, "Edgar, dear, would you show Ivy back to where her rooms are? Maybe you can take some coffee with you or watch a movie or something. I know you've got an early meeting." "Of course." He managed to smile at Ivy, though she looked nervous, and pulled her chair back for her. "You want to hear more about Eloise's misunderstanding or take a break with some espresso?" Edgar nodded toward where Benedict argued with his mate about how the steroids got in the duffel bag and how the duffel bag got in her locker. Ivy smiled and headed for the door. "I'm sure you can give me the high points later."
"I'll hear about it for weeks,"
Edgar sighed as they wandered into the hall and he led the way back toward his suite. His phone rang, but he silenced it, not wanting to deal with Owen's silliness. They walked in silence, and the second time her fingers accidentally brushed his, Edgar captured her hand and held it tightly. Sometimes he didn't know the right words. She didn't pull away. She leaned against him, head resting on his shoulder, and Edgar slowed his pace to make the short journey last longer. She said quietly, "Thank you for distracting me when Sophia was asking. Sometimes I get lost in my own head, and I don't consider other people's feelings. I wasn't being very sympathetic."
"No one blames you,"
he said, releasing her hand so he could put his arm around her and hold her closer. She smelled amazing.
"It's understandable. It must be difficult to talk about."
"It's not easy," she said. And then they stood in front of her rooms, and Edgar faced her, studying her expression. She looked a little lost, tired and adrift and alone, just like him. His heart drummed against his ribs, and he almost held his breath, wanting to kiss her but not knowing if she would kiss him back. He desperately wanted to connect to her, to figure out what it was that drew them together when everything he'd ever heard said he would never have love again. Her wide eyes caught him, held him as she looked up at him, and Edgar leaned forward. He took his time, cradled her jaw, studied her mouth, then pressed his lips to hers. Her pulse thrummed against his hand, and her lips parted. He deepened the kiss, tasting the wine she'd had as his tongue stroked hers. But something held him back. She didn't melt against him, didn't relax or kiss him back. Edgar retreated, though he still touched her cheeks.
"Is everything okay?"
"Yeah." Ivy blinked and licked her lips, though she didn't quite meet his gaze. "Why?"
"You seem tense."
He leaned back to give her more space, trying to read her expression and body language. Her chest rose and fell quickly, as if on the verge of panic, and his heart sank. Maybe he'd imagined it all. Maybe she didn't really like him and only played along out of obligation. He folded his arms over his chest. "Please tell me what's wrong, Ivy. I'm sorry if I overstepped. I thought—" A flush rose in her cheeks. Ivy cleared her throat, staring over his shoulder, then rubbed her forehead. She still wouldn't meet his eyes. "I guess I've never kissed anyone before." His eyebrows shot up before he could think to control himself, and she blushed almost purple after glancing at him. Edgar tried to recover, but his thoughts couldn't keep up. Never kissed anyone before.
"How is that possible?"
She threw her arms out in a violent shrug and strode past him, turning on her heel when she nearly ran into the wall, and made the return journey, although she gave him a wide berth. "I just haven't." Her dark eyes flashed to his and then away, a bitter laugh giving her a hard edge. "So there. 26-year-old virgin, never kissed anyone, never slept next to anyone. Nothing. I barely know how to hug. Sorry to dump that on you. I understand if you don't want to waste your time." He watched the tension in her body as she moved, fighting her emotions and struggling to keep herself together. Edgar didn't move to intercept her, though. She looked like she would shatter if he touched her.
"Do you want to change all that?"
"What?" He raised an eyebrow again as she faced him.
"Not having kissed or snuggled or made love. Do you want to change that?"
The color drained from her cheeks and her eyes widened. For a second, she looked on the verge of panic, and he struggled not to smile. A whole world of possibilities opened up in front of him, And though he didn't let himself get too lost in the fun of introducing Ivy to the sins of the flesh, the idea of being her first, for everything, nearly drove him mad. The lion purred at the thought. Ivy hesitated, then threw her shoulders back and met his gaze boldly, almost in challenge. Yes, I do want to change that. Edgar wanted to kiss her again, fiercely, to show her what she'd been missing. But he held back. He needed to build the anticipation, understand her expectations. Why now? You're a beautiful girl. I'm sure you had plenty of opportunities over the last 10 years to change the situation. Why now? Her breath came faster, but her gaze didn't waver. You're the first man who felt right. I don't know why, but this feels like it's right. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. He breathed and took a step toward her. Ivy froze, so Edgar paused. He went on, never looking away from her. Don't be sorry for that. It does feel right. You feel right. I'm honored. She rolled her eyes and hugged herself, shifting her weight from foot to foot as if looking for an escape, and shot him a sideways look. Honored? Really? Yes. Edgar let a small smile escape as he eased toward her, needing to touch her skin and feel her warmth. The lion grumbled and insisted they immediately take her to his bedroom. Once she was thoroughly marked, he could talk as much as he wanted. Edgar caught her wrist and rested his fingers against her racing pulse. Oh, yes. The first time with someone new is always special. It's always different. But to be the absolute first, that's an honor. She flushed more. You're making this weird. Edgar snorted and captured her face in his hands so she had to meet his eyes. An honor and a challenge, Ivy. She laughed, a nervous, breathy sound, and started to say something else, but he interrupted her. Edgar sealed his mouth to hers and kissed her deeply, slid his hand into her hair to tilt her head back. He generally preferred a give and take, but he knew she would get so awkwardly in her own head that neither one of them would have a good time. If he could get her to relax, to enjoy herself, it would be magic. As his free hand caught the small of her back and guided her closer, as she pressed full length against him, Ivy relaxed. She leaned into him, closed her eyes, tentatively kissed him back. A purr started in the back of his throat to encourage her, and he lost himself in the wet warmth of her mouth, the gentle twist of her tongue, the soft give of her breasts against his chest. The real challenge would be taking his time. Chapter 13. I drowned in him. Edgar's hands flexed against my sides as he kissed me. It felt so natural, so right, that I forgot to be nervous or afraid or uneasy. I just felt. He was pure sensation, pure heat and fire. When he finally broke the kiss, my knees wobbled and I would have fallen completely if he hadn't held me against his chest. Edgar chuckled, an odd mix with the grumbling purr in his chest, and his lips brushed mine once more. Doing okay? Yeah. I felt warm all over, flushed and nervous and jumpy. I wanted to touch his bare skin, to feel him over me and next to me and in me. My cheeks burned. Good, he murmured. Edgar still held me close against him, but he looked up and down the hall before shaking his head. We need a couch. A couch? I bit my lip as I looked at him. Wouldn't a bed be? We're not ready for a bed yet, he said, a hint of a frown on his forehead. I opened my mouth to ask, a little embarrassed that I just wanted to get things over with, but Edgar ducked his head and kissed me again. I met him hungrily, sliding my hands into his hair to hold him closer, and didn't even care if I was a clumsy fool. It felt amazing to kiss him, to be kissed, to be touched. Edgar broke away, but nibbled on my ear as I panted and leaned against him. "I have a plan for you, darling."
"A plan?"
"Oh, yes." His voice went all deep and grumbly, and heat grew in my center as my thighs clenched. "A plan? That sounds intense. Are you sure we can't just do it?" Edgar smiled, and a hint of the predator glinted in his eyes. My heart leapt. He caressed my cheek and studied my mouth, running his thumb over my lips. "We have a lot of bases to cover before we get to the big event. So first, we're going to watch a movie." "A movie?" I frowned as he caught my hand and led me toward his room. "Why?" "Rite of passage, Ivy." Edgar opened the door, but paused to kiss me again, nibbling on my lower lip. "Sitting on the couch watching a movie, making out and hoping your parents or brothers don't interrupt. It's stage 1 of the plan." "Stage 1?" I laughed a little under my breath, letting him tug me into the living room of his suite. He winked and squeezed my butt as he nudged me toward the giant, overstuffed couch. Edgar fussed with the flat-screen television and the pile of electronics around it, pointing remotes and clicking buttons. Then he dimmed the lights until only the screen lit the room. I cleared my throat as he faced me, the lion shining from his eyes. "So, how many, stages are there?" "Haven't decided yet," he said, and took a stalking step toward me. My pulse raced, and I wanted to squirm at the intensity in his gaze. His hand slid to my waist to pull me close, and his head tilted until he kissed my neck, nipped my shoulder. My breath caught and my head fell back, and I probably would have fallen if he hadn't eased us both to the couch. "Definitely at least 4. "4?" I blinked, trying to untangle myself to sit up as some old movie started to play, but Edgar pulled my legs over his lap and started arranging pillows and blankets around us. And then he settled back on the couch, his hand resting on my thigh. Edgar played with my hair. "Well, we really need to explore first base and make sure you've got a good foundation in kissing. That's stage 1. Stage 2 is above the waist." He played with the hem of my t-shirt, exposing just a hint of my stomach, and I flushed, squirming against him. Edgar ran his finger inside the waist of my jeans, his voice going low and husky. "And stage 3 is playing below the waist. I have plans for a few more stages after that, so we'll see." I could hardly breathe, watching the progress of his hand as he inched his way around to my side. He glanced up when we were nose to nose, a hint of a smile making him less intimidating. "I'm interested in finding out what you're hiding in there, but not just yet. I'm patient. I can be patient." "I don't know if I can wait that long," I whispered. My heart pounded so loud I wondered if he could hear. I wanted to see him, to touch him, to let him touch me. Part of me planned to sleep with him immediately, to get to the finish line finally and move on, remove virgin from that list of attributes that followed me around. I'd assumed he would want to get to the fucking, not play around with making out and second base and shit I'd heard about in movies. Edgar settled back into the couch, his arms around my waist to keep me close, and winked. "Good things come to those who wait. Can mediocre things come sooner?" A desperate wanting gave me the courage to touch his thigh, his side, tug at the buttons on his shirt, sit up so I could wrap my arm around his neck and drag his mouth to mine. He laughed, but it was different, deeper, almost throaty, and the lion kept purring. He kissed me until the world grew dark around the edges and sensation collected where we touched, his lips to mine, his hand sliding under my t-shirt. Heat coiled low in my stomach, spreading desire through me until I moaned. I wanted him. I needed him. He was so damn warm, and I'd been so cold for so long. When Edgar leaned toward me, I resisted for a heartbeat until he murmured, "Lean back, Ivy," against my lips, and my breath caught. In the dark room, everything felt warm and close and possible. I lay back against the pile of pillows, and his weight settled over me, on me. I couldn't breathe, from excitement rather than the comforting press of his chest against mine, and I wiggled under him. He moved, and his thigh pressed between mine, sparking a shiver of ecstasy through me. I tensed, and Edgar paused, his breathing a little rushed. "Do you want me to stop?" "No. God, no." I shivered and tugged at the front of his shirt, giving up on the buttons to slide my hands under his shirt to the heated expanse of skin across his back. "Please don't." Edgar groaned and dropped his head to kiss my neck. His teeth scraped along my jaw, and he grumbled, "You're ruining my plan, girl." "No plan survives first contact with the enemy," I managed to say, though the last words disappeared in a gasp as he gripped my side. The strength of his hands made my insides melt. I pulled my knees up on instinct, wanting him closer to my center, wanting to feel his hips against me. He snorted and then sighed, sitting up enough to drag my shirt off, then shed his own. "Stage 2, then." I bit my lip as I looked up at him, flushing as he looked down at me in only my borrowed, ill-fitting bra. Edgar smiled, tracing the band of the bra across my ribs, and I shivered. He placed a kiss just over my belly button, above the waist of my jeans. Edgar's mouth blazed a trail up my body to my breasts, and his hand slid under my back to fuss with the hooks. I closed my eyes and arched my back, trying to help him out, and then the bra disappeared and cool air drifted over my skin, every inch of my chest. My breasts tightened, nipples hardening, and I flushed more. Embarrassed, but I couldn't have said why. Edgar chuckled, and his palms slid up my sides to tease my nipples. "Beautiful. Perfect." For a heart-stopping moment, panic closed my throat. Perfect until he saw my back, the scars, lines and lines and lines of tissue samples, injections. I suddenly couldn't breathe. Edgar paused, waiting, and held himself over me. My hand shook. What the hell was I doing? I hardly knew him. I had goals to accomplish. I couldn't just roll around on a couch with him. Even if he looked amazing, all hard and muscled and covered in tattoos. The button-down shirts and expensive suits hid tattoos from his wrists to his shoulders and across his chest, probably his back as well. I stared up at him. My brain stalled, and I couldn't think of a single thing to say. Edgar made that rumbly purr sound and leaned down to kiss me gently. He nuzzled his nose to mine, and the sharp panic dulled around the edges. "What do you think isn't perfect?" "What?" I couldn't stop touching him, my hands on his arms, drifting up his biceps. I wanted to be close to him, but a million things stood between us. "You panicked when I said you're perfect." Edgar's fingertips drifted across my collarbone in a soft caress. "Tell me why." "Why do you have so many tattoos?" I whispered, tracing the lines of a massive dragon that curled from his chest and around his side. He smiled, kissing my jaw, behind my ear, down my throat until I sighed and relaxed under him, moving against him as everything got slow and heated. Edgar settled a little closer. "For a while, the only thing I could really feel was pain. It was the only way I knew I was still alive. So I got tattoos. I did a lot of other stupid shit, too, but the only evidence that remains are the tattoos." I stroked behind his ear, where I'd seen the hint of a blue smudge. "On your head, too?" "Everywhere," he said. His eyes glinted in the dark, reflected gold with sudden heat. "I don't think I can show you the rest until we get to stage 3, though." I flushed, lifting my head to look down the length of our bodies to where his thigh pressed between mine, then stared up at him. "What? Really?" "Oh, yes." His palm drifted under my breast as he studied me. "But you're not going to distract me, despite having unbelievable breasts. I will definitely give them a great deal of attention. But first, you're going to tell me why you panicked when I said you're perfect." Tattoos were so much more interesting than lines of scars. Maybe I could cover them up with ink, like his, hide the pain and shame with colorful pictures, flowers, dragons. I frowned as I touched a tribal design on his chest, brushing his nipple. "I have scars. Lots of scars." "I know," Edgar said. My breath caught. "You do? How?" "You were hurt." Edgar rested on his elbows as I shivered, and his body radiated warmth. He felt like an electric blanket wrapping himself around me. "I bandaged your wounds that first night. I saw the scars." I frowned up at him. "I hate them. I really do." "Well," he said, and leaned to study my side, where a few lines crept around from my back. "You're in luck, because I know a hell of a tattoo artist. If you want to cover them up, we can make that happen. But they're part of what makes you you, Ivy. I wouldn't change an inch." "I don't want to talk about the scars," I said. I caught his face in my hands. "I want to talk about stage 3. He laughed. "We haven't properly addressed stage 2. "Then get to work." I couldn't think about the scars or his tattoos or the meeting tomorrow. I couldn't think about anything other than him, or I'd lose my nerve. I needed him. I needed his distraction. I needed the light in his eyes and the purr in his chest. I needed everything about him. And that was scary as hell. Chapter 14. He knew from the catch in her voice and the false bravado that particular conversation wasn't over, but he didn't want to push her. Scars were personal things, too personal to discuss while half-naked on a couch, at least until they got to know each other a little better. He wanted to laugh at the thought of it being easier to sleep together than talk about her scars, or why tattoos covered every part of him that Anna had touched. But if she wanted to be distracted, he wanted to distract her. A hint of nerve still tightened the skin around her eyes, so he took his time, kissed her until she melted and sighed under him, until her arm drifted around his neck to pull him close, until her hips rolled against him in invitation. Edgar didn't stop kissing her as he squeezed her breast, rewarded with a sharp gasp, but he carried on leisurely. Her nails left furrows in his sides as he nippled his way down her throat, across her collarbone, down to her nipple. Ivy moaned as he licked and sucked on the hardening bud, gripping his hair with surprising strength. He tweaked one with his fingers as he bit the other, and she went rigid, eyes wide. The lion loved that expression, loved the sound she made and the way her skin smelled like desire. He wanted to see her sweat, wanted to hear her climax, preferably with her thighs wrapped around his neck. He took his time, despite his dick pressing painfully against his jeans, until she begged him for more. The lion wanted to spread her out on his bed and strip her down so he could touch all of her. Edgar tugged at the front of her jeans and murmured, "Are you ready for stage 3? "Finally," she said. She tugged at his belt. "Let's go." "Not so fast." Edgar captured her hands. "We're taking our time, Ivy." "Why?" She leaned up and kissed him, quick, the first time she'd initiated. "I just want—" "Because it's worth waiting for. I promise." He shoved to his feet before he ended up letting her take off his belt and discover where his tattoos ended, and picked her up, tossing her over his shoulder as he walked into the bedroom. He hadn't bothered to make his bed before they left for the auction, But he didn't care as he placed her on the rumpled sheets. Less work to do. Edgar's knee indented the mattress next to her thigh as he leaned down and unbuttoned her jeans, working the zipper as he watched her expression. She watched his hands, holding her breath, and lifted her hips so he could drag the jeans away. He stood back, gently squeezing her ankle as he surveyed her. Soft curves, the gentle swell of her hips, the pink panties with a bow on the waist, a line of marks on her thigh that could have been cuts or injections or any number of things. He didn't care. Stage 3. She sighed and folded her hands over her stomach, almost prim as she watched him stand between her feet at the end of the bed. He laughed, then patted her hip. Scoot back a little. What is stage 3 exactly? She asked, though she wiggled back on his bed until she lay on the pillows, watching him with those big eyes. I get to kiss you somewhere else, Edgar said. A question formed on her lips until he stroked the inside of her thigh. Then her cheeks flamed and her eyes got wider still. He chuckled and knelt between her feet, easing her legs apart until he could see all of her. Only the thin cotton of her panties separated him from her sex, but the heady scent of her desire curled through his brain. Edgar toyed with the lace and cotton, then drew the scrap of fabric down her long legs. She giggled in a breathy rush, staring at him as he studied her. He loved the sound she made, particularly the gasp when he nibbled on the soft inside of her thigh. The stubble on his jaw made her jump, and she grabbed double fistfuls of the sheets. Her breasts rose and fell faster as he worked his way to the apex of her thighs, licking and kissing and tasting every inch of her. Ivy's head fell back on the pillows and her back arched when he finally kissed right above her clit. She sighed his name and it shot through him in a lightning rush. He tasted her, dipped lower, took his time, worked her over with his mouth until she moaned and her hips rolled to meet him. She looked amazing, sprawled across his bed, and Edgar fought the urge to strip down and join her in ecstasy. Her abs tensed as he teased her entrance, stroking gently as he sucked the hard nub that made her cry out, and Edgar eased the tip of his finger inside her, moved inside her with a gentle rocking that she met eagerly, her fingers sliding into his hair to drag his face against her pussy. He wanted it to last forever, wanted to lay there all night and watch her thrash around, watch her come and know he was the one who did it, wanted to taste her again and again, to touch the slippery flesh of her sex, explore her body and make every possible experience amazing, show her how desperately wonderful intimacy could be. But she came in a flash, going rigid under his careful manipulation, then bucked and cried out and touched her breasts. He didn't back off, driving her through the climax as her muscles tightened around his fingers, tried to drag him closer, and gently coaxed her into another, and another, until she lay boneless and covered in sweat, tangled in him and his sheets, panting for breath. Only then did he slide up her body to lay next to her, glad he kept his pants on because the temptation to fit himself to her only increased with the wanton abandon of her pleasure. He couldn't wait to finally enter her, to lose himself in the tight heat of her body. Edgar bit back a groan as his palm drifted over her breast and rested against her ribs, counting her racing heartbeats. Doing okay? Better than okay, she sighed. She stretched, languid, and patted low on his stomach, close to where his dick tried to punch through his jeans. Your turn? You don't have to do anything, he said, even though just the thought of walking away from her soft hands and softer lips took a year off his life. I just like to watch you. She looked at him from under her eyelashes, her expression a blend of coy innocence and lust, and he groaned. Ivy tugged at his belt once more. Isn't that part of stage 3? Or is that 4? He was lost, utterly lost. Edgar held his breath as she unbuckled his belt and worked at the button, then exhaled in a gust. I have no idea what stage. None. Good. Ivy sat up, glorious in her nakedness, and her hand slid inside his jeans, inside his briefs until she found his cock and his hips moved in a slow thrust against her palm. Her eyes widened and her hand tightened around him. Edgar swallowed a curse and lifted his hips so she could drag his jeans off. The lion grumbled, wanting everything to move faster, but he held on to the mattress so he wouldn't grab her and roll her under him. Ivy traced the lines of a tattoo across his abs and down the cut of muscle to his groin. His cock twitched as her wrist brushed it, and Ivy bit her lip as she considered the thick head and the bead of liquid that appeared on the tip. He took a deep breath and released part of his death grip on the sheets, captured her hand with his, and helped her grip his shaft. He clenched his jaw at her soft touch, the whisper of a stroke, and tightened his hold around her hand until she moved and his hips moved to meet her. Edgar grumbled and thrust against her hand again as Ivy grew bolder, teasing the tip of his cock with her fingers, and he groaned. That's it. A little faster. Pleasure short-circuited his brain as her grip tightened, telescoped, and his fingers bit into the mattress to keep him from moving. He didn't want to startle her. And not just because he wouldn't finish if she got scared. He didn't want fear between them. Edgar took a breath to suggest she go faster still, but paused when she stopped entirely. He lifted his head to look at her, and his entire body jerked as she licked the head of his cock. He cursed as she sucked the tip into her mouth and stroked him at the same time, and pressure gathered in his balls. Ivy sucked him, paused to lick the full length of his cock, her dark eyes watching his expression as he watched her, and Edgar felt the orgasm coming like a freight train. She murmured, "Is this okay?" "Don't stop." He couldn't think, couldn't feel anything except the wet pressure of her mouth and the soft give of her breasts against his thighs as they tensed, as his hips moved in short, jerky thrusts that she met and conquered. Edgar took a breath to warn her, but painful pleasure spiked in his back and he came in a rush, spending himself in her mouth as his cock slipped in her soft hands. Ivy coughed, jerking back, and the last jet of his climax landed on his stomach. Edgar tried to think through the static in his brain, all of his attention still on his dick, and held out a hand to her. "Sorry, couldn't—" He jumped as something warm and wet touched his softening cock, and he looked up in time to see Ivy licking his body clean. It was almost enough to get him hard again. Edgar caught her face and dragged her up to lay next to him, kissing her again before drawing the sheets and comforter up and over them. "Thank you." "You're sure it was okay?" "It was more than okay," he said, then spooned her close until he could smell her hair, tangled on his pillow. "It was amazing." She yawned and wiggled, getting comfortable. Then her breathing slowed and deepened. Before he could say anything else, she slept. The lion purred, content for the time being. He still wanted to mark her, to claim her. Edgar could wait. A couple days, maybe. He didn't stay awake much past her, though he liked listening to her breathe. She left sometime in the night, maybe around 3, and though Edgar sat up to ask her to stay, she slipped through the door before he could shake away sleep. He stared into the dark for a long time, wondering whether it was a sign of things to come. Chapter 15. I didn't sleep well after leaving Edgar's room, guilt at slipping away keeping me up just as much as sheer terror at what I'd done, what he'd done, what I'd let him do to me. I didn't feel comfortable in any of the borrowed clothes and changed several times before settling on different jeans and a sweater, although in reality I didn't feel comfortable in my own skin. Most of the mansion still slept as I eased into the hall, checked for a light under Edgar's door before heading toward the back garden. I still got lost in the maze of halls and rooms, finally just exiting the house and walking around the porch instead of trying to get through the interior. Carter and half a dozen others, including pregnant Natalia, had already started. They all sat on yoga mats in the grass with their legs folded, and Carter gave gentle instructions on how to breathe. I watched from the porch, leaning against the railing, but couldn't unstick my feet to join in. Carter caught sight of me and smiled, nodding to encourage me to come down, but I just shook my head. I wasn't ready yet. Not quite yet. I turned to go and ran smack into Edgar's broad chest. I stared up at him as my heart raced and all the blood rushed to my face, and all I could see was him kneeling between my thighs, mouth planted firmly on my sex and fingers doing unimaginable things as I moaned and made a fool of myself. I floundered for something to say anything, but he held out a cup of steaming coffee. "Good morning." "Good morning," I whispered, taking the cup and using it to hide at least part of my face. Holy God, I might never stop blushing. Edgar leaned against the porch railing, studying his brother and the others with a slight frown as he tried his own coffee. "You should go down there. Join in. There are extra mats. Carter and Sophia swear by it." I flinched at the thought of facing Sophia again. That sure as hell wouldn't be peaceful. I just shook my head. I don't want to be alone in my head if I can help it. "I understand that." The silence stretched and I couldn't take it, ready to jump out of my own skin. "So, all of your brothers have mates. Where's yours?" His eyebrows rose as he glanced over at me, and I immediately regretted letting the words out. What an awful thing to say, particularly after how kind he'd been the night before. "I'm sorry. I don't know why, I'm sorry. Your ghosts aren't my business." "It's a fair question." Edgar took a deep breath, the lines around his eyes deepening. "She died years ago. Almost 10 years, actually." My heart sank, but I wasn't entirely surprised. Something in his eyes reflected my own pain back at me. Maybe that was why I trusted him, why he felt more comfortable. He knew at least part of what I'd been through, and it was that familiarity and the lingering intimacy of sharing his bed that let me admit that piece of myself as well. "Mine too. He was in the program. He died when we escaped." Edgar shook his head. "Bad luck, both of you being there." "Not luck at all." I stared at the garden, not seeing the beautiful landscaping, but instead a dark, cold night and electrified fences with razor wire along the top. I frowned down at the coffee. "They came up with a blood test to find mates, some way of figuring out how closely people matched up. They went out and found him, took him on purpose. They wanted to test whether being mates increased the success of producing offspring." He cursed, loudly enough that Carter looked up with a frown. Edgar wiped at his mouth, turning away for a long moment before he faced me again. I braced myself for the condemnation, the accusations that I got my mate killed. Instead, he took a deep breath. "I'm so sorry." I shrugged and tried not to think about it, tried not to think about Jake. But my voice didn't work, so the flippant dismissal never made it past my lips. An ocean of grief rose up around me, threatened to drown me. It still hurt, even after so many years. Some days it hurt more, building and building until I couldn't move or think or breathe. Edgar let me curl in on myself, though his soft words struck right through me. "That's why you'd never kissed anyone." "I never wanted to after he died. They never let us touch. We only saw each other through glass and plastic. We held hands after we escaped, but we didn't have time to even kiss before he died." I cleared my throat a couple of times, gripping my upper arms until my nails bit into my skin and the pain reminded me I still lived. And then it felt like I was cold all over, like... I shook my head, floundering for words. "Like you would shatter if someone touched you," he said, and it was his turn to look away. "Like you'd never be warm again, would never feel again, and anything like softness or caring or intimacy would kill you." I tried to smile, though I thought it might crack my face. Finally, someone else understands. He fidgeted, putting his cup down, then picking it up, moving his feet, looking nervous. Maybe disclosing something so personal upset him. Maybe he needed an out from the conversation. But that wasn't like him, and he watched me too closely for someone who needed an escape. "What's wrong with you?" Edgar's hands flexed at his sides after he set the coffee aside. "The lion wants to comfort you because you're sad, but I don't know what will help." And that made me smile for real. "I don't really know how to be comforted, so I guess we're even. I suppose we could give it a shot, if it'll make the lion feel better." He glanced at the garden, where yoga seemed to be wrapping up, then caught my hand and led me around the porch to the east garden. Sunlight flooded the small private garden, even with tall hedges, and Edgar nodded at where a wide hammock swung between two massive trees. "This is where I hide from the rest of the family." I hesitated, but he flopped right into the hammock, basking in the sunlight like a true cat, and watched me with half-closed eyes. "Give it a shot. Hammocks are probably history's best invention." I laughed, shaking my head as I approached, then studied the hammock a little dubiously. I couldn't just sit on him. Well, I could, but... I blushed, took a deep breath, and tried to crawl in with him, and ended up on the grass. Edgar sat up, struggling not to laugh, and held out his hand. "Here, try again." With his help, I managed to at least get into the hammock, but it took a great deal of wiggling, an elbow in his face, and his hands getting almost back to stage 3 before things settled into a comfortable tangle. My cheeks burned, and I closed my eyes so I wouldn't see his expression. Edgar sighed, content, and played with my hair. The hammock rocked as the air warmed around us, driving away the morning chill, and somewhere a bird sang. Edgar purred, a gentle rumble that vibrated through me in a soft tickle, and I smiled, rested my cheek on his chest, and snuggled a little closer. It felt right. I felt safe for the first time in years. Sleep beckoned, made everything soft, and dulled the pain. He traced shapes on my arm as the bees buzzed lazily overhead. I sighed. "Tell me about her. Your mate." He made a thoughtful noise in his throat, but the purr never stopped. "Her name was Anna. She was about 4 years younger than me when we met in high school. She was a lion as well, so our families were pleased when we met. She laughed like a hyena, but God, I loved the sound of it." He chuckled a little, and the hammock rocked as he shook his head. "She had terrible taste in music and a worse voice. Couldn't carry a tune in a bucket, but she loved to sing. She'd start belting out a song anywhere. And she always borrowed my favorite shirts but wouldn't give them back. Pretended like she had no idea what I was talking about. She wanted to be a doctor or a photographer or a teacher. She would have been great at anything, really." I smiled, trying to picture high school Edgar and his mate. "Ran circles around you, did she?" He laughed more, and his arms tightened around me for just a moment. "You have no idea. She talked Logan and I into all kinds of things, all kinds of adventures so she could practice her wildlife photography. We almost ended up in a zoo at least 3 times.
Mom was furious, but Anna had this earnest way of explaining things that always worked, always convinced people, especially adults, that her ideas really were going to work. He sighed, and I felt his smile as he rested his cheek on my forehead. Tell me about your mate. What was he like? Cold drifted over my skin, and I couldn't tell if it was a cloud or a memory. I didn't want to open my eyes to find out, and only huddled closer to him. The fur increased, and he held me tighter. His name was Jake. We didn't get a chance to know each other well. They had him for about 2 years before we escaped, and they let us see each other through glass, but we never touched until we escaped. If we talked, the shrinks recorded everything we said. So we did a lot of staring at each other. I did a lot of wishing. He had this ridiculous ginger hair. He was a tiger, so I guess he would be orange, but it was quite a shock. He was a good soul. A kind soul. He must have been. He tried to protect me, I said, and my voice grew rusty. Even inside the cages, he would fight when they took me for a procedure, hurt himself trying to get to me, even though it was my fault he ended up there. My fault he died. Edgar grumbled and shook his head. It wasn't your fault, Ivy. None of it was your fault. It was nice of him to say, but that didn't make it true. It had been my fault they took Jake. They wanted my mate so they could experiment on us both. If he hadn't been my mate, he would still be alive. Edgar's lion noises grew louder, and he turned toward me, nearly pulled me under him, as if he wanted to smother the sadness right out of me. I leaned into him and dozed, let go of everything except the sound of his heartbeat. When I almost slept, when I drifted through that gray area that was neither dreaming nor awake, I whispered, "Do you really think we only get to love one person? That we only have one true mate?" The lion noises quieted, and he played with my hair, spinning it around and around his fingers. Edgar sighed. I want to believe the universe isn't that cruel, that we get another chance or at least another choice, but I don't know. Neither did I. I wanted to tell him that he felt like my second chance, but dreams won over awake, and I drifted away, his heart still thumping against my cheek and his purr rumbling in my ears. Chapter 16. Edgar woke as something pinched his foot and cracked an eye open to see Benedict standing beside the hammock. Edgar would have killed him if he woke Ivy, who still slept with her face pressed against his neck, and scowled at Benedict in warning. But his brother dropped his voice and retreated. "We have the appointment with Smith in an hour. We need to leave soon." The lion grumbled as Ivy stirred, and Edgar waved Benedict away. "Call Smith to reschedule. We can meet him for lunch." But Ivy lifted her head, groggy as she looked around with a frown. "What? Why are we rescheduling?" "So the lazy kitty can take a nap," Benedict crooned, and tried to rub Edgar's stomach. Edgar kicked at him. "Go away." But the damage was done. Ivy floundered about, trying to get out of the hammock without falling on her face, and nearly dumped Edgar out in the process. She rubbed at her eyes, lines from his shirt still striating her cheek, and straightened her clothes. "An hour, you said? I need to get some of the files." "We have time." Edgar scowled as Benedict winked and disappeared into the house, then yawned and eased out of the hammock. Part of him didn't want to take her to see Smith. The investigator would be able to find the guy she was looking for, and once her list was done, she would leave. If it took a little longer to find the guy, he could convince her to stay. Being around her was the most peaceful he'd felt in years. But he had the car ready to go outside the house an hour later, a breakfast sandwich waiting for her along with more coffee, when Ivy reappeared with an accordion file. Benedict sat in the back and whistled tunelessly, then frowned as he watched Ivy approach. Hope I'm not ruining your date, Eddie. Fuck off, Benedict.
Ivy jumped in the front seat before Benedict could respond or Edgar's mood could improve. He handed her the sandwich and waited for her to buckle up before putting the SUV in drive. She half-turned and gave Benedict the stink eye. "Why are you here?"
"I'm his lawyer," he said, and nodded at Edgar. "I keep him out of prison, for the most part." "I've never been to prison," Edgar said under his breath. "You've been to jail a couple of times." Benedict went back to whistling, waggling his eyebrows when Edgar looked at him in the rearview mirror. Edgar prayed for patience, though the steering wheel creaked in his grip. "When does Eloise go to see Geraldine about violating her parole?" Benedict made a face. "Next week. The old cougar needed a couple of days to cool off," she said. Edgar snorted. "That's not a good sign. Tell me about it." The lawyer sighed dramatically and picked up his phone. "She likes bears, though. Think I can get Kaiser to take her on a date? Charm her a bit so she's less pissed off?" "You could try, but I'm guessing Kaiser's pretty pissed at Eloise as well if she was running shifter blood through his gym." Ivy frowned at him, then back at Benedict. "She was doing what?" "Allegedly running shifter blood," the lawyer said, holding up his hand. "Allegedly." Edgar rubbed his forehead and tried not to laugh. "The Coyotes run some underground fights. They won't stop, even though they could join the council if they went straight, but anyway, they allow humans in the fights against shifters, but the humans don't realize they're fighting shifters. They just think they're fighting roided-up meatheads. Of which dear Sophia was one, brother. Don't say that in front of Atticus. Who was also fighting." Edgar shook his head when Ivy looked about to ask another question. "That's a much longer story. Some of the humans asked about how to get whatever it was the shifter fighters were on, and voila, a new industry springs up overnight. If the humans take a shot of shifter blood mixed in with something else, they get a momentary boost. Super strength, super speed, super senses, all that." The color drained from her face. "You can't be serious." "It gets worse." Edgar took a deep breath. "The effects wear off after the fight and the humans come off the blood, but inevitably they want more. The Coyotes don't know if some of these clowns have taken enough to permanently change, because they're shitty criminals and don't keep records. They can't keep up with demand as some of these guys get hooked. So the Coyotes have outsourced acquisition and distribution to others in the shifter community." "And his girlfriend is selling shifter blood to humans?" "She's my mate," Benedict said. "And these are all unfounded allegations. I object." "You would." Edgar glanced at his phone as it beeped, silencing it, then turned into the garage near Smith's building. "But that doesn't mean it isn't true. Axel found a duffel bag full of the stuff in her locker at the gym. How more founded can it get, dude?" Benedict's irritation showed through as he scowled out the window and waved dismissively. "No locks on the lockers, asshole. And shouldn't we be more worried about what your girl has in those files?" Edgar parked and kicked his door open without a word, going around to open Ivy's door with a tight smile. She eyed him, but didn't say anything. It was a tense elevator ride up to Smith's office, Benedict pouting in the corner and Ivy fidgeting with her file folder next to him. Edgar flipped the car keys around his finger, tense and uneasy for no reason that he could understand, and managed a smile for Smith's receptionist. She knew him by sight and immediately led the trio back to Smith's office. Ivy stumbled and Edgar slowed, took her arm. Felt better immediately as some of the tension eased in his chest. He shook Smith's hand as the older man rose from behind his desk. "Thanks for meeting with us." "Always a pleasure, Edgar." The investigator studied Ivy closely, but hid it well as he pressed her fingers with his, then shook Benedict's hand. "And you brought your lawyer, so I know it's not a social call." Edgar cleared his throat and nudged Ivy toward one of the chairs closest to the desk, taking the one next to her and leaving Benedict to sit against the wall. "This is my friend Ivy. She's got a project and could use some help." Smith nodded and arranged some of the papers on his desk so he could take notes. I'm at your service, young lady. And he waited. They all waited. Ivy froze. Her arms tightened around the file folder, and her mouth worked soundlessly. Color crept up her throat until her entire face flushed. Edgar sensed her rising panic and tried to head it off before his lion or her Wolverine decided to end the meeting before it really began. Edgar touched her arm to calm her down and leaned back in his chair. While Ivy gathers her thoughts, can you fill me in on what you've found out so far from the Frasers? Smith didn't skip a beat, pulling a manila folder from inside the desk. Of course. I sent one of my investigators up to Michigan to speak with the Frasers and the rest of the shifter population that was involved in the incident. They were able to provide a location for the facility where the medical experiments took place, as well as blueprints for the facility itself. We've got more names now, more kids who went missing. We've located a few as simple runaways, but the majority are still ghosts in the wind. The lion grumbled as Ivy went still and silent, getting small in her chair as she stared at Smith. Edgar stroked the back of her hand, wanting to drag her into his lap and hold her closer, but it was a business meeting after all. Smith didn't comment, didn't slow or even seem to notice the girl's panicked breathing. Smith tossed a few papers across the desk so Edgar could pick them up, and he tilted them so Ivy could see the surveillance photos as well. A pained keen escaped from between her teeth, but she only shook her head. Smith waited until Edgar nodded to go on. We thought we'd narrowed down the main players in the setup. Humans, all of them. 9 total. The Midwest shifters came closer to capturing at least 4 of them, but all the men, save one, have died in car wrecks, house fires, or hunting accidents. Benedict leaned forward to slap Ivy's back. Good job, champ. Smith's eyebrows rose, but he didn't ask. Edgar gestured for him to continue, and the investigator took a deep breath. The last piece is still the most difficult. We're still looking for the financier and idea man. We thought there were 2, but it turns out to be 1 man. So far, he's beyond us, faceless and nameless. None of the records we were able to dig up identify the man. It may take more time, but we'll find him. Edgar sighed, rubbing his shoulder, about to tell Smith they needed to turn the heat up when Ivy moved. She opened the file folder, the sound of rustling paper loud as a gunshot in the silent room. She pulled out a much-folded photograph and set it on the desk in front of Smith. She spoke only to him, an intensity in her eyes that almost made Edgar jealous. His name is Marcus Keller. He lives near here. I don't know where. He's head of Keller Pharmaceuticals. Smith took the photograph, grainy and smudged, of a heavy-set man with a dark mustache and empty eyes. Ivy's fist tightened around a scrap of newspaper, almost tearing it, but she smoothed it carefully and held it out to Smith. They do a lot of research. They've made great strides in tissue regeneration for burn victims. Her mouth twisted and her tone twisted with it, grew bitter and hard. Tissue regeneration based on the shifter kids he stole and cut apart. For once, Benedict sat speechless. Edgar would have enjoyed the silence if not for the subject matter and Ivy's gaze burning a hole through Smith's head. The lawyer finally said, That guy is really powerful. He's got big friends. I don't think you can just cut the brake lines on his car, Ivy. I wasn't planning on it. Her eyes narrowed. I have other plans for him. I want to take everything from him. Everything. His reputation, his family, his money, his company, everything he owns. And I want him to live long enough to know it's all gone, that I took it from him as partial payment on everything he took from us. I want him to suffer. A chill ran through Edgar as he watched her, but he understood. If there had been someone to blame for Anna's death, he would have done exactly the same, maybe worse. The investigator cleared his throat and leaned his elbows on the desk. You're one of his victims? I'm a survivor, she said, fierce, and her hands clenched the arms of the chair.
For a moment, her features sharpened, and Edgar saw a hint of the wolf in her face. Smith nodded. Of course. He made a few notes, then picked up the photograph of Keller to study it closely. Another human. There had to be a shifter helping them. Ivy stared at the paper in his hands. There's no other way he could know where to find us. They hunted us down, killed Pax and Frieds. It couldn't have been just humans. Believe me, I had the same thought. Smith ran a hand over his iron-gray hair, and Edgar raised an eyebrow. That was the first time he'd ever seen the investigator fidget or groom. Ever. Smith shook his head. We've found no records, no evidence to link the facility or the experiments to any shifters, either here or in the Midwest. And Sophia's family searched with rather draconian measures. If the perpetrator lived among them, the Frasers would have found him. Which means the perpetrators are here, Benedict said slowly, taking a deep breath. Maybe among us. No. Edgar wanted to break something. There couldn't be a traitor among them. That's not possible. Anything is possible, Benedict said, echoing Carter from only the day before, and the urge to punch his brother returned. Ivy caught Edgar's arm before he could follow through. Her voice sent shivers through him from head to toe. But if he's here, then you're in charge of justice, right? You get to end it. You hunt him. You finish it. Isn't that worth something? Edgar didn't like it, but the possibility of taking his rage out on someone who really deserved it settled the lion. He squeezed her hand, and Ivy turned her attention back to Smith. Do you know where Keller lives? Where he goes to the gym? Pattern of life? I can get it easily. The man's voice turned grim, and his eyes flashed silver, the pupils elongating. Give me a day or two so we have a complete picture. I don't want to leave it longer. I'll have a packet for you late tomorrow. Thank you. Edgar stood, a touch uneasy with the sight of Smith losing his iron control. Edgar wasn't entirely certain what type of shifter Smith was, but he had to be both scary and old, given the way he moved in the world. Edgar stood to shake his hand. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll bring it by the house, if that's acceptable. Smith didn't wait for Edgar to answer, instead gently taking Ivy's hand once more. And if it is acceptable to you, young lady, I would very much like to be there when you dispose of this man. She gripped his hand with more force, expression grim. Of course, if he runs, we might need you to chase him down. A hint of a smile touched Smith's face and revealed disconcertingly sharp teeth. Benedict raised an eyebrow as he traded looks with Edgar, but recovered enough to grin as he shook Smith's hand. Always a pleasure. In the elevator, the lawyer glanced at Edgar. What the hell kind of shifter is he, anyway? Before Edgar had to admit he didn't know, Ivy shook her head. He's not a shifter. He's Fae. Fae? Benedict snorted. A fairy? You think he's a fairy? She didn't bother looking back as they walked into the garage, and she strode toward the car. Call him a fairy to his face and see what happens. In the car, as Benedict called Eloise and argued about the merits of fleeing to an unnamed Caribbean island, Edgar leaned on the console to ask Ivy, Why do you think he's Fae? The eyes give him away. She glanced at Edgar, about to say more, then just shook her head. The ride back to the house was silent, and rain fell in a downpour around them. It suited Edgar's mood perfectly. Chapter 17. My thoughts raced too fast to even consider a conversation on the drive back to the mansion, though I sensed Edgar had something to say. He never spoke, though, and only excused himself to his office as soon as we were back. Benedict stormed off to deal with another allegation against Eloise, and so I found myself standing in the cavernous foyer of the mansion, alone. I might have stood there forever if one of the butlers hadn't appeared from a side room, raising his eyebrows when he saw me. "How can I help you, Miss Ivy?" Turning in a circle didn't help me orient. If I wanted to go back to my room, how would I do that? He coughed politely to cover a smile, then held out a white-gloved hand. I'm happy to show you the way. The house can be quite confusing, can't it? You ain't kidding, I said under my breath, exhaling with relief. I followed as he made a right and then a left, heading down a wide corridor that looked almost familiar. It took another 10 minutes before I finally recognized where we were. Before he left, I asked him where to find the gym. I had a lot of energy to work off and a long day to wait before we heard back from the investigator. I stashed the file folder and changed quickly before I forgot his directions. I only made 2 wrong turns before I found an enormous room filled with workout equipment. Half the space housed treadmills and ellipticals and other machines, while the other half was split between free weights and wrestling mats. It looked like heaven. Only one other person used the gym. Ruby jogged on a treadmill but didn't look up as I walked in. I held my breath. She was the last person I wanted to see. Well, maybe Eloise was the real last person, but Ruby was a close second. I chose an elliptical as far from her as possible and got to work. There was too much to plan to waste time worrying about what she might say. If Smith were able to find Keller, then everything would be over in a matter of days. Edgar and his brothers would help take him down, or the Faye investigator would, and then the men responsible for my family's murder would all be dead. The thought left me breathless. Finally, it would be over. My legs ached and sweat drenched me by the time Ruby got off her treadmill and strode over, wincing as she stretched her hamstring. I slowed my pace so I could hear her over the hum of the machine, and she handed me a bottle of water taken from a nearby fridge. I took it, waiting. She put her hands on her hips, studying me. Look, I'm sorry about what happened when we first met, in Edgar's office. I wasn't expecting to see a wolf, and I was already amped up from a conversation with my brother. So I overreacted, and I'm sorry. My stride faltered, and I nearly face-planted into the console of the elliptical. She snorted, patting her face with a towel. Is it that surprising that I would apologize? Jesus. Sorry, I said, and stopped running. I winced and pressed on the small of my back. Muscles ached in all these strange places, like I'd been doing weird crunches. It's just been a weird morning. Welcome to life with the Chase brothers, Ruby said. She studied me, then tilted her head at a couple of benches near the wall. Talk with me for a moment? Sure. I waited for the other shoe to drop, suspecting some kind of trick, even though she looked tired more than devious. If she was the alpha of her pack, she was hard as coffin nails and just as dangerous. I'd never heard an alpha apologize to anyone in my life. But I followed her to the benches, grabbing a towel from a stack on a shelf so I could wipe sweat off my face. Ruby, face still red from her run, didn't face me head-on, but instead focused on the mats in front of her. Carter told me you've had a rough time, and after what you told Sophia at dinner, I think that's the understatement of the century. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry you lost your pack and your family. I can't even imagine that. Tears flooded my eyes, and I used the towel to hide them, furious with myself that the emotions lay so close to the surface. The thought of catching Keller, of finally being done with the list, dragged everything up again until I could hardly think about my family without wanting to sob. I gritted my teeth until I could face her again, though I didn't face her either. Too much challenge in it, and we were both of us too sensitive to the topic at hand. Thanks. He said, and so did Edgar, that you're a lone wolf and want to stay that way. She took a deep breath as I started to emphasize that and held up her hand. Hold on. I just wanted to offer for you to run with our pack on full moon nights. I don't know if you got to do that with your family before you were taken, but the pack runs every month. You're welcome to join us whenever you want, with no obligations or responsibilities in the pack. I'll give you visitor status so no one can challenge you. I blinked, frowning down at my hands. Thank you. I don't think I'll be around long enough to take you up on that offer, but I really do appreciate it.
Good meeting with the investigator?
Good enough for now. I didn't want to jinx it. The towel twisted in my hands. So close. Ruby nodded, thoughtful, then exhaled in a sudden gust. Before I forget, there's another wolf pack in the city. Miles Evershaw is the alpha. He's easy on the eyes, but he's a total asshole. Try not to go around the city without Edgar or me or the bears. Otherwise, Evershaw might get ideas. You're cute, and there's a dearth of lady wolves around here. But aren't you working with those guys against someone else? I arched an eyebrow and stole a glance at her. She wasn't so tough, maybe. Or maybe she could relax around a lone wolf, since it didn't matter what I said or did. Pack was all that mattered. She made a face, a spike in her ear flashing as she shook her head. Enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Evershaw loves his power, and he'll do anything, cooperate with anyone in order to keep it. Since the outsider pack is threatening Silverline's turf first, Evershaw asked my brother and I to help fend them off, under the assumption that if they beat him, they'd beat us as well. And since Logan is pushing this cooperation bullshit, we agreed to work with Evershaw to settle disputes among the wolves. The outsiders aren't playing, though. It's getting ugly. How ugly? No one's died yet, but there have been some close calls. Ruby rubbed her forehead. They tried to steal a girl. Probably bride-napping, but no one likes the implications. My heart sank. Stealing kids. Maybe this pack was the one cooperating with Keller. We would know soon enough. I drained the bottle of water. That's no good at all. Ruby pushed to her feet and started stretching, bending down, though she kept a wary eye on me. So, where are you going after this is finished? You said you wouldn't be around long. I don't know. I leaned my elbows on my knees and stared at my hands. Somewhere quiet and peaceful, I think. Maybe the mountains out west. She made a thoughtful noise, then straightened and retrieved her towel. You might consider staying here. Edgar likes you. Even if you don't want to shack up with him, they want you to stay. They're a good family. Sophia doesn't need the stress of me being here. I got another bottle of water and eyed the treadmill, needing another half hour of work before I felt settled, or some serious weightlifting. It's better if I go. Ruby only shrugged. Just talk to Edgar before you go, okay? She started to go on after I made a face, but her phone rang and she sighed. She held it up as she turned to go. See you at dinner, Ivy. I waved her off and turned toward the machines again, but stopped short as Natalia shuffled in, followed by half a dozen women, giving them a tour of the maze, no doubt. Maybe she could draw me a map. I recognized them from the auction, and my heart sank as one, long blonde hair done back in a complex braid, stared at me. Isabel? Are you Isabel? I cleared my throat, nodding to Natalia as I headed for the door. Not anymore. But you... Her voice faded behind me, and I focused on getting back to my room. I didn't have anything to say to her, and hoped she gave me the same courtesy. Chapter 18. I felt off balance the rest of the day and into dinner. Even sitting next to Edgar didn't steady my nerves. I kept waiting for that woman to pop into the room and accuse me of destroying families and bringing chaos with me wherever I went. So my heart jumped every time the door opened to admit one of the servers, carrying dishes. But the rest of the family focused on Eloise's recent indiscretions. Logan scowled into his wine glass, his free hand resting on Natalia's pregnant belly. I thought our agreement was that you would get and keep a legitimate job, not help the coyotes break the law and piss off the rest of the alphas in the city. I need to make a recording of me saying I didn't do it and just play that every time someone brings this up. Eloise's hair curled into the air, defying gravity, and I held my breath. I'd never seen anything like it. Natalia raised an eyebrow. Honey, I want to believe you, but what other explanation is there? Someone put that shit in my locker. Edgar sighed next to me, pouring more wine into my glass.
So now you're saying one of Kaiser's guys not only had the steroids and blood in his possession, but planted them on you deliberately to incriminate you? Not one of Kaiser's guys, probably one of Evershaw's. She scowled and reached for more mashed potatoes. He's still pissed about the coyotes. I wouldn't put it past him to try to get back at you guys through me. So you're just a victim, Logan said. His patience wore thin, and the irritation started to shine through, along with a gold sheen across his eyes. Mind your words, Natalia said under her breath. She leaned her elbows on the table, frowning as she studied Eloise. Could it be that other pack, Ruby? The one outside the city? They've been causing all kinds of trouble for you guys in other ways. Maybe they're branching out? We would have smelled them in the gym or on the bag, Ruby said.
She absently twined her fingers in Carter's short hair, while he purred and didn't even seem embarrassed that he did so. It made me smile. The dark-haired woman shrugged.
There weren't any strange scents in the room or the gym, and Kaiser's security system didn't catch anything.
Eloise fumed.
I didn't fucking do it.
Benedict just shook his head, staring up at the ceiling, and periodically batted away the curls and braids that reached for his cheeks and ears. Sophia rubbed her nose and leaned against Atticus. Luckily, she didn't panic around me anymore, but she remained wary. I wondered if we would ever be truly friends, or if I would only be a reminder of bad times. Sophia frowned at the other girl. If they end up blaming you for it, what happens? You're not a shifter, so it's not like the council would be responsible for punishing you. Eloise perked up.
That's right. None of you have authority over Gorgons. Hold on. Logan's frown deepened into a scowl. You're still part of my pride, so your behavior comes back on me regardless. But no, I don't know who's responsible for administering justice to Gorgons.
Probably the Earl King, I said under my breath, then froze as all eyes landed on me. I cleared my throat and put down the wine glass. I mean, I would assume Gorgons are related to Fae.
What the hell is an Earl King?
Atticus asked, brow furrowed. The Earl King. There's only one. I fiddled with a loose thread on my jeans, but stopped when Edgar caught my fingers under the table. He leads the wild hunt. I don't know if you've got the Fae courts around here, but if you don't, the Earl King would be the one.
How the hell do we find the Earl King?
Benedict's arms draped along the back of Eloise's chair, and he squeezed her arm when she started to look the smallest bit tense. You don't. I leaned back in my chair, raising my eyebrows. He finds you. Shocked silence covered the dining room, and for once I didn't mind. I couldn't suppress my grin very long at all, and a hint of a laugh snuck out. My poker face needed a lot of work. Benedict stared at me.
You're joking? Are you joking? What the hell?
I laughed, couldn't stop as Edgar chuckled, and even Logan cracked a smile. I tried to compose my expression into seriousness as Eloise scowled, clearly not entertained. I'm sorry. It's true, except for that last bit. I have no idea how the Earl King does his work. I'm sure it will be fine. Benedict lifted his wine glass in salute.
Well played, Ivy. Well played.
Natalia smiled. How do you know so much about Fae and the Wild Hunt? My mother was a professor. She studied comparative religion and early mythologies. She used to tell us bedtime stories about the Earl King and tricksters and all kinds of things. I smiled at the memory of us all snuggled up in bed, getting lost in the rich worlds and intricate stories. I cleared my throat as regret surged up. Sometimes it just pops out. Sorry. For what it's worth, I don't think they've ever recorded the Earl King in North America, but when the magic started dying in Europe, Mom guessed he might have come here. Edgar smiled into his wine glass.
Perfect. If we ever find him, he might be a hell of an addition to the council. I'm not sure we need a wild hunt in the city, Atticus said under his breath. "The coyotes would find a way to take bets on it or sacrifice humans to it or something awful. The less temptation, the better." I breathed a little easier as discussion turned instead to what would have to be done about the coyotes. Even Logan seemed almost gleeful at the idea of the other wolf alpha, Miles Evershaw, having to deal with a pack of overgrown children. Apparently, he deserved it, although Ruby seemed to think any major punishment for the coyotes would push them to align with the third pack outside the city and only make their fight more difficult. My head spun, trying to keep up with the political shenanigans and alliances and machinations of the council, so I was relieved when things petered out early. Natalia claimed she was too tired for dessert, which pushed Logan into an overprotective tailspin. Apparently, she never missed dessert. Ever. Edgar walked me back to my room. Once we were out of sight of the others, he caught my hand and held it. "Want to watch a movie?" I laughed, though my heart leapt and every part of me felt flushed and hot. "That sounds like a good plan, or at least stage one." He chuckled, then grabbed me and pressed me up against the wall with a fiery kiss. The heat of his body burned through me, ignited something deep in me that ached for more contact, more of him, deeper. I went boneless as Edgar broke the kiss and pressed his cheek to mine, inhaling from my hair as he murmured, "Maybe we should go through the whole plan." My pulse thrummed, and I linked my arms around his neck. I wanted to say something funny or sweet or sexy, anything to make him laugh or make that lion grumbly noise that made my toes curl, but all that I could come up with was, "Yes." It was apparently the right thing to say, because he spun me away from the wall and fast-marched the last hall to his suite without another word. Struggling for breath had nothing to do with the pace he set. The anticipation of finally sleeping with him made my knees weak and my hands shake as he kicked the door shut behind us and kissed me again. I held on to him in desperation, terrified we would be interrupted before we finally got naked. And when Edgar tried to guide me to the couch, I shook my head. I kept kissing him, pausing only to say, "The bed." He fumbled with my t-shirt, dragging it over my head. "Are you sure?" "Very." I tugged on his belt, but couldn't work the damn buckle and slid my hands under his shirt instead. A fever overtook me, overtook us both, until the fire consumed everything but the feel of his skin and the slide of muscles as he picked me up and carried me into his bedroom. "Tell me if you need to stop," he said, mostly groaned, as he wrenched at my jeans and dragged them away. "I don't want to rush you." "Rush me," I said. I tore at his shirt, the wolf just as desperate for contact as I was, and raked my nails down his sides. We wanted to mark him, to make it clear he was ours. I fell back against the bed, holding my breath as he stripped off the rest of his clothes and then shredded what was left of mine, laid me bare and stood back, admiring. I held my breath, gnawing my lower lip, and couldn't take it, couldn't take the anticipation and the heat in his gaze. I touched my stomach, watching as he mirrored my movement and touched the rippled abs near his belly button. A rumble started, almost a growl, as his cock swelled. I watched as it grew, and the muscles in his thighs and stomach and arms tightened. My hand slid lower on my stomach, grazing the top of my slit, and his hand followed, touching himself in a long, slow stroke that made me squirm, made a heat flush through me. My legs eased open. For him or me, I didn't know. A long, grumbly moan escaped him, and his voice came out rusty. "Show me." My cheeks caught fire, and for a split second I thought about rolling up in the sheets and hiding away from the gold gaze locked on my thighs. But there was power in this, more power than I'd felt over my own body for as long as I could remember.
He wanted me, despite my scars. Maybe because of my scars. Because I knew what pain was and I'd survived. I licked my lips and watched as he stroked himself once more, and knew that I did that to him. Looking at me made his cock strain, made the muscles in his abs twitch, made him flex to maintain control. I did that. I held the power over my own body, and maybe even over his. Whatever shyness remained fled. I stretched on the bed, owned the space and squeezed my breasts, ran my hands down my sides until he growled louder, loud enough that the Wolverine started paying attention, and I teased my center, rubbed my clit until pleasure sparked through me in lightning flashes and my hips rolled and I moaned, and I watched him watch me, his fist moving faster, and my fingers dipped lower, slid into the wetness of my sex, and he made a savage noise. Edgar's teeth glinted in the half-light of his bedroom. "You're killing me." The wolf's voice answered him. "So do something about it." The mattress dipped as he knelt on the sheets between my feet, his hands moving from my ankles, up my legs and over my hips, up my sides and shoulders until he held my face, stretched out over me until his body pressed against mine, the hard, heavy heat of his cock against my stomach. He kissed me fiercely, almost desperately, and I could only hold on to his shoulders as sensation cascaded through me. He murmured, "Are you ready?" "Very," I said, keeping my hold on him, kneading him close, reveling in the feel of his weight bearing me down into the mattress and pinning me in the real world. He felt real, more real than anything I'd ever known. He eased away just enough to reach between us until the blunt head of his cock pressed against my slippery flesh. Panic surged at the feel of it, the size and pressure, but he'd been so careful with me, so gentle. I sighed, moved my knees up to urge him closer as the uneasiness passed. Edgar's breath came hard and fast, and then he slid forward, into me, pressed through me until I arched and my breath caught. It didn't hurt, but burned with an unfamiliar sting, a strange heat in the intrusion. He groaned and his forehead dropped against my shoulder. Sweat fell onto my breasts as he struggled to move slowly, in gentle, short thrusts that tore me apart. I moaned and pulled at him, desperate for more. I tried to meet his movements to drive him deeper, to feel the friction of his stomach against mine, even if his massive cock split me completely in two. I leaned up to kiss him, and instead, the Wolverine took exception to the gentle deflowering, and we bit his lip, growled as we tasted blood and wanted more. Edgar growled in surprise at the bite, and his hips slammed into me in a sudden punch. I cried out as every muscle in my body seized up, clenched down on him, and ecstasy rolled through me in waves, dragged me away in ripples until I could hardly breathe and dark spots flitted across my vision. He gripped my thighs, spreading me open underneath him, and grumbled against my throat. "Naughty wolf, don't rush the lion." The lion wasn't moving fast enough, I breathed, still only half conscious. I squirmed against him, desperate for more, and that was the Wolverine, not the wolf. "Naughty both of you," he said. He moved onto his elbows over me, eyes glinting gold through the darkness. "Maybe we should bite you back." The thought sent shivers through me, and I clenched around him, trying to drag him closer still. Edgar chuckled and squeezed my thigh, brought my knees up higher, and kissed the hollow of my throat. "Sounds like a plan." I laughed, but it turned into a moan as he started moving. Chapter 19. Edgar almost lost all control when Ivy touched herself, and again when she watched him and licked her lips, and then when he moved over her, slid against her, slid into her, thrust into her sex for the first time and knew it was the very first time for her. The need to make it perfect for her, to make it amazing, was the only thing giving him enough control to hold the lion back from mounting her and fucking her into the headboard. He groaned as she squirmed under him, her hips rolling in a sensual, if unpracticed, invitation, and he retreated a little more. The wet heat of her body dragged at him. Ivy sighed through another gentle thrust, her fingers working into his hair. He loved the sound she made, the needy, soft noises as he moved faster and the short gasps as her face flushed and another orgasm approached. She cried out again, stiffening under him in a sudden convulsion, and her muscles clutched his cock hard enough to nearly finish him as well. He closed his eyes, trying to think of non-sexy things so he could last long enough to drive through her climax and give her another. Make her come until she was a sweaty mess on his bed, until she smelled like him and no one would ever mistake her as someone else's. The lion grumbled his approval and thought more about biting her, putting her on her knees so they could really mount her, then bite her shoulder. The damn Wolverine would know who was in charge then. Edgar thrust hard without meaning to, the visual nearly driving him over the edge, and Ivy moaned and tightened around him. He worried about hurting her. She felt so small underneath him. But when her heels dug into the small of his back, urging him closer, he moved faster, harder, fighting the pressure driving him forward until she cried out and her nails left gouges across his back as she came. He couldn't hold back any longer, thrusting through her spasming channel in short, sharp punches until his own climax rolled through him and nearly knocked him out. He filled her in a rush, a hot surge, and Ivy moaned. Edgar collapsed on top of her, sparks dotting the insides of his eyelids, and tried to piece the world back together. Her breasts pressed against his chest in a soft invitation, almost enough to get him going again, but he slid to the side so he didn't crush her. Ivy lay boneless among the tangled sheets, her eyes closed as she panted, and he felt it like a punch in the chest. He loved her. Absolutely loved her. Wanted her with a desperate need that scared him. He watched the flush fade from her cheeks and her breathing slow, and traced a slow path through the sweat cooling between her breasts, observed the goosebumps that rose on her arms in response. She smiled, the barest curving of her lips, and batted away his hand. "Quit it." "Can't help myself." Edgar sighed in almost resignation, lowering his head to breathe against her skin, wanting to breathe her in, taste her, memorize everything about her. Ivy sighed and stretched, wincing a little, and he eased up on his elbow, studying the rest of her nakedness. "Everything okay?" "Just a little sore." She reached for him, her eyes still closed, and wiggled closer against his side. "And cold." Edgar drew her against his chest and pulled the sheets and blankets over them. She fell asleep quickly, but he didn't follow for a long time, his thoughts uneasy. Loving again meant vulnerability, meant opening himself up for another devastating loss. Edgar closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on the uninhibited way the lion loved her, wanted her. For the first time in a long time, it was easier to live in the animal's mind than his own. Edgar never heard her leave, just woke to find the bed empty beside him. It bothered him that she left, and more that he didn't understand why. He replayed the night in his head, looking for clues, but even a hot shower didn't bring enlightenment. So he counted on coffee to fill the gaps and headed for the kitchen. Almost nothing stirred in the mansion as he walked to the back porch. Edgar paused as he sipped his coffee and counted the people doing yoga with Carter. Ivy stood there among them, stretching, and for a wild moment Edgar was tempted to join them as well. Before he could move, the floor creaked behind him, and Edgar turned to see Logan in the doorway. They had not had much time to talk about the meeting with Smith from the previous day, so Edgar started talking as Logan made toast. When Edgar raised his eyebrows at the simplest breakfast he'd seen Logan eat since he met Natalia, Logan rolled his eyes. "Shut up. Nat still feels sick in the morning. Toast is all she can eat." Edgar just refilled his coffee and leaned against the counter near the toaster. Logan collected butter and jam from the fridge and started to load up a tray. He didn't look up as he asked, "When did Smith say he would get back to you?" "Today," Edgar said. "By close of business." "Good." Logan checked the jam and returned to the fridge to retrieve strawberry as well as blackberry. He eyed Edgar. "Everything going okay with you?" Edgar shrugged. "Of course. I just want to get this all over with." "Right. And the girl?" "What about the girl?" "Come on, man." Logan frowned as he fished the bread out of the toaster and put 4 more slices in, resetting it. "You know what I'm talking about." "And I don't want to talk about it. Or her." "Why not?" Edgar started to make more coffee, not looking at his brother. "That's part of what I don't want to talk about." "You've got to give me something, Ed. Nat won't leave me alone." Edgar snorted. "So that's why you care so much, because Natalia does. It's more than that, and you know it." Logan scowled, tossing bananas and other fruit onto the tray. "This might be the first morning in 10 years that you don't look like you're praying for death. If that's the girl's doing." His eyes narrowed as he looked at Edgar, then leaned forward to take a deep breath near his shoulder. The alpha straightened, eyebrows climbing toward his hairline. "You slept with her." "Mind your business." Edgar wanted to curse. He'd planned to keep it secret a little longer, to revel in the easiness of it. No doubt Logan would tell Natalia and then the entire family. Edgar trusted Nat to keep her mouth shut, but Logan kept quiet about as well as Eloise did. He even opened his mouth to beg Logan not to say anything, but stopped short as one of the other women walked into the kitchen. She was one of the refugees from the auction, with long blonde hair and worried eyes. He remembered that from the night he rescued them at the resort. But she looked even more worried as she came in from the porch. She looked between them and finally focused on Edgar. "The woman with the dark hair out there? The one they call Ivy? Do you know her?" "Yes." Edgar sipped the last of his coffee and prayed the pot brewed faster. He couldn't take much more of difficult conversations in the morning. "Well, I know her too, sort of. Except her name was Isabel. I heard about her in a pack down in Texas." The woman wrung her hands in front of her and looked between them again. She shook her head. "I just wanted to tell you, because you've been so kind to me. She's trouble." "Trouble?" Logan managed to sound diplomatic as he speared the toast and completed an impressive stack on the tray. Edgar figured Natalia would not send her husband down to fetch breakfast ever again. "What kind of trouble?" She took a deep breath. "I heard she broke up a pack. She was mated to the Alpha but ended up leaving him and destroying the pack." "I think you're probably mistaken," Edgar said. He glanced out the window at where Carter guided everyone through what he called sun salutations. It looked more like very slow torture, but Edgar wouldn't judge. Ivy's ass looked pretty amazing in those tight yoga pants. He wouldn't mind watching her bend over all morning. "I'm not," she said. "I remember her face. I saw pictures. And my friend was down there when it happened. She almost got the Alpha killed. She used him to get what she wanted and left." Edgar raised his eyebrows. "And what was it she wanted?" "Another man." The woman shook her head and folded her arms over her chest as a chill ran through the kitchen. She went after a richer guy, chasing him like a bitch in heat. The lion rumbled a warning, and the atmosphere in the kitchen grew tense. Edgar knew better than anyone that that couldn't be true of Ivy. She'd been a virgin until the night before. He spoke quietly into his empty coffee cup. "I'm sure you're mistaken." "Okay." She held up her hands and retreated a step, a wise enough jaguar to know when not to challenge a lion. "But I just wanted you to know. Be careful, please. You've got a lovely family here and a beautiful home, and I don't want to see her wreck this, too." Logan waited until the woman was well out of earshot, and Edgar fought back irritation when his brother finally spoke. "Any idea what she's talking about?" "Only that she's wrong." Edgar nodded at the tray. "And your pregnant wife's breakfast is getting cold, so you should probably move along." Logan's eyes narrowed and he crossed his arms. "Okay, friend, you'd better slow your roll. I'm still the alpha around here. I'm glad you're almost happy again, but I'm not going to tolerate someone coming into my pride and fucking it up." "She's not going to." The alpha started to pace. "You know she's not Anna, right? Fuck off." Edgar threw his cup in the sink and turned to leave. Logan grabbed his arm, yanked him back into the kitchen, and shoved him against the fridge. "Listen to me, brother. She's not Anna. You can't get Anna back by saving her. She won't be Anna. I don't know what kind of game she's playing, but she's in your head. Maybe she's preying on your loss. Maybe she's trying to be what you want. I don't know. I don't give a shit. But I will not let that girl destroy you." Edgar gritted his teeth and his nails dug into Logan's arm where it pinned his chest. "I'm not a fucking idiot, Logan. I get it. She's not Anna. She'll never be Anna. No one will ever be Anna. And thank you for reminding me, you fucking prick." He shoved away from the fridge and threw Logan back a few steps. Edgar growled, the lion agitated, and resisted the urge to put his fist through the wall. He scanned the room, desperate for an outlet, then picked up one of the kitchen chairs and hurled it into that wall. It made a satisfying noise when it shattered, but it didn't relieve the crushing pressure in his chest. "Being with her just reminds me how much she isn't Anna. It just makes it that much harder to accept that my mate is gone. She's almost enough. Just almost. And it hurts 1,000 times more because the difference between almost and enough is the fucking Grand Canyon. I think I'm close. I think I can almost live without Anna, and then I'm with Ivy, and I don't know if anyone will ever be enough. She's torture, Logan. Fucking torture." A soft sound behind him, and Logan's blank expression stopped Edgar's heart. He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, not wanting to turn. But Ivy's voice, every word so carefully enunciated he knew she must have been on the verge of crying, drove into the room and tore a hole in his guts. "Excuse me. Carter said there would be coffee in here." Logan poured a fresh cup and held it out for her. Ivy walked with deliberate care, not once looking at Edgar, to take it. Logan didn't release the cup right away. "Why does that woman think your name is Isabel?" Her face might as well have been a mask. "My name is Isabel Victoria. The last thing my mother said was my name, and I couldn't stand to hear it from anyone in the program. So I used my initials. It hurt less." Logan released the cup so she could take it, but as Ivy moved away, avoiding Edgar's gaze, the alpha cleared his throat. "And why does she think you're going to destroy my family?" She paused, then turned on her heel to face them both. Edgar braced himself for the worst. Maybe she played them all. Even Smith. Chapter 20. Edgar's words stole my breath like a punch in the chest. I tortured him just by being near him. Everything that might have been peaceful about the house, about him, wisped away and left me adrift. The ache in my stomach from last night only got more intense as he shouted at his brother, and as Logan asked me about my name. It took all my willpower and a little extra fortitude from the Wolverine as she snarled to remain upright and calm and talking, to explain rationally and reasonably what the woman alleged. She heard rumors, probably, that were based on the tiniest seed of truth. The truth is much different, but it's none of her business. Or yours. The Alpha didn't blink, some of his hard edges starting to show. If he thought me a threat, I wouldn't get a chance to finish my list. Actually, it is my business, so start explaining. I folded my arms over my chest, trying to protect myself. I would give them everything and get nothing in return but judgment. Already I could see Logan calculating the damage I could do to his family. A year ago, I wanted to give up on finishing the list. I was exhausted, and I wasn't getting any closer to the end. I wanted something normal, something easy. I found Sam in Texas. He'd been in the program with us. He escaped with us, but left and started his own pack. I just wanted to talk, to get his opinion and maybe his help to find someone on the list, but he asked me to stay, to be his mate. Edgar sucked in a breath, but I couldn't look at him. The deep ache of a bruise paralyzed my chest. Logan didn't blink as I went on. Sam's gay. He didn't say anything to his pack initially, and as it grew up around him, it became clear that they weren't ready to hear that from him. He was still in the closet 9 years later. He wanted kids. He wanted to stay alpha, and he couldn't see a way to do either if he came out. So he asked me to be his prop, his cover. I shook my head, wishing there was a way to make them understand, to make them see. It would have been easy. I was so tired, and he's a nice guy, a good guy. We tried to make it work, but we were both miserable. He reminded me too much of my mate, of everything I didn't have and wouldn't have, and I reminded him that he would never get to be with his real mate, the one he really wanted but couldn't have because he was gay. And with the memory of that misery, as Sam reminded me only of Jake and the gap between what I'd had and what I could have in the future, my heart softened a little toward Edgar. He was right, maybe. It had been torture, eating meals with Sam and wishing he was Jake, watching movies and wishing he was Jake, every minute of every day wishing he was Jake. If that was a sign of things to come, Edgar and I would hate ourselves in under an hour. Logan frowned at me. A pack would turn on him for that? Unbelievable. Perfectly believable, Ruby said from behind me. I wanted to crawl under the table. No telling how much she heard. But Ruby stood next to me, shoulder to shoulder, as we faced the men. Packs aren't particularly tolerant when you color outside the lines. I still have to kick a couple asses each month to stay alpha, and I'm just female. I'm not gay. I'm impressed he held on as long as he did. I shrugged, thinking of Sam. He has a strong personality, a presence. People followed him because he could lead. What happened? Edgar remained a cipher to me, unreadable, as he tilted his head. I wondered if he'd forgotten already what he said, what he shouted at Logan. Why does she think you destroyed the pack? Because I left. Sam and I agreed it wasn't working, and I took off. I still had Keller hanging over my head. I couldn't sleep, and Sam knew I'd never stop looking. When the pack wanted to chase me down and drag me back, Sam finally came out. He did it to protect me. I swallowed the knot in my throat. He was a good friend, and I missed him. Maybe when everything was over, I'd try to find him again. But when he said he was gay and his true mate was actually one of his betas, the pack splintered. Some immediately challenged him for alpha. Others wanted to flat-out kill him. Some supported him. Others just left. The pack disintegrated. That much is true. but it was because most of them were intolerant assholes. In the silence that followed, I waited for judgment. Instead, Logan looked at me and said slowly, "Keller? You mean Marcus Keller?" My throat closed, and I glanced at Edgar before I remembered I was mostly angry at him. Edgar cleared his throat and leaned against the island. "He's the financier for the experiments. He's the last one on Ivy's list." "We invested with Marcus Keller," Logan said, slow and pained, like he couldn't believe it, staring at me like he didn't understand. "A year ago, he needed funds for research on cancer treatments, gene therapy, gene manipulation." Nausea gripped me and my knees wobbled. I nearly toppled over. Ruby caught me, held me up. My voice came out a croak, more wolf than human. "No, you can't. You couldn't have." "They did amazing things with skin grafts. Saved a little girl who was burned in a car accident. He said—" Logan trailed off, staring sightlessly past Ruby and me. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't breathe. He gave Keller money. A terrible sound rumbled in the room, grew louder and more intense, until Logan's fists clenched at his sides and a roar tore from his throat that rattled the windows. It knocked me back a step, and Ruby edged a little in front of me. Edgar tried to shoulder Logan back, but the Alpha turned, seized the enormous island top, stone or quartz or granite, something impossibly heavy, and hurled it into the cabinets on the other side of the room. Wood splintered, food fell to the floor, the counter cracked into 100 pieces. Logan roared again, the veins standing out in his throat, his forehead, and Atticus ran in from the porch. Ruby backed up, pushing me behind her, and moved slowly toward the door. She said under her breath, "We'll wait outside, Edgar. Let me know if you need a hand." He didn't look back, just waved at her to move faster, and Ruby hustled me out of the kitchen just as another loud crash unsettled the house. Servants and Natalia waited in the hall as Ruby shoved me back. Logan's wife raised her eyebrows. "What the hell is going on in there?" "Logan." Ruby just shook her head. "I'll explain later. Edgar and Atticus are trying to reason with him." More snarling and growling, another series of crashes, and the sound of a body hitting a wall interrupted her. Eloise popped up from behind several maids, her hair in a cloud around her head. "Want me to go in there?" "No," Ruby and Natalia said in unison, both scowling at the younger woman. She frowned. "I can slow him down at least." Natalia caught sight of me as I leaned against the wall, not trusting myself to stay upright, and looked at Ruby. "Why don't you escort Eloise to the other side of the house and let Benedict know we need to call the decorator to redo the kitchen? I'll stay here with Ivy for just a bit." Ruby didn't blink, and even twisted Eloise's arm behind her back to frog march her away from the continuing crashes and bangs in the kitchen. Natalia reassured the servants and shooed them gently away, laughing about Logan arguing with his brothers, and faced me with her hands on her hips. Her belly looked like it had expanded by a foot even in the last few days. "Okay, honey, start talking. You look white as a ghost." I just stared at her, trying to process. They gave Keller money, funded research. Maybe there were shifter kids locked up at that moment, and Logan's money kept them imprisoned. I could barely force the words out. "He funded the man who took us, who experimented on us. Logan gave him money." My teeth chattered together and nausea surged in my stomach, up my throat until I choked on bile and regret. Natalia stumbled back, her eyes bright. "He wouldn't. It can't possibly be." I went to my knees, balled my fists up and pressed them against my ears, wanting to unhear what he said, to unknow what he'd done. Another crash. A deeper roar. More desperate. Natalia reached for me, hand trembling. "We should move, honey. It sounds like—"
"Don't cry."
A voice rasped next to me, over us, and I looked up to see Edgar. He shook, staring down at me as his control wobbled, and extra arms encircled his chest. A pair of shoes crossed near his waist. Edgar shrugged, tried to get rid of them, and snarled,
"Get off me, Carter!"
The Zen Chase brother, piggyback on Edgar, peered over his shoulder but didn't loosen his grip.
"Not until you calm down. I'm fine. She's crying. Get off me!"
Carter cleared his throat as squealing metal echoed from the kitchen.
"Natalia, would you mind checking on Logan and Atticus? It sounds like Logan is still, upset. Your stove might be suffering the consequences."
She wobbled to her feet, hands braced at the small of her back, then wiped her cheeks. "Edgar, I need you to fix this. Do you hear me? Fix it." He nodded, but his eyes never left me, unblinking, and his hands clenched and relaxed.
"We have a plan. Keller's dead as soon as we find him. We'll fix it. Make it better."
"Good." She patted his shoulder, then Carter's. Natalia took a deep breath and shook off whatever motion had paralyzed her, and her voice rang out clear and commanding as she strode into the kitchen. "Logan Chase, put down my cooktop this instant! Why is that ventilation hood on the floor? What did you—" More grumbling and growling came from the kitchen. I couldn't look away from Edgar, the tears still leaking down my cheeks. My voice cracked. "How much money did he give him?"
"I don't know."
Edgar moved his shoulders, scowling at Carter in irritation.
"Seriously, Carter, get off me. What are you going to do if I let you go?" "I'm going to throw you through the fucking window."
The lion growled in his voice, more present than the man, and Edgar's nails darkened as they grew. His teeth lengthened, pressed against his lower lip. "You're scaring her, Edgar." Carter peered at me over his shoulder, widening his eyes when he caught my gaze, willing me to understand something. "Ivy is frightened and upset because of all the noise and the snarling and what Logan did. She needs calm and quiet. Don't scare her more, Edgar." Edgar grumbled, a little subdued but still tense. I chewed my thumbnail as I tried to interpret Carter's message. I whispered, "I don't like the noise or you throwing things. It's too much." Edgar nodded. He almost vibrated with the need to reach me, lurching forward a step even with Carter on his back, and held out his hands.
"It's okay, Ivy. It's okay."
"You were mean," I said, blinking away more tears. "You said really mean things." A whine, a mourning cry escaped his throat. "I'm sorry." "I understand why you said them." I drew my knees up to my chest and hugged them, hiding my face. "You're a little like torture, too." Growling started up again in the kitchen, and Atticus called,
Carter, a little help? I think Logan needs a mantra, or—"
Another crash, and Natalia shouted at him about the fridge. Carter finally released Edgar, staggering a bit as he gained his feet, and ran a hand through his hair. "No, Logan needs tranquilizers. Jesus fuck. Edgar, behave yourself, or I swear to God I will break your legs."
"Keep working on that Zen Buddhist act, Carter,"
Edgar said, but he slapped his brother's shoulder.
"Go rescue Atticus."
I stayed curled in on myself as Edgar slid to the floor next to me, leaning back against the wall, and he exhaled in a gust.
"I'm sorry, Ivy. It wasn't fair for me to dump all that in the open. It isn't Logan's business. I just wanted him to give us time to, I don't know, time to figure out what this is, maybe."
My head rested against my knees as I looked at him. "I don't know what this is, or if we'll have time to find out."
"We can try."
He touched my arm where it looped around my knees. trying to tug it away.
"We can give it a chance."
I didn't move. "Maybe."
"Come on," he said, shoving to his feet as the shouting in the kitchen grew to a crescendo. "It sounds like Natalia is about to lay down the law, and if we're around to witness it, Logan'll pout for a month." He pulled me upright and looped his arm around my waist, and I let myself lean into him for a long walk through the mansion. Chapter 21. They relaxed in the hammock for a long while, trying to reestablish the connection disrupted by the woman's accusation and Logan's tantrum, but everything still felt a little off when Smith called. Edgar braced himself for the worst and the best news, knowing the outcome could be the same. Ivy leaving. Her chasing after Keller and leaving everything else behind. Leaving him behind. As they waited for Smith in Edgar's office, Edgar knew he would rather leave the city and his brothers than lose her. Whatever it was between them, it made him feel more whole than anything else, including his family, since the day he lost Anna. He thought Anna's death would kill him, but he knew for damn sure that losing Ivy would be the end of him. She paced the perimeter of his office in silence, wringing her hands, and a nervous energy crackled through the room. Edgar sat behind his desk as he watched her, and his brothers occupied the couch and chairs. Ruby leaned against the wall, watching. Logan remained grim, expression hard. Edgar hadn't seen him that way since some guy tried to kill Natalia. Edgar took a breath to break the silence and the tension, but a knock on the door interrupted. One of the butlers opened the door. "Sir, Mr. Smith here to see you." "Thank you," Edgar said, getting to his feet. "Show him in." Smith strode in, a massive file under one arm and a few rolls of much larger paper under the other. He shook hands with everyone and started unpacking the files. "We got a lot more than I expected. Knowing his name helped significantly. Thank you for that, Ivy. Without you, we might never have connected the dots." She managed a brief smile, but it fled too soon and left her expressionless as she stood next to the investigator. Smith went on without pausing and started to hand around copies of a profile on Keller. "Marcus Keller, founder and owner of Keller Pharmaceuticals, 64 years old, married, 4 grown children. He lives here just outside of town to the west." Edgar concentrated on Ivy more than the information, trying to memorize every emotion that crossed her face as she listened to Smith. Keller had a spotless record, not even a parking ticket, but his financial records were next to impossible to unravel. Smith mentioned the possibility of hiring someone to exploit computers they might be able to take in a raid in order to determine who supported Keller's research. Great chunks of money disappeared, completely unaccounted for, in the records Smith managed to find, but more detail would be difficult to acquire. Logan's expression darkened. "That won't be a problem much longer. I purchased the company." "I beg your pardon?" Smith looked only politely interested. Edgar watched his brother, holding his breath. Logan made emotional decisions with his money once in a blue moon, and only when something really pushed him over the edge, like purchasing the restaurant where Natalia worked after she refused to serve him any food and kicked him out. "I bought it." Logan folded his arms over his chest. "Keller Pharmaceuticals is now part of my company. I haven't decided whether to take it apart and sell it off, piece by piece, or if there's some way to get some good out of all the evil he's done." His expression didn't exactly soften as he looked at Ivy, but regret made him more subdued. "It's Ivy's choice. Her choice, what we do with it." "That's a multi-million-dollar purchase. A hostile purchase, I'm assuming?" Benedict sat forward, jaw slack. "Jesus, Logan! Maybe you should talk to your lawyer before you do something like that, especially if they're involved in something that's, I don't know, illegal." Logan didn't blink or look away from Smith. "I invested with them and Keller misused my money, so I'm going to make sure whatever research she's doing isn't hurting shifters. and I will get to the bottom of whoever's helping him."
Ivy cleared her throat, a hint of panic around her eyes. "Does he know? That you bought his company, I mean?"
"The board of directors knows. They're voting on it tomorrow morning." A muscle jumped in Logan's jaw. "I don't expect a problem."
Smith tapped the coffee table where he'd spread out a few papers.
"That will make the finances part easier, certainly, as long as Keller hasn't gotten wind of it. He's got 2 headquarters. His cell phone is pinging here."
He unrolled one of the large tubes of paper to point at a specific location.
Edgar rubbed his jaw. "We'll need the rest of the council, at least the bears and the pack. Taking down a building that size will require muscle. Does he have security there?"
"Mostly electronic. Cameras, alarms, things like that. We weren't able to get someone inside the smaller headquarters building because it requires ID badges, but we did not see any evidence of armed guards."
"We should expect them going in," Atticus said. "We might need to call up the rest of our team, Zed." "They're on standby." Edgar looked at Ruby. "Does Blood Moon have any plans this evening?"
She nodded, gaze on Ivy. "Yeah, we're going to race you to get to this guy first so Ivy can rip his face off. Got it?"
"Good."
Edgar returned to his desk and sent the alert message out to the highly trained security teams they employed. A mixture of humans and shifters, the teams were a quick reaction force for any contingency the Chase family encountered. Most had experience in the military or elite police forces. If they knew a hint of what Keller and his minions were doing, there wouldn't be enough left for Ivy to identify or punish. Ivy crouched next to Smith, asking soft questions as she studied the plans for the building and the other information he'd found on Keller. Edgar glanced up as Carter approached the desk.
"Are you riding with Ruby's pack?"
"I'll ride with you," he said, then hesitated. After looking over his shoulder to make sure no one would overhear, Carter cleared his throat. "You doing okay, Edgar? There's a lot changing, and it seems like—"
"I'm fine."
Edgar loved his easygoing brother, the sensitive one who always knew when something wasn't right in the family. But he couldn't afford to think about everything that wasn't okay. If Edgar paused to consider the night's outcome, particularly where Ivy would go if they caught Keller and finished her list, he wouldn't be able to function. He just had to get through the next few hours. Then he could stop to process how much spun out of his control. But he attempted a smile for Carter.
"Really? It will be fine. Well, except for the kitchen. What the hell is Natalia going to do for Thanksgiving? Everything will still be in pieces."
"I think she'll figure it out. And don't change the subject. Have you talked to Ivy about what she's going to do after all of this is over?"
"No, and I'm not going to. We'll figure it out when the time comes."
Carter took a breath.
"Edgar, we'll figure it out when the time comes."
Edgar held up a hand to limit whatever else his brother wanted to say.
"I'm serious, Carter. I don't want to talk about it."
His brother eyed him but didn't push, and they both returned to the table to catch the rest of the planning. Smith organized some of his papers and took one of the rolls with him. "The night cleaning crew goes in at 2 a.m. If it's okay with you, I will be there to get inside the building. I can let you in when you arrive."
"Are you sure?"
Atticus frowned at him.
"I can do it. No offense, but aren't you a little, old to be leading the charge through the door?"
The investigator's eyes glinted like mercury for a heartbeat only, and Edgar caught sight of those odd, elongated pupils. Ivy leaned away from him, as if expecting an explosion, but Smith only smiled very slightly. "Yes, I am old, but there's a better chance of someone letting me through a door than a meathead like you."
"Fair enough," Atticus said. 2, you said?
"Yes." Smith shook Edgar's hand, nodded to the others, and turned to go. "Call me if there's a change." When the door clicked shut behind him, the room went into overdrive. The team leaders for his security teams arrived, and Edgar filled them in on what was going on. His brothers started calling the rest of the shifters they could count on to help them, aligning as much force as they could muster. In the back of his head, Edgar hoped they wouldn't need the full team of medics he called up, but he knew things might go badly wrong. There could be dozens of kids locked up, half crazy from drugs and experiments, or some of his guys could be injured if it went to a shootout. Even lost in the details of the blueprints and the plans to search the building, he couldn't forget about Ivy. She was a silent presence at his elbow the entire night, observing everything but not saying much, and periodically he would reach out to touch her shoulder or back or hand, needing a connection, needing her, missing her already, even when she stood next to him. Chapter 22. I almost threw up in the SUV on the way to Keller's second headquarters building. Smith didn't think he would be at the main headquarters, and moving kids in and out of there would have drawn too much suspicion. So a smaller technical building, closer to Keller's home, was the target. Smith somehow even got confirmation that Keller was there, and we received word from Smith, shortly after 2, that he gained access. It felt like an eternity of waiting at the mansion while Edgar and his guys planned, as they brought in other shifters and modified the plan, as they got more information from Smith and changed the plan more. I wanted to scream, wanted to throw something and grab the keys for a car and just go. But Edgar was there. Each time I reached my limit and seriously considered making a run for it, he would catch my hand and squeeze my fingers, or brush my arm, touch my back, offer me water or some of the Chinese food Natalia ordered in and brought to the office with a dark look for Logan. Apparently, she was pretty pissed about her kitchen, and he was sheepish enough that he flushed when he noticed her stink eye, which caused no end of teasing from his brothers after Natalia departed to put her feet up. My nerves vibrated as we drew closer, and I knew in my bones that it was almost over. I could face Keller, would see him finally and even the score. Finally, I could rest. When I imagined the next day, the first time I would wake up and know that the bastards responsible for killing my family were all dead, my eyes burned and I almost cried. We weren't the first people into the building, a 5-story contraption that looked more like a bunker than a business center. Shifters of various packs and prides flooded into the building and cleared it. When they milled back out in silence, my heart stuttered. No celebration, no jubilation, no calls on the radio. Just a few clicks and static. Uncertainty. I ran in, Edgar on my heels, but knew immediately something wasn't right. The building looked abandoned already, even at 3 a.m, with only Edgar's council pals waiting in the halls. My heart jumped to my throat as we reached Keller's office. The giant dude Edgar called Kaiser lumbered to the doorway, already inside, and eyed me as I tried to shove past him. "He's gone." Gone. I elbowed the giant as the Wolverine in me screamed in rage. The office looked like a tornado had run through it, the desk barren, papers scattered across the floor, a filing cabinet overturned, computer equipment smashed to pieces in the center of the room. All the blood drained from my head as I stared around, and I nearly went to my knees. And yet Edgar didn't look surprised. His buddies, Kaiser and the other giants, didn't look surprised. Just a little uncomfortable, a little sad. Emotion faded as I stared at Edgar and he stared back, unblinking. My voice came out monotone, creepy even to me. "Where is he?" "He's gone," Smith said from the doorway, his white hair ruffled. "Where?" It wasn't really a question. I already knew they didn't know, because if they did, we'd be in the car, moving. Edgar didn't get any closer, watching me as if I were an unpredictable animal, which I was, really. He'd never dealt with the Wolverine before. He might understand wolves, but Wolverines were a completely different matter. The lion sounded too calm, his voice setting my teeth on edge. "We don't know. The last trace we have is Keller passing immigration on his way to Europe." A growl brewed in my chest. You've got to be kidding me. How the hell did you lose him?
He's got a lot of money, Smith said when Edgar didn't answer. And a lot of friends. Someone tipped him off and he ran. We almost got him at the airport.
Someone tipped him. I laughed, the ugly sound making Edgar frown. Of course, because how can anything actually be secret when you've got a dozen people involved? Unbelievable. I did fine with 8 out of 9 of these bastards, and the one time I let someone else get involved, the target gets away. Fan-fucking-tastic. My heart raced and my hand shook, the familiar sensation of fading adrenaline. So Keller was on his way to Europe. I'd never been overseas, but once I found the thread to follow, I would hunt him there as well. No telling how much it would cost to get a passport when I didn't have a birth certificate or real ID, but with enough money, anything was possible.
Ivy, Edgar said and took a step toward me. I held my hand up to block him and turned away. Don't. Just don't. He's gone. We have no idea where he went, and with the kind of money Keller has, he could buy 6 new identities. My sinuses burned as I stared at the empty desk. Then I shook my head and started shuffling through some of the papers still in the file drawers. Everything can be traced. Everyone can be found.
We'll keep looking. Smith cleared his throat. But it will take time until he feels safe enough to relax, to make a mistake, and when he does, we'll be waiting. But it won't be tomorrow, Ivy.
Is this because of Logan? I turned on Edgar, gripping the edge of the desk so I wouldn't lurch forward and deck him. Did Keller run because he bought the company? Did Logan fuck all this up because he felt guilty?
Ivy, he said, a hint of reproach in his tone. He didn't like anyone talking badly about Logan, regardless of what the bastard did. You know that isn't...
How do I know that, Edgar?
I didn't move as Kaiser and his guys retreated from the office, the bear dragging Smith out as well, until Edgar and I were alone in the wreckage of Keller's malfeasance.
Please, we already had the conversation about all the good the medical experiments have done, how many lives were saved by our torture. The greater good, right? So why the hell shouldn't I expect that the Chase brothers would...
Stop, he said, unnervingly calm. You know that isn't true. You're lashing out, and that's fine. But don't say something you can't unsay.
You ruined this for me.
I bit back a cry, somewhere between grief and rage. My hands tightened on the desk, and I wrenched at it, trying to throw it or overturn it or something. Anything to show him how much this hurt.
I was so close to finishing it. So close. And you took it away.
Ivy, Edgar said, we'll find him eventually. If I just worked by myself, it would have been finished tonight. I gave up on destroying the heavy desk and instead turned my fury to the computer monitor that still occupied the corner. It made a satisfying crash after I hurled it toward him. He stepped aside, unperturbed.
But no, I let you jackasses help and Keller got away.
I wanted to cry. I wanted to curl up under that desk and sob like a child. I'd been so close to being done with that part of my life. If I got rid of Keller, I could put it behind me. Finally, I wouldn't be a victim anymore. I wouldn't have to carry all of that in my heart. But he still walked free, and all those nightmares and memories still dragged me down, still anchored me in the past. Something crunched and I turned, caught Edgar pacing toward me through a carpet of crumpled files. I shook my head and retreated. No. It's okay. Edgar's eyes shone gold for a moment as he studied me, and he didn't stop, even though I backed away. Ivy, look at me. I'm leaving. I concentrated on some of the papers I could scoop up from the top of the filing cabinet, even though my vision blurred and the words swam. I'll take care of this myself. I'll go to Europe and track him down. I don't need your help. I don't need your family or...
"Isabel," he said, and my heart broke. He might as well have punched me. My lungs seized up and I couldn't breathe, staring at him and the understanding, the sympathy in his eyes. His voice rumbled, rough around the edges as if the lion spoke more than the man. "I will hunt that man to the ends of the earth. I swear it to you. But you have to live your life. You can't let them dictate your happiness anymore. Don't." I held up my hands to try to fend him off, but Edgar didn't seem to notice as I backpedaled. "I need to finish this chase. I need to cross him off the list, and then I can move on. I can't let him win." "He hasn't. He won't." Edgar reached for me and I jerked away, backed into a corner. I curled in on myself. If he touched me, if he tried to comfort me, I would fall apart. I had to be strong, but everything in me wanted to lean into him, to hide my face against his shoulder, to let him tell me everything would be okay. Edgar caught my hand and I lashed out, tried to hit him. He dodged my fist and wrapped me up in a bear hug. I shrieked and lashed out at him, wanting to fight free so I could run and keep running until I forgot all about Edgar Chase. Edgar held me tighter and made shushing noises. "Isabel, breathe. You're fine. You'll be fine. We'll get him. But you've got to let it go. You've got something better here. We've got something better." I couldn't breathe. All the air had been sucked out of the room when Edgar used my real name. My eyes burned and I couldn't see through a blur of tears. His arms tightened until my ribs creaked, and the fight drained out of me. It didn't really matter if it were his fault. Keller was still gone. A sob escaped before I could bite it back, and my knees failed. Edgar caught me, held me up, as the world collapsed around me, and it felt like every grief I'd suffered in the last 10 years slammed into me at once. Drowning. I was drowning. Chapter 23. Ivy sobbed with a terrible, gut-wrenching sound, struggling to breathe, clenching her fists, nearly sliding to the floor before he caught her. Edgar's heart broke. The disappointment of discovering Keller's escape nearly finished her, and the sense of betrayal in her eyes when she looked at him, as if Edgar had known or helped Keller escape. That nearly finished Edgar. He held her up as best he could, even as Ivy flailed and fought, raging against the loss. He felt almost numb as he tightened his grip around her. She could hurt herself. It was better if she hurt him instead. The lion grumbled and growled, wishing they'd been able to kill Keller just so Ivy wouldn't have to think about it anymore. But Edgar concentrated on her. He needed to get her somewhere safe and comforting and quiet. His den, preferably. Standing in Keller's empty office was just a cruel reminder of what hadn't happened. Edgar smoothed the hair back from her face and pressed his cheek against the top of her head. "Breathe with me, Isabel." She flinched when he used her name, and Edgar wanted to take it back. He didn't know why he'd said Isabel instead of Ivy, but it fit. Ivy fled from the experiments. Isabel would stand on her own for her new life. He crooned to her as the lion purred, desperate to comfort her enough that they could get her back to their den, and she turned her face to his neck. Edgar rubbed her back. "It will be okay. I promise. It will." "It won't," she whispered. Her hands trembled as she braced on his shoulders, trying to straighten and untangle from his embrace. "This is going to go on forever. I'll never find him, and I'll spend the rest of my life trying, but it will never—" "You don't need to spend any time trying to find them." He closed his eyes, praying he could convince her. "Smith will find him. We'll send other people to find him, to bring him back here. There will be justice, Isabel, I promise."
She shook her head and wiped her cheeks, backing away. It's too late. Before Edgar could argue or suggest they retreat back to the mansion to regroup, Atticus leaned through the doorway. He wouldn't look up, his gaze planted firmly on the ground near Edgar's feet, and Edgar's heart sank. Atticus cleared his throat. They found something else. Something you should probably see. Edgar wanted to break something. Ivy immediately straightened and stormed into the hall to follow Atticus, who waited for Edgar's nod before leading the way to the elevators. Shifters lined the halls and waited in a cluster as they got out of the elevator in one of the sub-basements. Atticus walked in silence down a long, echoing corridor. Ivy shivered, but when Edgar tried to hug her, she pulled away. Kaiser waited outside a set of steel doors, his expression grim, and blocked Ivy from going right through. Wait. The bear took a deep breath before going on, gently catching her shoulder to keep her from shoving past him a second time. There's a lab in there. We're collecting up the files right now. She wobbled, nearly fell, and Edgar caught her. He didn't want to know the answer to his next question, but for Ivy's sake he had to ask. Do they have any shifters in there? There's one. Just one. Kaiser shook his head. It's not what you expect. Edgar frowned at him, waiting for more, but Kaiser just opened the door so they could go through. When Edgar suggested Ivy wait in the hall, she ignored him and went anyway. A large laboratory, filled with equipment and machines and things he didn't even recognize, led them to a smaller side room filled with incubators. Cribs. Those plastic cradles they used for newborns in hospitals, with wheels and tubes and lights. And a single occupant. A baby, maybe 6 months old by his rough guess, lay in one of the plastic and glass contraptions, kicking her feet in the air and babbling. A chubby little angel with a full head of dark hair and perfect pink nails, round cheeks and bright blue eyes. Ivy made a strangled sound and froze, gripping her own arms as if she would fly apart without holding on to something. She shook her head, kept shaking it, but didn't make another sound. She stared at the crib and the cooing baby as if it were a poisonous snake about to strike. The baby whimpered, kicked her legs with more force, and a plaintive cry cut through the silence. Edgar looked at Ivy, waiting for her to go to the child and pick it up, but she didn't blink. So he walked over to the crib and looked down at the baby. He knew nothing about children, nothing about babies, but he knew that small things, young things, liked to be warm and held, protected. So he opened his jacket and picked up the squirming baby and held her to his chest. The crying stopped, and instead she started a happy babbling, broken up by screeches as she tested her lungs, and he found himself smiling, kissing the top of her head. He didn't look up from the baby, zipping up his jacket around her to keep her warm, as Kaiser walked in with a stack of paperwork. What's her name? I don't think she has one. Just a case number. The bear shook his head mournfully as he studied the papers. Born via surrogate 5 months ago. One of several efforts in progress, they say. But the only one here that we could find. Who? Ivy's voice came out rusty and broken. Her eyes reflected the light back at him when Edgar looked up, and he wondered if they were all about to meet the Wolverine. She cleared her throat, lifted a shaking hand to cover her forehead. Whose is she? Her parents. Who are her parents? Did they steal her? Smith is still sorting through what happened, Kaiser said, quiet and still and gentle. Edgar didn't know how the giant bear learned to be so careful around women and children, but he was grateful as hell Kaiser was there instead of Benedict. The bear took a deep breath, then held out one of the papers to her, though Ivy didn't take it. They took some of the samples they had cryogenically frozen from earlier donors, as they describe it, and created the embryo in the lab behind us. They hired a local girl to carry the baby,
We called her. She has no idea about anything. She did a job, they paid her well for it, and she gave them the baby. The records have file numbers for the donors. Number 17 is the mother. Number 32 is the father. The color drained from her face. She backed up. No. Edgar bounced the baby against his chest as he leaned closer to Kaiser, wanting to see the paper. Who? Isabel Victoria Peterson, Kaiser said, almost an apology. And Jacob James Rush. She shook her head, and a broken sob escaped. Edgar held out a hand to her, wanting to draw her close and comfort her as he comforted the baby. Isabel, it's... No! Tears spilled down her cheeks and she bolted, ran back through the lab and disappeared into the elevators. No one tried to stop her. Ruby peeked around the corner from the lab, glancing at where Ivy had gone. Is she going to be okay? I don't know. Edgar stared unseeing at where she'd disappeared and just shook his head. Kaiser lumbered over to the cabinets that lined the wall in the nursery. He pulled down cases of diapers and formula, starting a stack of things they would take. The bear glanced at Ruby, then tilted his head at Edgar. Maybe you should take the kid, Ruby, since you're... you know. What, since I'm a woman? Ruby snorted, folding her arms over her chest. And you're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm going to try to take that baby from him. Haven't you ever seen a man in love? The bear sighed, leaning against the cabinets. We have to get the rest of the records. Can you take the baby back to the mansion so Natalia can look after it? She's already got baby stuff. I don't think the rest of us have that kind of setup. And this delightful little peanut belongs with Ivy, Edgar said, nuzzling the baby's head. Her head smelled clean and fresh and optimistic, like hope. The lion purred in a deep, contented rumble. They'd saved the kit from a miserable life. They'd brought Ivy's young to safety. Ivy would know. Ivy just needed to hold the baby, smell her head, feel the hummingbird thrum of her heart against her skin. Then she would know. Ruby's eyebrows arched. You're fucking kidding. They used samples from Ivy and her mate to create that baby. Kaiser pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. That is so fucked up. Jesus. It will be okay, Edgar whispered to the baby, still bouncing her as he looked at where Ivy had disappeared. But he said it more to convince himself. Chapter 24. I paced outside the building, back and forth through the crowd of black-uniformed security dudes and shifters, but couldn't make myself go back inside, even as the cold air cut through me. And I couldn't make myself leave, either. The baby's image burned itself into my brain, and Kaiser's voice saying my name and Jake's. I shook my head and covered my ears, wanting to beat it out of my memory. They'd made a baby. They'd gone on with the experiments and created the child they tried to make us have 10 years earlier. I gulped back a cry, a wail, and froze as more commotion rose behind me. Edgar and the others exited the building. A few shifters stayed behind to continue searching, and Smith remained to begin cataloging the records. And since Logan owned the property as well as the business, no one could kick them out. In the melee to get into the cars, I slid away from where Edgar cuddled the baby, and instead, I slipped into the SUV with Atticus and Kaiser. The bear raised his eyebrows when he saw me, but only said, "Buckle up." I knew he texted Edgar, could see enough of his phone to know he let the lion know I was with them, but I didn't care. I couldn't think with Edgar there, and I sure as hell couldn't think with the baby on his shoulder. She had Jake's eyes. His nose. I recognized her the moment I saw her. Knew she was his. Knew she had to be mine, too. And yet, all I felt was panic. Panic and betrayal.
The ride back to the mansion took forever, the trip made in silence. We pulled up in the front drive and found everyone else waiting outside, and Edgar's car already there. He got out of the back, Logan exiting the driver's side, and then Natalia rushed forward to gather up the baby. She wrapped her up in something plush and pink, talking a mile a minute, though I couldn't hear a word. No doubt telling them off for something. I sat there, waiting for my courage to surge up so I could brave the crowd and the baby and walk in. But Atticus and Kaiser didn't move. I finally cleared my throat. "What are we waiting for?" "You." Atticus turned the car off, but didn't leave, even though Sophia waited on the steps and watched him through the windshield. "You want to go in, or should I drive for a bit?" My heart clogged my throat, and I couldn't speak for gratitude. Neither of them looked back at me. Kaiser's beard rasped as he rubbed his jaw. "If you want to stay somewhere else for a while, you can stay with me and my guys. There's an extra room with your name on it if you want it, Ivy. If you need quiet and calm for a bit." "Don't believe him," Atticus said under his breath. "There's no quiet or calm with the bears. They all snore like fucking freight trains, and there's at least one brawl a week. At least. The offer stands." Kaiser waved the group away when Logan looked back in curiosity, but didn't make any effort to leave. "And at least we have a working kitchen, Dick." They might have kept bickering, and I might have let them, but I wasn't getting any braver as time passed, so I took a deep breath. "I'm ready. Thank you." "Good to go," the bear said, lumbering out of the SUV. He even opened my door. The blast of cold air knocked some sense into me, but that faded a little as we all walked into the mansion and to a comfortable living room area near what had been the kitchen. A roaring fire in the fireplace lent warmth and light to the room, and the rest of the family occupied the comfortable couches, chairs, and benches. Natalia had spread a blanket on the rug in front of the fireplace, the warmest place in the room, and placed the baby there. Nat played with her, cooing and making silly noises, while Edgar watched from a nearby chair. Nat looked up as we walked in, and her smile nearly blinded me. "Ivy, she's beautiful." My heart seized up. I didn't know what to say. Keller did good work. The geneticists obviously picked the right ones. Too bad they killed my mate, so I can't make any more like her. Too bad I didn't carry her, so she doesn't feel like mine. My hands clenched at my sides, and for the millionth time that night I considered running. Natalia's head tilted as she studied me. Then she just smiled and returned her attention to the baby. "I hope you don't mind if I hog her for a bit. You look exhausted, and this little darling is too precious for me to give up right now. Go sit down, hun." I could have hugged her for giving me an out, with the rest of the family watching, maybe judging. I wobbled to a couch near the fire, but not too close to where Natalia sat with the baby, and sank into the cushions with a barely concealed groan. I wanted to keep sinking, to fall right through the floor and plummet into the earth, hide away, wake up when all of this ended up being a bad dream. Edgar said, "Here," and I looked up to find a glass of whiskey in front of me. I took it and sighed. "Thanks." The alcohol helped to blunt some of the pain, but it spiked again whenever I heard the baby babbling at something Natalia did. I sank back in the couch and tried to gather my courage to retreat to my room, alone, when Logan cleared his throat. The alpha didn't say anything, but suddenly everyone excused themselves to bed and left. It seemed like I blinked, and then it was only Natalia, Logan, Edgar, and I in the room. I flushed and tried to get up. "Sorry, I'll just—" "Stay." Edgar caught my wrist and tugged me against his side, holding me close, even though I couldn't quite relax against him. But he refilled my glass with a handy bottle of liquor, and I didn't complain. Natalia looked up at me. "How are you doing, Ivy?" "I don't know." I rubbed my face, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Not good."
"It's a lot to take in," Logan said. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Once we sort through the rest of the files, we can reconstruct a picture of what actually happened." "I know what happened." I cleared my throat and finished the drink, waited for Edgar to pour more. They had to pause operations after we escaped and took their files. Maybe it's taken them 10 years to get back to where they wanted, or maybe they've been doing this longer. Who knows? But they started with my genes. They started with this. I gestured at the baby. That's what happened. Edgar worked on his own drink. "We'll figure out if there are others out there." And that was my deepest fear, what made my insides quake. As the silence stretched, my voice wavered and even broke, regardless of how tightly I gripped my knee. They have pieces of me. They kept pieces of me, and they can keep making pieces of me. I might never know. She might be one of a dozen, maybe more. How can I ever sleep again knowing I might have children out there that will never know me, that might think I abandoned them, that I had them and didn't want them? Edgar pulled me closer, practically in his lap, and squeezed me as if he could smother the worry out of me. "We'll find out. We'll find him, and Keller will tell us everything." "He won't. He'll hide forever or kill himself before you catch him. I'll never know." My vision blurred when I tried to look at the drowsy baby on the floor, waving her hands in the air. I'll never be sure. The rest of my life, I'll have to look at every person I meet, every child I see on the street, and wonder if they're mine, or his, if they belong with someone, with the shifters, and they'll never know that about themselves. "We'll fix it." Logan's voice sounded rough enough that Natalia eased onto the couch next to him, though she kept a weather eye on the baby. Logan gripped her hand and kissed the back of it. "Smith said they kept very good records." My chin wobbled when I tried to speak, and the words came out a bare whisper that Logan leaned forward to catch. "What about Jake's family? The records say she's his, too. What if they want her? I don't know where they are. I don't know who they are. They might blame me for what happened to him. They might want the baby and not want me. Should they have her, since he's gone because of me?" "It's not your fault that he's gone." Edgar pressed his lips to my temple, a purr-like grumble in his chest. "We can notify his family if we can find them, and then go forward. Benedict will work on the paperwork. We'll document everything." Natalia brushed underneath her eyes, then flapped her hand at the door. "Logan, Edgar, give us a minute. I'm ready to fall asleep, so we won't be long, but I need to talk with Ivy for a moment." The men traded looks as I braced myself for a strongly worded condemnation of my lack of maternal instincts. I could hardly look at the baby without feeling nauseated and terrified. Imagine being terrified of something that small and soft. But Edgar and Logan both got up, with Logan muttering about making sure the nursery was ready for an early occupant, and Edgar lingering, his hand squeezing mine, not wanting to give me up. When we were alone, Nat took a deep breath. "Good Lord, Ivy, you're hell on a pregnant woman's emotions." "Sorry?" My hand shook as I reached for the whiskey bottle Edgar left behind, and instead of tipping more into my glass, I swigged directly from the bottle. Maybe enough of the liquor would blunt the pain, and I might be able to sleep. She gazed at where the baby slept in the glow of the firelight, then looked at me shrewdly. "Are you afraid of her, or something else?" Apparently, the pregnant woman could be hell on my emotions, too. My sinuses burned, and the tears spilled out before I could grit my teeth enough to hold them back. Natalia heaved to her feet and wobbled over to collapse next to me, putting her arm around my shoulder. "It's okay, Ivy. No one blames you. No one is judging you. I promise.
Go at your own pace. You've been alone for a long time. This is a lot to jump into. First the auction, then Edgar, then the family, then a baby who just appears. Shug, any of us would be a puddle on the floor after all that." I leaned against her, closing my eyes. She smelled a little like sugar and heavy cream and all the delicious things she cooked up. "I feel like I'm falling. Like running down a steep hill and you lose control and try to keep running just to stay upright so you don't fall. But in the end, you're just falling. I'm falling. I don't know where I'll land. You'll land on your feet because you're that kind of woman." Nat brushed some of the hair out of my face, leaning back on the couch and putting her feet up. "And you'll land on your feet because Edgar is here to catch you when you need it." Edgar. My heart sank and flew at the same time, thinking of him. Flew when I thought of the way he looked at me, the way his eyes lit up, and the way his arms tightened around me when I was upset. And sank at the thought of having to leave him, walking away from him because there was no way I could be fully invested in him, in their family, if Keller walked the world a free man. My thoughts would always be somewhere else so long as he lived. Until all of that was resolved, I didn't think I would be good for anyone. "I don't know if I can be what he wants," I said, a whisper so maybe she wouldn't hear. Edgar needed someone whole and strong enough to support him when he was hurting, not someone broken, useless, possibly with litters of children wandering the streets without her knowledge. Natalia patted my arm. "Honey, you could keep trying every day for the next 10 years, and you'd never not be what he wants. More importantly, you're what he needs, and he's what you need. Neither of you is perfect, Ivy, but that's why it works." "But it doesn't. I say the wrong things, he says the wrong things. It's like we're both sunburned and we keep trying to hug, but we hurt each other without meaning to, over and over again. That can't be good." "I think that will pass," she said. She looked thoughtful, playing with the ends of my hair. "I mean, you've only known each other a week, if that. A handful of days. Honey, it takes time to figure out how to talk to each other. Even being Logan's mate, I can still make him madder in half a second than I've ever seen anyone else make him, without blinking and without meaning to. Most of the time. But we're not mates. We can't be." I squeezed my eyes shut and sat forward, hiding my face. I hated crying in front of people, and this was an ugly cry. She might be sympathetic and one of the nicest people I'd ever met, but no one needed to see me ugly cry. "There is no way that life and love are over for you because you lost your mate." She poked me in the side and made me jump. "I know everyone acts that way, but for fuck's sake, life can't be that cruel. And you prove it wrong every day. You and Edgar work together. You feel better when he's here, and he's a different man since he rescued you. He's better. It might take more work than the magical kind of mate bond, Ivy, but you two need each other." I just shook my head. Natalia groaned as she sat forward and then got to her feet. "Think about it. It's very, very late and I'm exhausted. You look about done in as well. So get some rest if you can and we can talk more later. But do me a favor, will you?" When I looked at her, she gestured at the baby. "Can you pick her up? I don't know if I can get down and back up again." Panic surged to my throat and I almost lost the whiskey I'd had. But I held my breath and scooped the baby up from where she slept. She weighed more than I expected, a warm, heavy little bundle to hand over to Natalia. Nat carefully tucked the baby onto her shoulder and walked toward the door. "What's her name, by the way?" "She didn't have one. Just a number." It hurt to say out loud. "Then give her one, silly." I hesitated in the doorway, looking at her and the baby as Edgar watched from the hall. "I don't know if I should." "Well, think on it." Nat smiled at Edgar, patted the baby's back, and meandered down the hall, humming the whole way, leaving me and Edgar staring at each other. When the silence stretched and he didn't move or speak, I sighed. "I'm tired, Edgar."
"I know."
He hugged me tight, then led the way through the mansion, away from Natalia and the baby to his suite. We didn't speak. I thought for a split second of going to my rooms right next door, but it was a passing thought only. I stripped my clothes off in a haze of whiskey and fatigue, too tired to care as I slid into the cool sheets. Edgar followed and spooned me close. It was a very long time until I fell asleep, and even then, Keller and Jake both haunted my dreams. Chapter 25. For the first time, Ivy was still there when he woke. She still slept, curled tight around a pillow and his arm, so Edgar just watched her breathe. Too soon, though, his phone rang with more news from Smith, and she woke, bleary-eyed. He shooed her into the shower as he tried to figure out how to divide up all the work that would need to be done. Smith had taken all of the records from Keller's office, as well as the computers, back to his office for safekeeping and started going through them for more leads. Edgar promised to send Benedict over to help with the legal aspects. Maybe they could find more of the assholes responsible, or at least complicit in what Keller had been doing. Ivy didn't say much as she retreated to her room for more clothes and Edgar showered, but she'd returned to his living room by the time he was done. Waiting for him, maybe. He yawned and tried to shake the fog from his brain.
"Nat called. They're having a late lunch. You hungry?"
She hesitated, and he knew immediately why. The baby. But Ivy steeled herself and nodded. "Yeah, we should go." For some reason, her saying "we" made him think everything would be okay. Even when they walked into the small dining room near Logan's rooms and found Natalia and Logan and the baby there. Just them. Ivy hesitated in the doorway, but Edgar nudged her forward, pulled out her chair at the table before seating himself. The baby lay in a small cradle, swinging next to where Natalia sat, and made happy noises as she waved at a mobile over her head. Logan raised his eyebrow as he passed a bowl of pasta.
"Sleep well?"
"Well enough." Edgar yawned again, then shook his head.
"I'm getting too old for the midnight raid shit."
Natalia rolled her eyes. "I doubt that. Ivy, are you feeling okay?" She winced, rubbing her temples. "For the most part. Good." Natalia leaned forward to scoop food onto her plate. "Eat more, for God's sake." That earned a wan smile, at least, though Edgar caught Ivy watching the baby as Logan complained about the estimates the contractor brought back after seeing the kitchen. Natalia gave him a dark look. "Serves you right for throwing a temper tantrum like that, ripping my cooktop out and throwing it into the fridge. Imagine."
"That doesn't mean we need to redo everything."
"You destroyed everything," she said, laughing. "Even the cabinets, and the island, and the floor. So what do you expect?" They bickered good-naturedly back and forth, occasionally trying to draw Edgar or Ivy into the discussion, but Edgar waved them off and concentrated on eating. Well, eating and keeping Ivy from jumping out of her skin every time the baby made a noise. By the time the argument resolved, by the time Natalia got her way and Logan just raised his hands in acknowledgement that she would design whatever kind of kitchen she wanted, Edgar wondered what they schemed. Logan never pushed back against something Natalia wanted. Normally, the Alpha went overboard to give her everything she wanted and more, until Natalia was the one to tell him to quit spending money. Edgar eyed his brother askance and reached for another beer.
"What's up, Logan?"
The Alpha frowned and leaned back in his chair.
"We're looking at more remodeling. Possibly. Thought you might want to weigh in."
Edgar didn't look at Ivy, but felt her go very still next to him.
"Sure, whatever you need."
Natalia took a deep breath, then reached across the table to take Ivy's hand. "Another nursery. We just don't know where to put it." Edgar leaned back and took a deep breath. The million-dollar question. It was Ivy who broke the silence, her voice and gaze steady. I don't know if I can tell you that yet. I thought that might be the case. Logan cleared his throat and frowned down at his plate, looking a touch uncomfortable. So you know, Ivy, Natalia and I are honored to look after the kit for as long as you need. Forever, if that's what you want. Natalia scooted her chair closer to Ivy and pulled the girl into a half-hug. Honey, take your time. There are so many people who love this baby already. All of us, of course, and Sophia and Ruby and Carter and Atticus. Everyone in the family. Even Kaiser. Nat broke off with a laugh. Kaiser's called at least twice today to check on her. The bears love her, and the rest of Ruby's pack. Everyone. Everyone except me, Ivy said in a flat monotone that made Edgar's skin crawl. What does that say about me? Everyone else wants her, is desperate to hold her, but I can't feel anything but fear for her. It says you need time. Nat's voice grew fierce, and though her eyes were red-rimmed, she still looked ready to jump up and take on the world. I'll be honest, honey. I have no idea how I would feel if I was in your spot, if a baby suddenly showed up that I had no part in making, not having the choice. She shook her head, and a few of the tears escaped. That's a violation that I can't even wrap my head around. Take as much time as you want, Ivy, to think through this, to decide, and know that you can be whoever you want to this baby. If you want to be her mother, wonderful. If you want to be her aunt, wonderful. If you want to be someone who comes to Christmas dinner and maybe sends her a birthday card, wonderful. I will beat the shit out of anyone who tries to pressure you into anything. And she held up her knife to illustrate the point. Logan carefully removed the flatware from her grip, placing it on the other side of the table, and squeezed his wife's shoulder as he watched Ivy. What Natalia is trying to say, Ivy, is that the baby will be taken care of and loved, for now and for always. So you can decide what role you want to play in her life with no pressure, no expectations, no judgment. Take as long as you need. Edgar loved his brother more in that moment than he ever had, and had to look down at the table as his throat burned and he thought he might cry. Ivy sounded small, a little lost. Thank you. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Natalia brushed at her cheeks and tried a bright smile. Although, have you thought about a name for her? Even just a nickname? We want Benedict to file paperwork establishing custody as soon as possible, so we can take her to the doctor and make sure she's getting all her shots. A name. Edgar rubbed his jaw. That was a heavy burden. The baby would have that name the rest of her life. He frowned as he studied the small thing waving her arms and legs in the cradle. Ivy's hand shook under the table as she reached for him, and he held tightly to her fingers, though her expression remained aloof. I haven't thought of anything. You should name her. You've spent more time with her. Natalia raised an eyebrow and turned to peer at the baby. Well, sure. We can give her a nickname until we all get to know her a little better. What about Kit? Edgar snorted. That's like calling her baby. Better than pup, Logan said, hiding a smile. Natalia scowled. Fine, asshole, you come up with something. Logan studied the baby, leaning across his wife to bounce the mobile until the baby cooed. She looks like a fat little peanut. Call her Peanut. You're useless, Natalia said, laughing. We are not calling that child Peanut. Ella, Ivy said abruptly. Call her Ella Rose. That's beautiful. Natalia picked up the baby and held her up. Ella Rose. I think it fits her perfectly, Ivy. Where is it from? That was my mother's name. She took a shaky breath, and the dam broke. The tears flowed, and her face crumpled. A sob hiccuped in her throat, and Ivy lurched up from the table, fleeing the room before Edgar could do more than reach for her. He went after her after Natalia made a strangled sound, not ready to hear his sister-in-law crying as well, and managed to catch up with Ivy in the hall. He caught her shoulder and pulled her against his chest, holding her close in a hug. "It's okay." She pressed her face against his neck, and her tears soaked into his shirt. "I don't know if it will be." "It will." He rubbed her back in slow circles. "It might take a while, but it'll be okay." She took a shaky breath and straightened, wiping at her cheeks. "I need some time, Edgar." "Of course." He still held her shoulders, the lion unwilling to let go entirely when she looked so damn miserable. "We'll have a late dinner, then." "More than that. I need a couple days at least." She rubbed the back of her neck and turned away. There's too much to think through. I can't think here. Everything gets all cloudy and mixed up." "Okay." He folded his arms over his chest, trying to armor himself against her saying she wanted to leave entirely. Felt his heart crack. "Take whatever time you need." "Thanks," she said, soft and sad. "Hurting?" She turned to go, and his heart caught in his throat. He wanted to beg her to come back, to lay with him in the hammock in the sun, but all he could say was, "Don't go after Keller without me." Ivy froze, turning slowly to look at him, and he knew immediately by her expression that that was exactly what she'd planned. Ivy hugged herself. "You should stay here, Edgar, with your family. You shouldn't go running after him. They need you too much." "You're my family," he said, voice rough. "That baby is your family. We need you." "Nat will be a better mother than I could ever be. Sophia or Ruby if she's too busy. Even Eloise, for God's sake, would be better at it. I don't know if I can take care of that baby. She looks too much like Jake. My heart hurts every time I see her." The tears fell down her cheeks once more. Silent. Edgar took a deep breath. "Just try. Take your time, but try. Hold her. Feed her. Listen to her. Doesn't the wolf part of you want her? The Wolverine?" "They want to kill Keller more," she said, looking away. "The baby is safer here." "Ivy," he said, then stopped himself, closed his eyes and fought for control before he went on. "Isabel, we will get Keller, but you can't let him run your life anymore. You have a lot of other people who need you, who want to be part of your life. You can't keep running from that." She strode up to him and caught his face in her hands, searching his expression for something, then kissed him. It felt like goodbye. She turned on her heel and fled, disappearing around a corner before he could think of anything to say. She didn't show up for dinner, but when he'd resigned himself to not seeing her for a while, she slid into bed with him. They made love in the dark, with soft urgency and a hint of desperation, and Edgar thought everything would work out. They'd find a way to talk, to communicate, and she would stay. Ivy disappeared in the night, and Edgar wondered if he'd have to get better locks on his doors to get her to sleep over until morning. But when he got up for breakfast, she wasn't there, or in her room, or anywhere in the mansion. Ruby broke the news to him. Ivy took a car and headed west at 4 a.m. She didn't tell anyone where she was going, and she didn't take anything with her. Edgar sat on the porch all day, staring west and hoping to see the dust of an approaching car. Not even the hammock brought him any peace. Chapter 26. It took several days to drive to where I'd hidden the files in a safety deposit box at a small town bank in the middle of nowhere. After I got the files, I kept driving west, away from Edgar and the baby and everything that Keller had touched. I drove until I ran out of gas in another small town and rented a room at the motel with a faded sign and free cable movies. The drive gave me time to think. The room gave me the anonymity to grieve. I cried for what felt like a week straight, reading the files, remembering, mourning who and what I'd lost, trying to come up with the best way to honor the memories of those who died and everyone else who still lived, or tried to live. Living was the hard part. The more I thought, the more I remembered and raged at the unfairness of it all, the more I knew I didn't want to be alone anymore. What happened would never be okay, would never go away entirely, but life would be better with people in it. People who loved me, cared for me, wanted to help me. Life would be better with Edgar. A family. Being alone was too heavy a burden to bear. I couldn't do it anymore. And so I drove east again, and each mile that passed lightened the weight on my shoulders until I could breathe. I knew Edgar would be waiting, and Natalia and Ruby and the others. Even the baby, that tiny, breathing reminder of Jake. When I reached the city, I didn't go to the mansion. I drove downtown, through the neat grid of streets to a tall building I'd visited only once. The elevator was lonely without Edgar. The receptionist didn't recognize me, so when I asked for Smith, she called back to the office to let him know Ivy wanted to see him. Smith appeared almost immediately, his eyebrows raised in surprise as he shook my hand. He at least waited until we were in his office to speak, though he looked at the box I carried. "I'm glad to see you, but a little surprised you're here. Edgar said you'd taken a trip?" "Something like that." I didn't sit, though I nodded at the box. "I had to get the files. I thought you'd want to go over them." "Of course." He looked around the cluttered office, overflowing with boxes and folders and other evidence from Keller's business, then gestured at a small conference room across the hall. "This will be more comfortable, no doubt. Please make yourself comfortable. Coffee? Tea?" I shook my head. "I just want to get through this." Because I didn't know how long my courage would last, and I wanted to be home with Edgar before dinner. "I have to make a quick call to one of my associates. Make yourself comfortable next door, and I'll be in directly." Smith patted an accordion file on his desk. "Hopefully we can reconcile a lot of the questions we still have." The conference room felt sterile and unwelcoming, like most doctors' offices, but I concentrated on the files. The box occupied one of the chairs next to me, and I pulled off the lid, trying to decide where to start. Smith walked in, carrying his own pile of paperwork and a massive scrapbook, and sat down across from me. Before he even opened his mouth, the receptionist brought bottles of water, a couple of coffee cups, and some sodas. She closed the door when she left, and left Smith and I looking at each other in silence. I gnawed my lower lip, then swallowed whatever trepidation remained. "Before I get into this, I have a question. I'd like to know the answer, but if you can't, I understand." "Ask away, young lady." "What are you?" I leaned forward on the table, trying to inhale more of him to figure out what the hell he was. "I thought you might be Faye, but I just don't know." His wide eyebrows rose, and he smiled a little as he drank one of the coffees. "You're the first person to ask me that in a very long time. Yes, Ivy, I'm Faye. Which one, of course, I can't tell you." "Sure." I rubbed my jaw, then attempted a smile. My mother studied the Fae myths a great deal. She'd always wanted to meet some of the old ones. "I would have been honored to meet her," he said, solemn and grave. "Truly." I took a shaky breath, then pulled a chunk of the files out of the box, rested them in my lap. "How do you want to do this? I don't know all of their names. Some of them just have numbers. I have all the kids who've been declared missing in the last 20 years here,"
he said, patting the scrapbook. "I can start with these names. We can match them to any files you have, and then if there are files left over, we can add those to the list. Does that work?"
"Sure."
I nodded, trying to sound confident, but my hand shook as I reached for a bottle of water to clear the cotton and regret from my mouth. He pretended not to notice, opening the scrapbook. "And if you need to take a break, tell me. We have plenty of time to get the details right, Ivy. I'll be fine. And please, call me Isabel." He smiled, kindly for someone whose teeth were a little too pointy. But he opened the scrapbook to the first page, turning the book so I could see the photo of a gawky teenage boy. He disappeared from football practice in rural Illinois about 15 years ago. His name was Danielle Kinsella, I said, a bare whisper. I remembered him, the shock of dark hair and bright blue eyes, a dirty sense of humor, and a propensity for making fart noises any time the doctors bent over or sat down or moved. I took a deep breath. He was there when they first brought me in, but he died a year later. I don't have his file. They said they buried him on the grounds of the facility. He had the flu, something wrong in his chest, and they couldn't make him better.
"Thank you."
Smith made a note on a pad of paper as I stared at the boy's picture, him grinning at the camera as he knelt next to a football helmet, less gangly in bulky football gear. He turned the page. Another boy, younger. This young man was from Michigan, near the thumb. "Eric," I said, and dug through the box. I fumbled the papers, almost dropped them as my fingers trembled. I slid the folder across the table. "He disappeared. They said they took him back to his family, but since he's in your book, I'm guessing they didn't." My heart ached more each time he turned the page. I remembered more and more with each name and picture. Stories we told each other through the bars, pranks we pulled on the doctors and each other, the names of family we whispered in case someone managed to get out. I cried, but kept talking through the tears, even when Smith grew a little choked up himself and recommended we take a break. If I stopped, I'd never start again. But it helped. After the initial agony of remembering, as I shared their memories with him and passed the files over for his safekeeping, the weight on my shoulders lightened a little more. I was no longer the sole keeper of their names. I wasn't the only one responsible for remembering them, for avenging them. From the way Smith's eyes sparked silver, he was only too glad to take part of that burden from me. We were only halfway through the book when the door to the conference room opened and Edgar, wild-eyed and hair askew, walked in. He looked like he'd gotten dressed in a hurry and ran the whole way from the mansion. My heart filled to see him, and the rest of the tension faded from me. I dredged up a smile for him. "Hi."
"Hi,"
he said, and his voice went all rusty and broken. He cleared his throat and scowled as he shook Smith's hand, pretending not to see as the investigator dabbed at his eyes.
"Smith, good to see you."
"Chase," Smith said, gruff. Edgar eased into the chair next to me, and when he saw the stack of files, he deflated.
"So many."
"Yes," Smith said. He nodded at the book. "Isabel and I have worked through about half of them. Do we have time to go through the rest?"
"We have time for whatever she wants,"
Edgar said, and caught my hand. Squeezed it so tight I thought my bones might bend, but I squeezed back. It wasn't easier with Edgar there, the memories still painful, but I didn't get quite as bogged down in the bad memories. I wanted to remember the happy times, such as they were, and tried to find a funny story about each name, even the ones that had ended with a question mark. Some of the faces in the book I didn't recognize, though that didn't mean they hadn't been in the facility before me, and some of the files I had in the box didn't match up to anyone he'd heard from.
Smith took careful notes, and Edgar held my hand, and I did my best to keep my shit together until we finished. By the time we'd emptied my box, the sky outside was dark, and the moon rose in the distance. Smith leaned back in the chair and stretched. "Thank you, Isabel. You've done more to solve these missing person cases than anyone I've ever worked with. I'm sorry you were in that position, but please take comfort knowing you've helped a lot of families find closure." It helped a little, not as much as I'd hoped. I leaned toward Edgar unconsciously, wanting to be warm and safe and held. He reached for me as if he'd been waiting all day and dragged me into his lap so he could wrap his arms around me. I didn't even mind that Smith witnessed as Edgar pressed his face against my back and took deep, shaky breaths. I cleared my throat and wiped my eyes once more on the hem of my t-shirt. If any of the families want to talk about the kids, the ones I knew, if it would help, I could talk to them, if they want to know what happened. "Thank you," Smith said. He nodded and patted the scrapbook, now fat with additional notes and papers stuffed between the pages. "I will make that offer when we start to notify the families. I don't know if many will take you up on that, but I appreciate you being willing to see them." I gnawed my lip until I tasted blood, and gripped Edgar's wrist until my hand shook. "If you find Jake's family, the Rushes, you should tell them why he was taken, that he was my mate, and tell them we had a baby. Sort of. There's a baby that is both Jake's and mine, if they want to meet us." Smith cleared his throat, his own words a little hoarse. "Of course. I'm sure they will want to meet you, Isabel, and certainly they will want to meet the baby as well. Her name is Ella Rose, if they ask." I hiccuped, took a shaky breath, and Edgar's arms tightened around me. "After my mother." The investigator got up and came around the table to give me a half hug, despite Edgar's refusing to release me, and squeezed my shoulder. "Your parents would be very proud of you, Isabel." He carried the files into his office, except for one, and closed the door to the conference room. Edgar and I sat there in silence for a long time, and I turned so I would link my arms around his neck and hide my face from the world. The steady beating of his heart kept me anchored, gave me something to focus on when I wanted to drown in the sorrow. He kissed my forehead and tried to cuddle me closer in the awkward office chair. "I wasn't sure you'd come back. I just needed a little time to think about everything." I felt tired all the way to my bones, and imagined curling up next to him in that giant bed so we could sleep for a week. "And what did you decide?" "My life is better with you in it," I said. "I want to go home." "I love you," he said, standing and taking me with him, almost carrying me, taking the burdens for me as he picked up Sophia's file and tucked it into his jacket. His arm around my waist kept me upright and moving as we wandered down the hall into the elevators. When we were inside, I caught his face and went up on my toes to kiss him. I murmured, "I love you too," against his lips, and then I drowned in his kiss and all the possibilities of our future together. Epilogue. I'd been back about a week when we had Thanksgiving dinner at Natalia's restaurant. The kitchen still wasn't suitable for cooking, and she didn't want to cater in. I helped her a bit in the kitchen as Edgar and Kaiser and Atticus fawned over Ella in the dining room, the big men making faces and shaking things to get her attention. She was a good baby, happy and largely content. She slept through the night and only occasionally cried when no one paid attention to her. Natalia sat on a high stool in the kitchen and waved a spatula like a baton, directing most of her family in what to do when. Carter hauled 2 enormous turkeys out of the oven. Ruby monitored a vat of gravy, and Sophia mixed up cornbread stuffing. Eloise pretended to stir cranberries, but paid more attention to the heavy cream I whipped to top off the pies. It was controlled chaos, but it felt like family, especially when someone forgot about the potatoes and there was a rush to get them boiling in time to mash. It was a small miracle when food ended up on the table and not eaten halfway from the kitchen, and as the long table groaned under the weight of the turkeys and a couple of hams, side dishes, rolls, wine bottles, and all the other accoutrements of a Thanksgiving dinner, Edgar pulled me close for a kiss. I flushed but leaned into him, not even caring when Eloise said, "Get a room," and tried to steal the pie. Before I could respond, the baby started fussing and Kaiser carried her over. She looked doll small in his hands, and I sighed as I took her. Edgar pulled out my chair and dragged the high chair around so I could put her down, but every time I tried, Ella started to wobble and fat tears spilled down her cheeks. I laughed and bounced her on my lap instead, shaking my head. She was definitely mine. It still took some getting used to, and every now and then I would look at her and feel completely overwhelmed. At least 100 times a day, I had no idea what I was doing. Luckily, Natalia was never far away and could usually come up with a reasonable answer for whatever ridiculous question I had. But if not, I called Edgar and he dropped everything. He loved her as much as I did. I had to clear my throat a few times when he gave me a quizzical look, but I only smiled. "Happy Thanksgiving." "Happy Thanksgiving," he said, and brushed his lips to mine. He poured wine for me and helped pile all the good stuff on my plate. He even moved it back from the edge of the table as Ella reached for something tasty. Natalia, seated next to Logan at the head of the table, stood and surveyed the assembled crowd. 10.5 chases, Kaiser and his 4 guys, plus Ruby's brother Rafe and a couple of their pack. A full house for sure. Nat cleared her throat and raised her hands to get everyone's attention. "Before we eat, I thought it would be nice for everyone to share what they're thankful for. I am incredibly thankful for my wonderful husband, Logan, and for the new family we've built. I'm grateful for all of you being part of our lives." Whistles and clapping greeted that, and Nat kissed Logan as she sat. He raised his wine glass. "I'm thankful, obviously, for the beautiful woman next to me and the friends and family at this table." They went around the table, Eloise saying under her breath, "I'm grateful for the Constitution, which says you're innocent until proven guilty," and Atticus grateful for each sunrise and his snow leopard. Some were funnier than others, with a great deal of laughter as Kaiser's bears grumbled and mumbled their way through a few sheepish declarations of thankfulness. I smiled along with them, distracted by Ella as Sophia, on my right, whispered she was thankful for being able to remember the past, live in the present, and dream of the future, even if she couldn't actually remember the past. She squeezed my hand and tried a smile. And then it was my turn. I stared around the table, heart in my throat, and tried to meet everyone's gaze. Nat looked a little teary already, resting her head on Logan's shoulder, and Edgar held my hand under the table. I jostled Ella in my lap as she banged her hands on the table. "I don't know where to start, to be honest." I took a deep breath. "I know your family has grown a lot in the last few months, and I'm grateful to be included. I didn't think I would have the second chance for a family." Edgar's arm looped around my shoulders and pulled me close to his side. I smiled and rested my head on his arm, careful of Ella as she reached for my fork. "So, I'm thankful for each of you, and mostly for Edgar. I'm not sure I'd have the courage to still be here, to be doing all of this." And I lifted Ella a little to make my point, which garnered a few laughs around the table. "If not for him." He smiled as he kissed me, palm warm against my cheek, and I closed my eyes. He barely broke the kiss to say, "And I'm thankful that you stayed." before kissing me again. I laughed against his mouth, but didn't mind a bit. I hardly heard what everyone else said, so lost in Edgar's kiss and the feel of his hand on my neck. But it seemed like only a blink, and then everyone applauded, raised their glasses in toast, and started eating. I juggled Ella in one hand and my fork in the other, laughing as Edgar actually cut the turkey for me, and tried to take Sophia's advice. Remember the past, live in the present, dream for the future. Everything would be okay. A Chase Christmas Sneak Peek. Snow fell softly all around, and the forest remained nearly silent save for the hush-hush of their boots through the deepening snow. Logan glanced back as Atticus muttered under his breath. The youngest Chase pulled the sledge so they could retrieve the perfect Christmas tree, but that didn't mean Atticus stayed quiet about it. Logan frowned and turned his attention back to searching the trees for the perfect specimen. It was their first Christmas together as a family with all of their mates, and he wanted a perfect holiday for Natalia. "What about that one?" Benedict, shivering despite his parka and gloves, flapped his hand in the general direction of half the forest. "Which one?" "Anyone," he said. "We've been out here for 3 hours already. We're at least 5 miles from the truck, and you haven't liked a single tree. It's a tree, man." "It has to be perfect." Logan ignored whatever else the lawyer added and glanced at Carter. "Do you see one?" "Looks like there are more Douglas firs up there." Carter, zen as usual, only nodded to a dense part of the forest to the west. "But they look an awful lot like the last stand of Douglas firs we passed, 2 miles back." "When the hell did all of you get so soft? Jesus!" Logan scowled as he strode toward the fir trees. "Suck it up, Buttercup. It's just a little snow. At least 2 feet have fallen since we started walking," Atticus said, close to a grumble. When Logan looked back to chew him out, the youngest Chase raised his hands. "I'm just saying, man. Just pointing out a meteorological fact." Before Logan could question Atticus's qualifications as weatherman, Sophia bounded up. In her snow leopard form, she was probably the only one on the trek to enjoy the weather and the trees. She leapt and hit Atticus dead in the chest with all 4 paws, and they both tumbled into a deep drift. Atticus howled about snow down his shirt, but Logan could hear the fool purring from at least 6 feet away. Benedict took the opportunity to sit down on the sledge while Atticus dug himself out of the snow and Sophia stalked an unwitting Carter. Edgar watched with raised eyebrows, but spoke to Logan. "You know Nat will be happy with whatever tree you pick, brother." "It has to be perfect." "Why?" Edgar winced as Sophia made an adorable leopard chirp and knocked Carter's legs out from under him, then raced away through the snow. Logan started walking away, shaking his head. "It just has to be." Atticus sprawled in the snow and waved them on. "I'll just wait here for a second. Catch my breath." Edgar snorted as Benedict lay back on the hard wooden boards of the sledge and pulled his hat low over his face. The lawyer shivered for dramatic effect. "Me too. We'll catch up." Logan didn't bother looking back at them, eyes on the prize. A beautiful fir tree up ahead caught his attention. It was at least 12 feet tall, with strong branches and good green coverage all over. No bald spots, no visible bird nests or other woodland creatures. He started to shout at Atticus to get the axes over there when Sophia made a questioning noise, part meow and part chirp, from the next stand of trees. Logan ignored her. Probably just a rabbit or someone else to knock down. Until she did it again, louder and with more urgency. Logan turned in time to see Atticus shoot up out of the snow and race to where she waited, crouched low on her belly and staring at the base of a wide tree. When his younger brother got there, Atticus cursed, then shouted at them to get the hell over there. Logan's heart sank. Not what he wanted to hear on a simple Christmas tree chopping trip. Carter beat him over there, and when he turned, the calm brother's face had drained of all color. Logan held his breath. then blinked as Carter handed him a shivering, shaking wolf cub. He couldn't speak, couldn't think, just stared at the small thing in his hands, cold and barely breathing, ribs showing, weak and not even fighting as it was separated from the 2 other cubs that Atticus pulled from a small hollow in the tree trunk. Logan immediately unzipped his heavy coat and put the cub against his skin, hoping his body warmth and the insulation of the coat would at least keep the little thing alive. "What the hell?" "No normal wolf would put its cubs here," Carter said, grim. He gently chafed the small body he held, trying to warm it, and looked around the silent forest. "No paw prints in the snow, either. Just boots." "Snow's been falling," Atticus muttered, still crouching so Sophia could lick and groom the littlest of the 3 cubs. "Could have hidden the tracks, but I think you're right. They're not just wolf cubs." Logan knew it too, the moment he took a good whiff of the little beast. Shifter kids, definitely, and abandoned alone in a forest, exposed to the elements to die. Slow rage burned in his chest, growing brighter. By their size, they were probably around 4 or 5 years old, but could have been older if they were runts. None looked particularly well-fed or cared for, and there was no telling how or why they got stuck in wolf form. Most shifter kids didn't transform until puberty, when they were a little easier to guide and instruct. It happened, of course, that some little ones shifted, but parents or an alpha could force them back to human. Abandoning them in animal form might have been easier for whatever cold-hearted bastard wanted them dead, but that didn't mean the kids didn't know what happened. He felt the little one's heartbeat against his chest, a little stronger, and thought of his own child, his little one, growing in Natalia's stomach, and the idea of any child being treated as callously as the 3 wolf cubs made his lion growl. Logan ground his teeth to keep from roaring and started giving instructions. "Carter, mark that 12-foot fur over there and send a team later this afternoon to cut it down and bring it back to the house. Benedict, call Kaiser and have him send Owen with his medical supplies to meet us at the trucks. Sophia, get on the sledge and keep the babies warm. We'll build you a nest." The snow leopard hopped onto the tarps they had to wrap up the tree and waited for the brothers to shed their coats and clothes to build a massive, soft pile. Logan and Atticus wrapped each cub in layers of garments to keep them warm. Once Benedict finished up his call, they all shifted to lion form. They could travel faster that way, and they were definitely more than 5 miles from the cars and heaters and everything they would need to save the little ones. Speed mattered more than anything else. He roared, furious, and Sophia gave him a dirty look from the sledge as one of the cubs whimpered. Atticus grabbed the rope to drag the sledge with his mouth, and they raced through the silent trees and falling snow to save the 3 gray cubs. Logan's desire for vengeance increased more as each paw bit into the earth, and another roar shook the trees. He hoped the perpetrators, whoever they were, heard him and knew that they'd just made enemies of the Chase family. This has been Chasing the Dream, City Shifters the Pride, Volume 5. Written by Layla Nash, narrated by Beth Rogue. Copyright 2015 by Layla Nash. Production copyright 2018 by Layla Nash.